Some heroes save the world, get a giant bronze statue, and live off the royalties. But the absolute strongest of them all? He packed his bags and retired to a freezing wasteland, waiting for a promise that might never be kept. Enter our visitor, a young man trudging through a literal blizzard just to find this living legend. At the heavy iron gate, an armed guard runs his ID. Once he sees the name Shim Dae-young, the new deputy director of disaster management, he hits the switch to open the massive security barriers. Welcome to Cherwon, a frozen, restricted wasteland completely cut off from the rest of civilization. Dae-young steps into the snow alone, walking straight into what looks like a forgotten battlefield. He pulls out his tracker, waiting for the blue holographic map to point him toward his target. Looking up at the massive, snowy peaks, he realizes his destination is way up there in the clouds. With a quick breath, a blue light wraps around his legs, prepping his body to cover miles in seconds, and he is off, running like a sports car across the ice. Ever since the world upgraded with magical energy, awakened humans can easily ignore the laws of physics. It all started with the Daybreak, a catastrophic event where massive portals tore open reality. Terrifying monsters poured out, treating humanity like an all-you-can-eat buffet. In just a few weeks, entire countries crumbled, leaving humanity on the verge of complete extinction. But humans did not just give up. The first generation of awakened warriors fought back in a brutal 20-year struggle to reclaim their home. The climax of the war went down in the ruined streets of Incheon, under a sky that looked ready to collapse. That was when the legendary Beast King appeared, summoning blinding lightning to wipe out the monster horde and save what was left of the world. Today, kids just read about those dark days in history books, probably complaining about having to memorize monster names for their exams. Fast forward 30 years, and Dae-young is sprinting through the frozen valleys of Chorwon, hoping to find that legendary hero. He cannot help but smile, wondering what kind of eccentric, ancient old hermit chooses to live in a freezing dump by choice. But his thoughts are cut short when a massive shadow blocks the path ahead. Dae-young slides to a hard stop, kicking up a wall of snow as he stares at the obstacle. Right in front of him is a giant creature with the completely blank, brainless stare of a duck. It is a moss duck, because nothing screams high-stakes fantasy danger like an oversized muscular mallard with ostrich legs. But Dae-young is not laughing, because this ridiculous bird can sprint at over 100 kilometers an hour, and the worst part? They are pack hunters. He clenches his fists, charging his magic, realizing he might have to fight an entire pack of angry poultry just to reach the front door. The cute duck faces instantly twist into nightmare fuel, opening their mouths to show off rows of sharp fangs. Dae-young's eyes widen. Fighting an entire pack head-on is a terrible idea. So he does the sensible thing, he turns around and runs for his life, with a flock of screaming mutant ducks hot on his heels. He screams into the freezing wind, seriously questioning the sanity of anyone living out here. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound cuts through the air from above. Swooping down from the clouds is a thunderbird, another high-level disaster beast wrapped in blue feathers and crackling with lightning. At this point, Dae-young is practically crying. Why are high-level disaster monsters roaming around like common pigeons? Through the swirling snow, he finally spots a small wooden cabin past a fence line. He uses his remaining strength to leap over the barrier, desperate for any kind of shelter. But the Thunderbird is way faster, diving down with its massive talons wide open. The giant claws slam shut around him, lifting him off the ground as electric sparks fly. Staring up into the glowing, murderous eyes of the giant bird, Dae-young prepares to meet his maker. He screams, expecting to be eaten, when a calm, incredibly casual voice echoes from below, telling the bird, "Spit him out." Instantly, the terrifying lightning-charged Thunderbird turns into a cute, wide-eyed little bird and lets out a soft chirp. Talk about a personality shift. Dae-young blinks in utter confusion, trying to process how a disaster-level beast just turned into a pet. Down on the ground, a relaxed young man holding a simple straw broom casually tells the giant birds to go play somewhere else. The Thunderbird happily obliges, tossing the terrified official back down into the snowbank. Dae-young faceplants into the deep snow, coughing and trying to catch his breath. He looks up, completely shocked that a legendary destructive monster obeys a human like a golden retriever. And then there is the hero himself. Standing in a literal blizzard, wearing nothing but a white t-shirt, shorts, and striped sandals, leaning casually on his broom. Shivering violently, Dae-young stammers out, "Aren't you cold?" The young man does not even look at him, turning his gaze toward the fence. The giant moss ducks are still snarling over the wooden barrier, drooling as they stare hungrily at Dae-young. The young man just waves his hand lazily. "Get lost." The terrifying monsters instantly snap to attention, their eyes turning wide and peaceful as they let out polite little quacks. In perfect military-style formation, the entire flock turns around and marches away into the snow. Dae-young's jaw drops. The absolute control this guy has over the wild is almost comical. He slowly stands up, a wild realization starting to dawn on him. The young man turns around, introducing himself with absolute calm. I am Choi Kang-ho. He casually notes that traveling in this weather must have been a pain, and invites the freezing official inside for a hot meal. Dae-young stands frozen. This young, relaxed guy is supposed to be the 80-year-old war hero? The legendary Beast King who single-handedly saved humanity is standing right here, looking like a college student who skipped his morning class. Shaking off his shock, Dae-young quickly bows and follows him, desperate for answers. The heavy wooden door shuts tight, leaving the freezing blizzard outside. Inside, the cabin is surprisingly neat, cozy, and modern. Kang-ho heads straight to the kitchen to prep some food. Sitting at the table, Dae-young looks around, noting how empty and quiet the place feels for someone of Kang-ho's legendary status. But his eyes keep drifting back to Kang-ho. He just cannot comprehend how a man who fought in a war 30 years ago has not aged a single day. Sensing the intense stare, Kang-ho sparks a flame on the stove with his bare fingers, asking if his face is really that surprising. He explains that his old war buddies have all aged naturally, becoming guild leaders and politicians who look like typical old grandpas. As a small blue bird balances on a giant spotted egg nearby, Kang-ho admits he has no idea why his own body stopped aging. Apparently, the universe decided wrinkles were too mainstream for him. Dae-young chuckles nervously, pointing toward the counter to steer the conversation away from the immortal face. Kang-ho catches the massive egg midair, smiling as he introduces the little blue hatchling as a baby thunderbird. Dae-young smiles. The tiny fluffy bird is actually adorable, which is weird considering it grows into a flying lightning hazard. Meanwhile, a strange little frog wearing a fluffy sheep hat uses its tail to stir a cup of coffee, while Kang-ho cracks the giant egg into a pan. Watching this, Dae-young remembers the old stories. Seeing every beast in existence treat the Beast King like a beloved roommate makes the legends feel incredibly real. He brings up the most famous story of all, the legendary double S-class phantom beast that fought by Kang-ho's side during the war. Kang-ho's hand pauses for a split second before he quietly sets a tray with a fried egg and hot coffee on the table. His expression turns serious. Let us eat first, then you can tell me the real reason you came all this way. Sensing the sudden drop in the room's temperature, Dae-young quickly apologizes, realizing he touched a very sensitive subject. He pulls out his tablet, showing a holographic display of aggressive, heavily mutated new monsters sighted near the southern cities. Kang-ho studies the screen. New mutations appearing after decades of peace is definitely a bad sign. After discussing the situation, Dae-young stands outside the cabin, bowing deeply to express his gratitude. But before he leaves, curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks why a hero of his level lives all alone in the middle of nowhere. Leaning against the doorframe, Kang-ho looks up at the sky with a soft, wistful smile. I am waiting for someone. Dae-young is about to ask who when a sudden, heavy thud shakes the snow off the roof behind him. Before he can even turn around, a massive fluffy white paw pins him flat to the ground. He screams in absolute horror, looking up into the face of a giant glowing-eyed saber tiger, an S-class disaster beast. Kang-ho waves cheerfully, calling out that Mungchi will make sure he gets back to the gate safely before dark. Dae-young's terrified screams echo across the valley as the massive tiger bounds away, carrying the poor official in its mouth like a squeaky toy. With his guests gone, Kang-ho stretches, letting out a big yawn as he prepares to get back to his quiet routine. He heads back inside, calmly washing the dishes, enjoying the peaceful quiet of his home. He sits down, watching his frog and bird companions happily munch on their meals. Stepping back outside, he takes up his broom, sweeping the fresh snow off the deck. Suddenly, a massive blur of white fur crashes over the fence, kicking up a giant wave of snow right in his face. The giant saber tiger, Mungchi, happily licks Kang-ho's cheek, panting like a giant fluffy puppy. Kang-ho sighs, wiping off the drool. Did you just drop the poor guy in a ditch on the way? Mungchi's eyes go wide with comedic innocence, looking completely offended by the accusation. Meanwhile, far down the mountain, Dae-young is indeed sliding down on his backside, completely disheveled and covered in snow. He stumbles past the security gate with dizzy, swirling eyes, trying to convince himself that being carried by a giant predator was just a bad dream. The gate guard just chuckles, not surprised at all by the young official's state. He admits that everyone who visits the Beast King reacts the exact same way, but the border guards have long since gotten used to the wild rides. Back at the cabin, Kang-ho mounts the massive tiger, grabbing onto its thick fur. He pats the beast's neck. Time to go check on our spot. With a powerful leap, Mungchi charges through the snow, running up the steep cliffs with incredible speed. Kang-ho holds on tight, his dark hair whipping back as they race through the freezing night, heading deeper into restricted territory. His mind wanders back to the beginning, 50 years ago, right after the daybreak changed the world, the magical energy transformed Cherwon into a wild, unpredictable ecosystem where glowing plants took over the landscape, and it was right here in this endless white field that his life changed forever. He dismounts from Mungchi, walking slowly toward a giant, glowing blue structure resting on a stone altar. Looking up at the warm light, he whispers to himself, noticing that the energy inside seems just a little bit stronger. High on the peak sits the glowing blue crystal, radiating a soft light into the dark sky. It takes him back to the final battle 30 years ago, when Incheon was overrun by a sea of red-eyed monsters. Surrounded by a massive horde on a ruined highway, a younger Kang-ho stood completely alone. Even with the monsters closing in, his face remained calm, showing no fear. As they lunged forward to tear him apart, the air began to crackle with immense magical energy. A blinding flash of blue light erupted from his body, blowing the surrounding beasts backward. Lightning tore through the horde, vaporizing anything that got too close. Channeling his magic, Kang-ho activated his ultimate contract beast link, calling out to his most trusted companion. He shouted her name into the chaotic sky, Seol-a! Dropping from the clouds like a silver meteor, a massive, magnificent nine-tailed fox slammed into the horde, crushing them instantly. With Seol-a standing proudly behind him, her silver fur shining in the dark, Kang-ho gently rested his hand against her leg. With a confident step forward, he told his partner it was time to end this war once and for all. Together, the Beast King and the Silver Fox tore through the enemy lines, fighting side by side to protect their home. They won the battle and saved the world, but the cost of victory was far too high. In the middle of the ruined, burning city, Seol-a collapsed, her massive body covered in deep wounds. Kang-ho knelt beside her, his hand trembling as he touched her snout. The great silver fox let out a weak, fading breath, her beautiful eyes slowly closing for the last time. Tears filled Kang-ho's eyes as he apologized to her, his heart breaking as he realized he could not save his dearest friend. He lowered his head in silent grief, the ashes of the ruined city falling around them like black snow. Suddenly, Seol-a's body began to glow with a brilliant white light, dissolving into countless particles of warm energy. As the light faded, her physical form vanished entirely, leaving behind a single small blue crystal on the cold ground. And just like that, she was gone. Ever since that tragic day, Kang-ho has stayed in Cherwon, refusing to leave her side. He kept his youthful appearance, choosing to wait in the exact same form he had back then, hoping she would recognize him if she ever returned. Standing before the glowing crystal on New Year's Eve, he smiles softly. A whole new year is about to begin. A tiny, glowing fairy flutters down, landing gently on his hand right next to his watch, which reads 11,059. He chuckles, welcoming the little fairies that have come out to celebrate the new year with him. The tiny fairy hugs the side of his watch, staring curiously at the digital numbers ticking closer to midnight. Surrounded by hundreds of glowing fairies under the starry sky, Kang-ho and Mungchi look up, enjoying the quiet beauty of the moment. Suddenly, the massive blue crystal on the mountain peak begins to pulse violently, unleashing a wave of magical energy. Kang-ho's eyes widen in complete shock, his breath catching in his throat. At exactly midnight, the shell of the crystal begins to crack, releasing a brilliant light that illuminates the entire valley. A massive pillar of pure blue energy shoots up into the heavens, tearing the night clouds apart with a deafening rumble. The force of the blast knocks Kang-ho back into the snow, his eyes fixed on the center of the fading light. Exactly 50 years since the daybreak first changed the world, and exactly 30 years to the minute since the Great War ended, the long wait is finally over. Emerging from the shattered crystal is a tiny, incredibly fluffy white fox cub with glowing sapphire blue eyes, looking like a miniature version of Seol-a. Kang-ho slowly crouches down in the snow, his voice trembling with emotion as he gently reaches out to say hello to the new life born in the very place they first met. #chapter. Half a century ago, the world was a chaotic nightmare, and survival was a luxury no one could afford. Back then, a young conscripted soldier was just trying to make it through another day in the freezing trenches of Cherwon. He was running for his life, with a terrifying horde of snarling monsters snapping at his heels. Clutching a tiny, shivering bundle close to his chest, he ran through the blizzard, his lungs burning with every step. That bundle was a helpless, wide-eyed white fox pup, and that was the exact moment he met Seol-a for the first time. Even in a desperate struggle for survival, the sight of that pure white fox felt like a twist of fate he could not ignore. And now, 50 years later, in the exact same snowy field where their journey began, Seol-a's legacy has officially awakened. The tiny white cub lets out a happy squeak, leaping off the snowy altar with incredible energy. She flies through the air, landing perfectly in Kang-ho's open arms. The little cub immediately nuzzles his cheek, licking his face with pure joy as a warm, tender smile spreads across the old hero's face. She stares up at him with her massive, glowing blue eyes, letting out a cute little yip that sounds like a cheerful greeting. Kang-ho gently cradles her against his face, his heart overflowing with warmth as he whispers, "Welcome back." Looking at her tiny, perfect face, he cannot help but marvel at how much she looks like her mother, Seol-a. Suddenly, a high-pitched screech echoes from the clouds, making Kang-ho look up toward the horizon. A flock of strange pterodactyl-like creatures flies overhead. Scanning them with his beast eye, he sees they are wind fawns, relatively weak E-class monsters. His expression darkens. In 30 years, he has not seen a single new monster species in this area, until tonight. He remembers the files Shim Dae-young showed him earlier, detailing the aggressive new mutations appearing in the south. He looks down at the newborn cub, wondering if her sudden birth and the appearance of these new monsters are somehow connected. Meanwhile, the little cub climbs onto his shoulder, confidently patting the massive nose of a very curious Mungchi. It looks like the hierarchy around here was just instantly rearranged. Far away from the quiet snowy mountains, the neon lights of Gangnam, Seoul glow brightly against the dark night sky. Towering over the city is the Mercenary Tower, the high-tech headquarters of one of the top 3 guilds in the country. Suddenly, a massive white blur drops from the sky, landing heavily onto the building's reinforced rooftop. The rooftop security guard gasps in shock, stumbling backward as the alarms start blaring. He frantically screams into his radio, reporting a massive, terrifying beast on the roof and calling for immediate backup. Before he can panic any further, a firm hand suddenly grabs his shoulder, cutting him off. The security team leader calmly tells him to stand down, asking if he forgot Clause 3-1 of the official emergency response manual. Apparently, Clause 3-1 states that if a young man riding a giant saber tiger shows up, he is the chairman's most important guest. You have to love a corporate manual that specifically accounts for tiger riding VIPs. The heavy security doors hiss open, revealing Mungchi standing there with crackling blue lightning around his eyes, letting out a terrifying growl. Kang-ho lightly taps the big tiger, telling him to stop scaring the staff. Instantly, Mungchi goes back to looking like a goofy house cat. Patting the giant beast's head, Kang-ho tells him to wait quietly on the roof until he gets back. Stepping inside, he is greeted by his old friend's top assistant, who calmly raises a hand in greeting as if Kang-ho just dropped by for a quick chat. He is guided into a massive, luxurious penthouse office overlooking the glittering Seoul skyline. On a shelf sits an old framed photograph of a younger Kang-ho and a burly, laughing man from their glory days. Kang-ho smiles faintly, noting that despite the years, some things never truly change. Suddenly, the office doors burst open with a loud slam as a massive, gray-haired man with a thick beard and a cigar in his mouth roars out his name. This is Cheol-bae, the legendary Iron Fist King. Cheol-bae wraps Kang-ho in a bone-crushing hug, laughing boisterously at how long it has been since they last saw each other. He loudly declares that since they are both 80 now, they need to drink some heavy alcohol to celebrate. Kang-ho just dryly suggests he should probably worry about his liver instead. Suddenly, a soft, high-pitched whine comes from inside Kang-ho's gray hoodie, and something small begins to squirm around. With a cute little pop, the tiny white fox cub pokes her head out of the collar, taking a big breath of fresh air. Cheol-bae freezes, leaning in close to squint at the tiny furball, a look of profound shock slowly washing over his face. His cigar nearly drops from his mouth as he screams, asking if this tiny creature was actually born from Seol-a's crystal egg. Kang-ho beams with pride, gently stroking the happy cub's head. Meet Seol-a. Cheol-bae's tough exterior completely melts, a huge grin spreading across his face as he starts baby-talking the incredibly cute cub. He wraps his arm around Kang-ho's shoulder, declaring that a legendary rebirth is the ultimate excuse to get absolutely wasted. Kang-ho just lets out a defeated sigh, knowing there is no stopping him. Later, over a table filled with premium whiskey, Kang-ho sets down his glass, his tone turning serious as he brings up the real reason for his visit. He pulls out his phone, showing Cheol-bae the files on the aggressive new monsters that the Disaster Bureau discovered. Cheol-bae's cheerful expression instantly vanishes, his brow furrowing as he takes a deep drag from his cigar. He admits his guild has been dealing with a major headache because of this. One of their elite, top-ranking A-class hunters went completely missing in the southern conflict zone. Sitting across from each other, Cheol-bae explains that something highly unusual is happening down south, and the monster attacks are becoming far too coordinated. His eyes turn dead serious as he reveals the most alarming detail of all: some of the newly mutated beasts are carrying traces of pure demonic energy. Kang-ho takes a slow sip of his drink, his gaze hardening at the mention of that specific power. Demonic energy is something they have not seen since the Great War. Back then, every single high-level monster that laid waste to humanity was fueled by that very same dark power. It was a corruption that pushed a beast's violent instincts to the absolute extreme, turning them into mindless, unstoppable killing machines. And at the very top of that terrifying hierarchy was a supreme being, a demon, that controlled the dark energy. If that power is returning, it means those ancient nightmares might be waking up too. Chiolbei slams his glass down on the table, suddenly changing the heavy subject with a boisterous laugh. He proudly thumbs his chest, bragging that despite his age, his official world ranking is still 40th, making him the 6th strongest hunter in the entire country. Kang-ho casually notes that it is not bad for an old man, prompting Chiolbei to comically complain that everything else in life is going up except his ranking. He suddenly pulls out a sleek, high-tech metal ring, slamming it onto the table and demanding Kang-ho test his magic power, boasting that his own score is a massive 74,000. Kang-ho leans back, waving his hand dismissively as he says he has no interest in high-tech gadgets or pointless rankings. Chiolbei groans, threatening to withhold Seol-a's birthday present unless he cooperates. Sighing at his friend's childishness, Kang-ho reluctantly reaches for the ring. He slides his arm through the metallic device, letting out a soft sigh as the ring begins to glow with a faint blue light. He casually releases a tiny fraction of his magic, causing massive, crackling bolts of blue lightning to violently erupt from the scanner as the system tries to register his power. The digital display flickers rapidly, finally flashing the mind-blowing results. Combat power over 120,000, ranking him as the absolute #1 hunter in the world. Chiolbei's jaw drops so low his cigar falls right out, his eyes bulging as he screams, asking what kind of insane training Kang-ho has been doing in that frozen wasteland. Kang-ho just winks playfully, cradling a happy Seol-a as he casually replies that he has mostly just been doing some simple farming and raising his pets. Chiolbei slumps back in his seat, looking completely defeated as he mutters about how retiring to the countryside must really be the secret to life. The next day, back in the quiet wilderness near Kang-ho's cabin, he walks through a beautiful, glowing forest known as the Dungeon Orchard. This special zone is filled with rare, magical fruit trees, populated by gentle earth fairies and cute mole-like creatures called gelugs that help the plants grow. Holding up a massive, brilliantly shining blue crystal, Kang-ho smiles. It is a premium fairy stone, a parting gift from a very jealous Chiolbei. He gently places the massive crystal into the rich soil, patting the earth as a wave of pure magical energy begins to pulse outward. A brilliant shockwave of blue light sweeps across the entire orchard, revitalizing every plant and tree in seconds. Holding Seol-a on his shoulder, Kang-ho smiles warmly, incredibly pleased with the immediate magical effect on his garden. The magical fruits on the branches instantly burst with a vibrant glowing blue light, fully ripe and overflowing with energy. The tiny earth fairies and chubby gelugs let out cheers of joy as they suddenly double in size, dancing around in pure celebration. It is an instant growth spurt, although side effects apparently include spontaneous dancing. Seol-a leaps off his shoulder, giggling happily as she rolls around in the air, playing with the flying fairies. Amused, Kang-ho uses his beast eye to scan her stats again. Her species is registered as Baike, an incredibly rare double S-class subspecies, but strangely, all her specific stats are completely filled with question marks. He looks up, highly intrigued. This is the first time his legendary scanning ability has ever failed to read a beast's potential. Suddenly, Seol-a's playful demeanor vanishes. Her ears twitch, and she dashes off into the dense brush like a white streak. Her glowing blue eyes turn sharp and focused, sensing something unusual deep within the forest. Kang-ho blinks in surprise, realizing his little companion has picked up on a scent. She leaps over a fallen log, running with incredible speed toward the edge of the orchard. Alarmed, Kang-ho calls out her name, quickly dashing after her. Seol-a sprints through the snow, her tiny paws barely touching the ground as she follows the mysterious signal. She disappears into a thick wall of bushes with a soft rustling sound. Walking slowly into the clearing, Kang-ho wonders if she managed to sense some kind of danger nearby. With a serious expression, he steps forward, his boots crunching in the fresh snow as a faint blue aura begins to wrap around his legs. He takes a powerful step, channeling his magic to prepare for a sudden burst of speed. He launches forward, tearing through the dense foliage like a gust of wind. Side by side, the immortal hero and the tiny white cub sprint through the snowy forest, their movements perfectly synchronized. Seol-a lets out an excited pant, clearly enjoying the fast-paced run with her trusted partner. With a massive leap, she launches herself over a steep, rocky cliff. Kang-ho smiles, genuinely impressed by the incredible speed and athletic ability of his newborn companion. He leaps off the edge right behind her, soaring gracefully through the open air. Seol-a dives down toward the valley below, her eyes fixed on something happening in the clearing. Landing on a high branch, Kang-ho looks down, his eyes instantly widening as he takes in the scene below. In the snowy clearing, a group of ugly, dark-skinned monsters has cornered two helpless blue-haired elves who are desperately clutching basic wooden clubs to protect themselves. Well, it looks like we have some uninvited guests making trouble in the neighborhood. Some retired heroes spend their days gardening. Ours got exactly 5 minutes of peace before his newborn pet decided to pick a fight with a pack of giant monsters. Seol-a opens her tiny mouth, letting out a high-pitched roar that kicks up a swirl of snow. It is a highly valiant effort, assuming the target is a mouse. Unfortunately, the pack of snarling gray beasts is not particularly intimidated by a fluffy marshmallow, responding with hungry howls. Behind the brave little cub, 3 tiny shivering fairies hide their faces, realizing they have officially run out of real estate to escape. Kang-ho steps into the clearing, immediately identifying the trembling creatures as earth spirits. He has to wonder if his new pet has already developed a hero complex. Before he can intervene, a massive, scaly shadow rises from the deep snow, towering over the little white cub. Kang-ho sighs. Seol-a might be a mythical beast, but right now, she is basically a toddler trying to stop a freight train. The monster is a titanoboa, a massive blue-scaled serpent with cold, hungry eyes. The giant snake lunges with its jaws wide open, but Seol-a just shrieks right back, refusing to back down. Raising 2 fingers casually, Kang-ho's voice cuts through the wind, informing the beast that playtime is officially over. The massive serpent freezes in midair, a sudden heavy dread washing over its entire body. A dark, heavy aura erupts around Kang-ho as he activates his predatory instinct skill. In most fantasy systems, high-tier predators have a passive aura that acts like a spiritual brick wall to anything weaker. The giant serpent begins to shake violently, its jaw hanging open in pure terror as Kang-ho takes a slow, heavy step forward. Reaching out his hand, Kang-ho gathers a dark, swirling pressure, ready to handle the situation. He grabs the giant snake by the snout like a misbehaving golden retriever, calmly warning it that if he catches it in his yard again, he is turning it into snake wine. The cornered fairies gasp in absolute wonder, their eyes wide as they watch this casual human dominate a high-ranking nightmare. Looking straight into the giant snake's terrified eyes, Kang-ho demands to know if they are clear, and the beast frantically nods in absolute agreement. With a simple command to get lost, the entire monster pack scrambles, running away like they left the stove burning. The fairies are practically crying tears of relief, clutching their chests as the suffocating danger finally lifts. But the peace is short-lived. From the shadows, a dark purple flame erupts, and a bird-like silhouette steps into the light. The creature is a mutated, dark-feathered rooster with glowing red eyes. Honestly, the mutated poultry in this region is getting out of hand. Seol-a perks up instantly, her sapphire eyes narrowing as she senses the foul energy rolling off the intruder. Kang-ho's relaxed posture disappears. That dark purple flame is unmistakable. It is demonic energy, the same corruption that fueled the monsters during the Great War. His system scan confirms it is a low-rank raptor. Usually, these things are harmless, but the demonic corruption has turned its brain into pure aggression. Seol-a does not hesitate, a vortex of wind and magic swirling around her tiny body as she preps for a fight. The corrupted raptor lunges forward with a screech, and Seol-a launches herself into the air to meet it head-on. Kang-ho watches the clash closely, his mind racing. A mutated, demonically infused beast has managed to breach his sanctuary. He spots the source, a swirling black void floating in the woods, leaking dark purple flames. It is a newly formed dungeon gate. Realizing the corruption will spread if left unchecked, Kang-ho leaps into the air alongside Seol-a, his movements fluid and precise. Landing smoothly, he stands guard next to the little cub. If a gate has opened here, a powerful demon might be pulling the strings from the dark. Suddenly, a warm, sparkling blue light begins to envelop Seol-a's tail, catching him completely off guard. A glowing notification pops up, showing that Seol-a has officially acquired her second tail. Born with a fierce fighting spirit, her combat growth rate is significantly faster than normal. Kang-ho is amazed by her rapid evolution, but there is no time to celebrate as 3 more corrupted raptors emerge from the dark purple haze. Seol-a turns back to him, her eyes sparkling with pure excitement as she practically begs him for permission to go play with her new targets. Looking at her eager, determined face, Kang-ho's heart softens. She really is her mother's daughter, a warrior through and through. He remembers the early days training with a young Seol-a when she was just a small, playful pup chewing on his sleeve. He remembers how they fought side by side through countless bloody battles, growing stronger together with every challenge they faced, and he remembers the bitter end, resting his hand on her cold, lifeless face as she dissolved into light, leaving him entirely alone. That painful memory was the only reason he wanted to raise Seol-a as a normal, safe pet, away from the violence of the world. But looking at her now, he realizes she is a creature born for the battlefield. Keeping her locked in a safe cage would just be him projecting his own trauma. Smiling softly, he tells her it is time to make this partnership official. He holds out his hand, a brilliant ring of blue magic swirling around his fingers and illuminating the dark woods. He gently presses his glowing fingertip against Seol-a's forehead, sealing their souls together. He promises to raise her to be the absolute strongest, unleashing a massive, blinding column of blue light that tears through the dark canopy. Seol-a lets out a sharp cry as the contract magic flows into her, binding her destiny to the Beast King forever. A bright, intricate magic crest flashes on the ground beneath them, finalizing the ancient ritual. A sleek silver band snaps tightly onto Kang-ho's finger, glowing with a soft divine light. In tamer lore, a contract ring is the ultimate proof of partnership. It means your souls are officially on a family plan. Smiling warmly, Kang-ho tells her that since she is still young, he will share a portion of his vast, pure mana to give her a head start. With a confident grin, he tells her to go and fight to her heart's content, and Seol-a leaps forward, her body glowing with divine energy. She flies through the air like a silver comet, diving straight toward the trio of snarling, corrupted birds. One of the raptors lets out a savage screech, opening its beak to snap her out of the air. Kang-ho's eyes glow blue as he activates sensory transfer, a master ability that allows them to share all senses, mana, and physical capabilities. With his legendary combat experience guiding her movements, Seol-a easily dodges a vicious beak slam, which leaves a massive crack in the frozen ground. He speaks to her mind, calmly telling her not to rush, guiding her to wait for the perfect opening. Sensing the enemy's balance shift, he gives the command, "Now." Seol-a lets out an adorable but fierce battle cry, diving straight down at the target. She slams her tiny body onto the raptor's head with the force of a falling meteor, crushing its defense instantly. The massive impact drives the corrupted bird face first into the dirt, kicking up a giant cloud of snow. Seol-a's eyes glow a solid white as she activates her inherited skill, Overwhelm, beginning to absorb the dark purple demonic energy directly from her opponent. The dark, malicious flames are violently ripped out of the raptor, swirling into Seol-a's body as the monster's eyes lose their red glow. Drained of all corruption, the dazed bird lets out a confused, harmless squawk, completely docile now. Without losing her momentum, Seol-a spins around, her sharp sapphire eyes already locking on to the remaining targets. She zips through the air like a bolt of white lightning, weaving effortlessly between the two remaining monsters. She strikes another raptor with a powerful tail whip, sending it crashing into the snow with a loud cry of pain. Flashing past the dazed beast, she instantly adjusts her trajectory to face the final threat. She bites down hard on the last raptor's neck, delivering a crushing blow that completely shatters its will to fight. Kang-ho looks on, his mouth slightly open in genuine surprise at the display. He cannot help but marvel at how sharp and precise her movements are, especially considering this is her very first real battle. The last corrupted bird falls, its purple demonic flames completely absorbed by the victorious little white cub. Her stats screen updates, showing she has officially evolved into a white fang, and her basic attack power has jumped from a weak FF to an impressive E rank. A beautiful, glowing blue gemstone collar manifests around her neck, chiming softly as she moves. Kang-ho laughs softly, shaking his head. He notes that kids really do grow up in the blink of an eye before calling his little champion back over. Seol-a comes sprinting back, her paws sliding to a halt in front of him. She looks up with wide, sparkly blue eyes, practically vibrating with excitement as she asks if she did a good job. He smiles warmly, letting out a soft sigh of relief as he tells her she did absolutely wonderfully. Gently patting her head, he suggests they quickly head back home before the magical gate closes. Behind them, the dark portal crackles with unstable purple electricity, preparing to collapse. Kang-ho turns back to the three purified, dazed birds, casually commanding them to wake up. The three giant roosters pop their heads up, squawking cheerfully and looking like harmless, goofy barnyard chickens. He chuckles to himself, thinking that since they have lost their demonic corruption, they are basically harmless now. Seol-a happily plays around their feet. He tells the giant birds to follow them, and they all run out of the forest together in a massive rush. They leap right through the swirling, unstable energy of the collapsing gate. Behind them, the dark portal completely implodes, vanishing into thin air and leaving the snowy fields silent once again. Kang-ho slides to a stop on the hillside, letting out a long, exhausted sigh as he finally relaxes his shoulders. Suddenly, a massive chorus of cheering voices erupts from the snow, catching him completely off guard. He blinks in surprise, his jaw slightly dropping as he turns around to see who is shouting. The entire clan of Earth Spirit Fairies, led by Princess Johanna, is kneeling in the snow with their hands raised, crying tears of joy and praising their savior. A nervous sweat breaks out on Kang-ho's face as he points to himself, completely bewildered by the epic title of Absolute One. Hashtag Chapter 4, the fairies are practically face-planting into the snow now, shouting their devotion to the Absolute One with highly dramatic, high-pitched cheers. They raise their hands to Seol-a as well, calling her the great guardian deity, Silver White Fang, leaving Kang-ho completely speechless as he watches the theatrical display. Princess Johanna flutters right up to his face, gasping in surprise as she asks how a human can speak their native language so perfectly. Ignoring her dramatic questions, Kang-ho points to the little cub on his shoulder, asking if they are seriously calling Seol-a a Silver White Fang. Johanna's eyes sparkle with pure excitement as she confirms the title, looking at the little cub with absolute reverence. She explains that back in their homeland, the Toon World, their people have worshipped the White Fangs as divine protector deities since ancient times. She describes the ancient legends, illustrating how a great five-tailed silver fox once fought a world-threatening corpse dragon to save their entire kingdom. Seol-a tilts her head, giant question marks floating above her. She looks completely lost, which is fair considering she was born about 20 minutes ago. Johanna beams, stating that since Kang-ho treats such a legendary, divine beast like a simple child, he could only be the absolute one to them. The fairies immediately start performing a goofy, wiggling welcome dance to celebrate, leaving a sweating Kang-ho to conclude that these spirits are deeply weird. He studies Johanna closely, noting that unlike the simple earth spirits he is used to, she is wearing a royal crown and can communicate perfectly in human tongue. He bluntly asks if she is some sort of royalty among her kind. Johanna gasps, freezing mid-pose as if he just read her deepest, most hidden secrets. Bowing her head politely, she confesses her true identity, Johanna, the fourth princess of the Earth Spirit Clan. Kang-ho smiles dryly, holding Seol-a close. You do not need magic to figure that out. The shiny tiara on her head was a pretty big giveaway. Johanna's expression turns somber as she explains that her royal territory was suddenly swallowed by a massive dungeon portal. She fell into this unfamiliar world with her followers, and for 3 days, those gray monsters chased them and took over their new home. Tears stream down her face as she sobs, explaining that if they cannot find shelter, her entire clan will perish in the freezing cold. Kang-ho rests his chin on his hand, dryly translating her tragic backstory into a simple reality. They are homeless and hungry. Right on cue, Johanna's stomach lets out a massive, thunderous growl, making her blush and smile awkwardly as she confirms his blunt summary. Kang-ho thinks about his cozy, magically charged dungeon orchard just down the hill. He lets out a defeated sigh, telling her they can stay in his orchard if they want. Seol-a squeals with joy, loving the idea of new playmates. The fairies erupt into wild cheers of worship once again, raising their hands to the sky as if they have just witnessed a miracle. Kang-ho frantically waves his hands, pleading with them to stop bowing because the intense worship is getting incredibly embarrassing. He watches them, thinking that for a literal royal princess, she sure behaves like a hyperactive maid who just loves to bow. Suddenly, a massive white blur comes barreling over the snowbank, kicking up a giant wall of powder. Johanna blinks in surprise, sensing a massive, powerful presence heading right for them. Mungchi bounds over the hill, his eyes glowing blue as he lets out a playful roar. The fairies scream in pure terror, scrambling to hide behind each other. But to their surprise, the giant saber-toothed tiger is incredibly gentle, letting them use his long tail like a slide as they scream with laughter. Within seconds, the fairies are clinging to his ears and tail. The ultimate apex predator of the wild has successfully been demoted to a playground amusement ride. Riding on Mungchi's back, Kang-ho smiles warmly, telling the big tiger to be a good boy and hold in his annoyance for just a bit. Suddenly, a sharp vibration buzzes in his hoodie pocket. Pulling out his phone, he is surprised to see a chat notification flashing at 3:17 a.m. It is a group chat named 9988, a health group where Im Chiolbe has just announced Kang-ho's return to the old gang, prompting a quick response from Flame Minna. 2 more legendary names join the chat, Sword God Jun Woo and Bao God Ho Young. Kang-ho sighs, instantly knowing this is entirely Chiolbe's doing. He remembers Chiolbe sneakily snapping a picture of him and Seol-a back at the bar in Gangnam, looking incredibly pleased with himself. The old man had grinned, boasting about how amazing modern smartphone technology is. Boomers discovering instant messaging is always a dangerous event. Back in the chat, the Sword God and Bao God immediately start aggressively bickering, threatening to turn Mount Bukansan into a literal graveyard. Kang-ho lets out a soft chuckle. Some things never change. Those two start fighting the absolute second they connect. He remembers the old war days, the chaotic, hot-headed squad constantly pulling at each other's collars, while a younger, exhausted Kang-ho blocked his ears in frustration. But despite being a bunch of bickering idiots, they are recorded in modern history textbooks as the legendary 5 war heroes who saved the world. Kang-ho smiles warmly. Since it has been so long, he decides it might actually be fun to go see their faces. He looks at the little cub on his shoulder. If he is going to raise her to be the strongest, he might as well exploit these legendary veterans to get her some free training materials. He types a simple, casual message into the group. Hey! Cut to Mount Bukansan, where a massive, roaring crowd has gathered under a clear blue sky, the air thick with anticipation. A TV reporter shouts into his microphone, broadcasting live to millions as the crowd behind him waves banners and cheers. A local streamer grins widely into his camera, hyping up his viewers with the news that 2 of the legendary 5 heroes are clashing over rankings. The massive crowd is cheering wildly, holding up their phones to capture every second of the historic event. Standing proudly on a towering cliff is sword god Park Jun-woo, ranked 20 globally, looking incredibly stern with his silver ponytail and multiple swords. On the opposite peak, holding a massive recurve bow, stands his rival, bow god Kim Ho-young, ranked 21 globally. Close-up of Ho-young's sharp, determined face as he glares across the gap at his old friend. Suddenly, a tall, striking red-haired woman calmly pushes her way through the starstruck crowd. It is Lee Minna, the legendary Flame Witch, stepping onto the scene in her sleek black leather jacket, looking entirely unbothered. The crowd goes absolutely wild, howling like wolves and screaming her name. Minna just rubs her temples in exhaustion, asking if those 2 old geezers will ever tire of bickering. Up on the cliff, Jun-woo draws his blade with a sharp hiss, shouting that there are no takebacks in this duel. Ho-young snaps back, calling him a senile old fart and promising to give him a proper beating. Jun-woo's eye twitches, his gaze turning incredibly sharp and dangerous. With a violent burst of magic, both heroes prepare to unleash their world-class skills, the air pressure dropping instantly. Down below, Minna watches with a dry smirk, noting that old habits die hard and neither of them has changed a single bit. She raises her hand, officially declaring herself the guarantor for this high-level ranking match to ensure they do not destroy the mountain. But just as they are about to clash, a strange whistling sound catches her attention, making her look up into the sky. The cheering crowd suddenly falls silent, pointing up as a bright streak of light descends like a shooting star. Kang-ho drops straight out of the clouds, a massive shockwave of blue wind bursting from his feet as he prepares to land. He glides gracefully through the air, with Seol-a sitting comfortably on top of his head like a fluffy white crown. He lands silently on the cliffside right between the 2 combatants, not making a single sound. Minna grins widely, looking up toward the cliffs with a playful, knowing smile. Jun-woo's eyes bulge in shock as his strike is suddenly interrupted, shouting in confusion at the intruder. Minna chuckles, teasing them that they will have to cancel the match now that the real boss is here. Jun-woo turns around, his jaw dropping in absolute disbelief as he recognizes the face. Ho-young is equally stunned, his bow lowering as he stammers out the name of their long-lost leader. From inside the crowd, a single hand casually raises up. Kang-ho stands there with a relaxed, nostalgic smile, Seol-a perched happily on his dark hair. The 2 old heroes look down at him, both furious and relieved that their old friend finally decided to show his face before they died. Kang-ho looks up at Seol-a, warmly suggesting they grab some delicious food with these old geezers and go shopping afterward. Seol-a tilts her head with sparkly, curious blue eyes, completely clueless about what shopping actually means but excited for the adventure nonetheless. Tucked away in the shadow of Bukansan Mountain lies the grand training grounds of the White Knight Guild. It is a prestigious academy founded by the sword god himself to pass down his martial arts to the next generation. Inside the courtyard, rows of disciplined disciples swing their swords in perfect harmony, their voices echoing through the night as they try to look as impressive as possible. But while the students are outside doing all the actual hard work, their grandmaster is personally hosting a very special guest deep within his private medicinal vault. Inside sits a brilliant green plant radiating a soft, pulsing light. This is moon salt, an incredibly rare herb known to amplify a magical beast's energy to its absolute limit. Seol-a's eyes go completely wide with hunger as she lunges for the glowing leaves, forcing a laughing Kang-ho to hold her back before she eats the Grandmaster's retirement fund. Leaning against the wall with a proud, nostalgic smile, Jun-woo tells Kang-ho to take whatever he needs. He notes that the little cub is a spitting image of their fallen companion, Seol-a. Looking at the massive pile of glowing plants, Kang-ho smiles dryly, asking his old friend if he is truly okay with giving away 20 precious roots of such an expensive herb. Suddenly, a familiar spiky-haired head pops out from behind a wooden cabinet, with Ho-young loudly teasing them about robbing the entire warehouse. Jun-woo's face instantly twists into pure rage as he yells at the bow god, snapping that he was planning to gift these to the little cub anyway. Turning back to Kang-ho with a much softer, gentler expression, Junwoo tells him that if he is truly grateful, he should stop being a hermit and visit his old comrades more often. With a warm smile, Kang-ho promises that he will, while Seol-a lets out a cheerful little yip of agreement from his shoulder. Ho-young slaps Kang-ho on the back with a wild grin, declaring that since this is his first visit in 15 years, they are absolutely not letting him leave sober. Within minutes, a massive wooden table is rolled out, packed with sizzling prime cuts of beef, steaming side dishes, and rows of green soju bottles. The two elderly veterans wrap their arms around each other, laughing as they warn Kang-ho that he is about to drink 15 years worth of ketchup alcohol tonight. Staring at his old friends' wrinkled faces, Kang-ho sweat drops, playfully wondering how on earth the two of them managed to age so terribly while he still looks like he belongs in a college dorm. Ho-young snaps back, shouting that they are literally aging by the second while he talks, urging him to shut up and raise his glass. The very next morning, the bright sun shines over the towering glass headquarters of the Seoul Central Bank. A pair of neat leather shoes strides quickly across the polished marble floor of the main lobby. The branch manager frantically runs forward, bowing so low his forehead almost touches his knees, looking like a folding lawn chair as he welcomes his ultimate VIP guest. Looking incredibly casual in a t-shirt and a simple backpack, Kang-ho nervously asks the manager to please stand up, calmly explaining that he just wants to withdraw some mana stones. Whispering softly to a curious Seol-a, Kang-ho smiles, telling her that if they want to go shopping for delicious treats, they need to fetch some pocket change. You know, just a casual withdrawal of a multi-million-dollar fortune for some light snacks. The sweating manager quickly guides them down a secure hallway, eagerly pointing toward the private vault and assuring him everything is kept in perfect condition. Outside the bank, the loud rumble of a heavy motorcycle engine echoes through the busy city streets. A suspicious-looking man wearing dark glasses idly parks across the street, his eyes locking onto the bank's main exit. He watches intently as the entire bank security team and the manager line up outside, bowing deeply as they bid farewell to a very casual Kang-ho. The biker smirks, highly intrigued by the sight of high-ranking bank officials treating an ordinary-looking kid like royalty. He taps the side of his sunglasses with a satisfying click, activating a high-tech tactical interface. His lenses are equipped with a state-of-the-art mana detector, allowing him to scan targets and peer directly into their belongings. To his eyes, the bank manager scans as a typical low-level awakened. The biker scoffs, muttering that the kid looks fancy but is probably just a rich brat, wondering why the bank staff is wasting their time bowing to him. But then, the scanner locks onto Kang-ho's pocket, and the biker's jaw instantly drops. The display flashes red, registering 3 pure S-grade mana stones. The scanner continues to beep frantically, showing another 2 A-grade and 5 B-grade stones just casually stuffed into the kid's pants. The biker's eyes bulge behind his lenses as he calculates the total value. That is almost 1.6 billion won, just riding in a teenager's pockets like loose change. Sweat pours down his face as he desperately scans the kid's personal mana level, fully expecting to see the terrifying reading of a high-ranking S-class hunter. But to his utter bewilderment, the system screen blinks, displaying a flat unmeasured. The biker lets out a wicked grin, concluding that the target is a completely unawakened civilian, a helpless, wealthy brat walking around with a fortune and absolutely no protection. What could possibly go wrong? Sliding his glasses up, his face twists into a greedy sneer as he realizes they have just hit the ultimate lottery. He quickly grabs his radio, calling his boss to report that a massive jackpot has just landed right in their territory. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to his new shadow, Kang-ho strolls down the sidewalk, happily feeding Seol-a a delicious stick of fish cake. The rumbling motorcycle slowly trails them from a distance, keeping a watchful eye on the walking treasure chest. Eventually, they reach the worn-out, neon-lit alleys of Yangdongpo's 12th Street, a gritty district where the city's underbelly resides. Kang-ho slides open the creaky wooden door of a dusty, old-fashioned apothecary shop. Inside, a warm, soft light illuminates shelves packed with dried herbs. A beastkin elder with wolf ears greets him, noting it has been 15 years since the Beast King last graced her shop. Peerless glasses sliding down her nose, she notes that Mungchi must have grown into an absolute monster by now, before leaning in to ask what kind of creature he is planning to raise this time. Her golden eyes narrow with ancient wisdom as she catches sight of the fluffy white cub, whispering in awe, asking if this is truly a descendant of the legendary Seol-a. Smiling, Kang-ho explains that while she is indeed Seol-a's descendant, she is a slightly different, incredibly rare subspecies. Seol-a crackles with tiny blue sparks as if showing off. The elder marvels at the sight, admitting that even in her 100 years of living, she has never once laid eyes on a mythical beast subspecies. Bowing her head with deep respect, she tells the Beast King that she prays he will raise this little one to be the ultimate battle partner, just like her mother. Kang-ho looks down at the happy, sparkling cub, a calm, determined look in his eyes as they prepare to head deeper into the market. Stepping out, they walk down a bustling covered street. 50 years after the daybreak, this district has become a sanctuary for dimensional refugees. Seol-a looks around in absolute wonder, staring at all the different beast-skin, demi-humans, and strange races walking peacefully among humans. Various races from a magical dimension called the Mu continent crossed over during the war, building their own unique culture right here in the heart of Seoul. In modern urban fantasy, having different long-lived fantasy races living in normal apartments is basically a standard housing association meeting. Even the Flame Witch belongs to one of these magical, long-lived races. Walking further down the street, the heavy rhythmic clanging of a blacksmith's hammer echoes through the air. A stout dwarf with a massive gray beard and protective goggles leaps up, waving his hands in absolute delight as he recognizes his favorite customer. This is Smith, a master blacksmith. Walking alongside Kang-ho, he eagerly asks if the Beast King managed to find all the rare materials he was searching for. Smith chuckles, gesturing to his busy workshop where sparks are flying, admitting that orders from the top guilds have been piling up like crazy. Kang-ho smiles warmly, rolling up his sleeve as he asks the master dwarf if he has time to look at a very special item. Smith's eyes go completely wide as he recognizes the sleek blue band on Kang-ho's wrist. It is the Aura Blade, a peerless legendary artifact from the war. Kang-ho sheepishly admits he just took it out for the first time in 15 years and wanted to get it maintained, but since Smith looks so busy, he can come back later. Smith practically takes offense to that, laughing boisterously as he declares that any request from Choi Kang-ho is always their absolute top priority. The master dwarf turns to his apprentices, roaring at them to drop everything they are doing and focus all their strength on maintaining the Beast King's legendary item. Kang-ho can only scratch his head and laugh, deeply touched by how the dwarf clan has remained entirely unchanged after all these years. The heavy doors of the workshop close as the sounds of frantic hammering and crackling magical fire fill the evening sky. Meanwhile, lurking in a black car parked down the street, the Raider gang members are monitoring his purchases, shocked to hear he just bought priceless ingredients like 100-year-old Violga roots. The scarred boss grins wickedly, telling his men there is no need to wait any longer. They will ambush the wealthy brat the second he steps away from the safety of the dwarf workshop. Back inside, Smith hands the glowing blue bracelet back with a proud smile, explaining he made some slight adjustments to make his mana control much smoother. He asks if Kang-ho wants to test it out right here, but Kang-ho just slips it back onto his wrist with a knowing smirk, murmuring that he will have a perfect chance to test it very soon. Waving goodbye to the bowing blacksmiths, Kang-ho steps out into the cool evening air, ready to head home. The heavy rumble of motorcycle engines suddenly breaks the silence, echoing through the dark alleys behind him. Walking down a dim, abandoned street, Kang-ho stops as several dark shadows quickly close in from the rooftops. With a sudden shout, a group of masked, sword-wielding raiders drops from the sky, completely cutting off his escape. Standing completely still as the criminals surround him, Kang-ho calmly asks if this is everyone they brought. The scarred boss steps forward with a smug laugh, mocking him for trying to bluff when his high-tech glasses already scanned him as a weak, non-awakened civilian. Kang-ho lets out a soft sigh, realization dawning on him as he asks if they use one of those cheap mana detection lenses. He casually notes that since those devices can only measure up to a limit of 100,000, they must have assumed his unmeasurable energy was a flat zero. The boss flinches, a sudden cold sweat breaking out on his neck as he looks at Kang-ho's terrifyingly calm and relaxed demeanor. Shaking off his dread, the boss screams that there are only 3 people in the entire country with power over 100,000, ordering his men to take the stones. Kang-ho's eyes turn cold as a brilliant crackling blue aura begins to wrap around his arms, the sheer pressure causing the air to hum violently. He raises his hand, a blinding blade of pure light erupting from his wrist as he calmly prepares to show these rookies what real power looks like. Chapter 66. With a blinding flash, the Aura Blade fully activates, wrapping Kang-ho's entire body in a raging tempest of pure electric blue mana that shakes the very pavement. The 2 masked assassins lunging at him freeze mid-air, their smug faces instantly twisting into pure horror as they realize they have jumped straight into a monster's mouth. With a single, effortless flick of his wrist, a massive shockwave of blue wind erupts, launching the attackers backward like ragdolls with a painful scream. Kang-ho stands in the center of the destruction, his hair fluttering in the magical wind, his expression completely bored as the shockwave shatters the surrounding concrete. The scarred boss stumbles backward, his jaw hanging open as he tries to comprehend the ridiculous power radiating from the kid. He frantically looks through his tactical glasses, but the screen just flashes a bright red, displaying a terrifying unmeasured mana reading. Sweat pours down his face as his glasses begin to crack under the intense atmospheric pressure, realizing there is a legendary monster standing right in front of him. Kang-ho slowly raises his hand, directing a tiny fraction of his aura toward the terrified leader. With a sharp shatter, the high-tech glasses explode right off the boss's face, the shards flying into the dark air. Staring into those cold, glowing blue eyes, the trembling boss can barely choke out a single question, demanding to know who this monster is. Instead of answering, Kang-ho calmly slips his hand into his pocket, pulling out his smartphone. He scrolls through a digital wanted list, stopping on a familiar face, Lee Jung-myung, leader of the Raider Gang. Kang-ho lets out a disappointed sigh, noting that Jung-myung is a disgraced former executive of his friend's guild, White Knight, who turned to a life of robbery and crime. Realizing he is completely outmatched, Jung-myung's face pales as he frantically decides to abandon his men and run for his life. He activates his innate speed skill, a dark purple aura wrapping around his body as he prepares to make a quick escape. He takes off like a purple streak of lightning, leaping off the walls and scaling the building at blinding speeds. He grins maniacally to himself, confident that no one has ever managed to catch up to him once his speed skill is fully active. But in the blink of an eye, a calm voice echoes right next to his ear, asking why a talented former executive is wasting his life living like a common rat. Jung-myung's eyes bulge in pure horror as Kang-ho effortlessly matches his speed, delivering a crushing blow that sends him flying. With a thunderous boom, the criminal boss is slammed straight down into the alley floor, kicking up a massive column of dust and debris. Jung-myung clutches his chest in deep pain, struggling to get up as he realizes his opponent's speed and power are on the level of the nation's top 5 rankers. Gritting his teeth in a desperate, cornered rage, he flips off the ground, refusing to go down without a fight. He draws a sharp tactical knife, screaming as he lunges forward to stab his assailant. But before he can even blink, Kang-ho materializes right in front of him, his hand raised with a glowing blue circle of magic. With a swift, fluid motion, Kang-ho disarms him, sending the blade spinning into the air. Jung-myung's face meets the hard pavement with a brutal smash, his vision spinning as he is thoroughly beaten. Kang-ho catches the falling knife mid-air, casually telling him he shouldn't be playing with such dangerous toys. With a simple twist of his hand, he shatters the steel blade into countless tiny pieces that rain down onto the asphalt. Delivering a final, crushing kick, he sends the criminal boss crashing into a pile of trash cans with a painful groan. Jung-myung lies defeated in the dirt, his clothes torn, his body battered, and his pride completely shattered. Kang-ho admires his bracelet, highly pleased with the upgrade, noting how much more precise his strength control has become thanks to Smith's hard work. He casually strolls over, warning the groaning criminal not to touch his belongings because they are far too valuable. Looking down at the battered man, Kang-ho's expression turns incredibly somber, noting that Jung-myung looks over 50, meaning he must have survived the horrific Great War. He asks why someone who survived such a terrible conflict would choose to become a criminal in this hard-won era of peace. Jung-myung's face twists into a broken grin as he screams that this peaceful world is incredibly boring, and he is going absolutely insane without the smell of blood and battle. Kang-ho's eyes narrow with deep pity and disappointment. He knows there are many like him, men whose humanity was entirely broken by the endless violence of the war. The criminal laughs hysterically, a broken shell of a man who can no longer survive in a world without conflict. During the war, some awakeners became completely addicted to the slaughter, finding their only purpose in the butchering of their enemies. Once the war ended, they could not adapt to normal society, eventually falling down a dark path of crime and violence. Jung-myung sneers, asking if a privileged kid like him could ever relate to the bloody hell they went through. Kang-ho remains silent, his dark hair casting a shadow over his face as he remembers the friends he lost to that very same madness. Meanwhile, back at the luxurious pavilion in Bukhansan, Jun-woo is enjoying a quiet drink with his top disciple. The disciple pours some wine, admitting he was incredibly surprised to meet the legendary Choi Kang-ho, noting how gentle and kind the Beast King seemed. He smiles warmly, saying he expected a legendary hero to be much more intimidating. Jun-woo takes a slow sip of his wine, a subtle, warning smirk playing on his lips as he listens to his student's naive impression. He sets his cup down, his gaze turning incredibly sharp as he warns his disciple that he does not know the whole story. Jun-woo reveals that Kang-ho actually has a terrifyingly nasty temper, especially when it comes to dealing with criminals who threaten the peace they bled for. Back in the dark alley, the atmosphere turns freezing cold as Kang-ho looks down at the laughing lunatic with a gaze of absolute ice. His fist begins to crackle with terrifying blue lightning as he takes a step forward. Jun-woo's voice echoes in flashback, warning that trying to commit crimes in front of the Beast King is the most stupidly painful way to commit suicide. Kang-ho launches forward like a blue rocket, his movement so fast it creates a vacuum in the alley. He lands a devastating punch straight to the criminal's gut, the sheer force of the impact lifting Young Myung completely off the ground. With a cold, merciless glare, Kang-ho tells him that if he wants violence so badly, he will gladly give him exactly what he deserves. A brutal punch connects with Jung Myung's face, instantly ending the fight and knocking him unconscious. A massive explosion of magical energy erupts, completely leveling the rest of the alley as the criminal gang is thoroughly crushed. A few minutes later, Jun-woo's phone begins to buzz loudly on his table, displaying a video call from Kang-ho. The elderly sword god picks up with a bright, surprised laugh, asking what could possibly make his antisocial friend call him first. Kang-ho flips the camera, calmly showing the bruised, kneeling form of Jung Myung, asking if he recognizes this disgraced executive. Jun-woo's face instantly turns purple with rage, his veins popping as he screams through the screen, cursing the scumbag who dared to drag his guild's name through the mud. He demands to know their location so he can personally deal with the traitor, but Kang-ho just calmly tells him to relax and send some guild members to pick up the garbage. He pan-scans the alley, showing the entire raider gang tied up in a neat, defeated pile in the corner. Jung Myung looks up with swollen, terrified eyes, finally recognizing the legendary Beast King from the old war journals. He asks if this is really the stash house they used for stolen goods. He frantically nods, crying out that he would never dare to lie to him, confessing that their other vaults were recently cleared out by a mysterious thief named Phantom. Kang-ho tilts his head, his eyes narrowing slightly at the mention of the name. Jung Myung explains that Phantom is a notorious thief who always leaves a creepy black card behind. He begs for his life, promising to behave if Kang-ho just lets him live. Kang-ho walks over, his hand glowing with a sharp, concentrated needle of blue mana as he whispers a cold agreement. With a swift strike, he drives his glowing fist straight into Young Myung's dantian. Destroying someone's mana core, or dantian, as martial arts fans call it, is the ultimate fantasy off-switch for an awakened. Standing over him, Kang-ho calmly explains that while he is letting him live, he has permanently destroyed his mana core, meaning he will never be able to use magic or violence again. Jung Myung trembles in absolute despair, weeping that living as an ordinary, powerless civilian is a fate far worse than death. Kang-ho looks down at him, his voice cold and unwavering as he tells him to spend the rest of his life remembering the millions of sacrifices that were made to build this peaceful world. Looking at the little cub cradled in his arm, his eyes soften, finding peace in her pure, innocent gaze. He turns away from the weeping criminal, gently telling Seol-a that she shouldn't worry, because not everyone who survived the war turned out like that broken man. Walking away as the White Knight Guild members arrive to clean up the mess, Kang-ho smiles warmly, happily planning to make her a delicious, nutritious meal right after she takes a nice, warm bath. No matter how many world-ending threats you defeat, some battles are fought in the quietest moments, like trying to give a stubborn little cub her very first bath. A tiny, high-pitched shriek echoes through the trees as Seol-a bolts out the front door. She runs like she is on a government most wanted list, absolutely terrified of water. But you cannot outrun the Beast King. A massive, scarred hand reaches out through the swirling snow, moving with effortless precision. In one swift motion, Kang-ho scoops her right out of the air, instantly shutting down her escape plan mid-flight. Kang-ho chuckles as she wriggles and whines in his grip, gently telling her that she hates baths just as much as her mother did, but there is no skipping this one. Back inside, steam rises from a tub filled with glowing turquoise water. This is not just a bath, it is a high-grade magical therapy designed to unlock her hidden potential. In his palm, Kang-ho holds a rare world tree fruit. Think of it as a premium multi-million-dollar protein shake for mythical beasts. He channels his own pure mana into the tub, melting the precious fruit and mixing its concentrated essence directly into the warm water. He looks down at Seol-a with a reassuring smile, asking if she likes the sweet scent, and the little cub sniffs the shimmering green water with growing curiosity. She hesitantly dips one tiny paw into the water, her sapphire eyes immediately lighting up with pure bliss. With all her fears completely forgotten, she slowly slides the rest of her fluffy body into the soothing, glowing liquid. Kang-ho watches her relax, a soft, relieved expression on his face. Seeing his partner happy is all the reward he really needs. He begins to gently wash her, remembering how ancient beastmen warriors would grind up just a tiny piece of the world tree fruit's skin to toughen themselves up before a major battle. Just a tiny speck of that fruit was enough to turn their hides as tough as solid iron. But Seol-a is not just getting a rubdown with the peel, she is soaking in the dissolved essence of the entire fruit, absorbing its legendary power directly through her skin. The water begins to swirl around her as she lets out a happy, relaxed sigh, completely unaware of the massive magical reaction happening inside her. A bright, shimmering light begins to rise from the tub, wrapping around her silver tail like a warm, protective blanket. Kang-ho's eyes widen in surprise as he looks down at the bottom of the tub. The water is already starting to clear up, the green glow vaporizing into a thick mist. He watches in quiet fascination. She is absorbing the legendary nutrients faster than anything he has ever seen. As Seol-a steps out of the tub, her fur is practically radiating a pristine, holy light, her physical conditions skyrocketing. But Kang-ho notices something strange. Normally, the magic of the fruit should have stopped working the moment she left the water. Instead, a violent surge of wind and blue light erupts from her body, swirling around her like a miniature hurricane. A system notification flashes in the air. Seol-a has officially acquired a rare passive skill called Guardian of Nature, boosting her herbal medicine absorption by 50%. Kang-ho let out a dry laugh. He knew she was a prodigy, but this is just showing off. He leans down, wiping a stray bubble from her head. Now that you are squeaky clean, it is time for the real treat. He gently lifts her up, asking if she is ready to get some food, and Seol-a's eyes sparkle with excitement at the mention of a meal. Outside, the blizzard continues to howl against the thick logs, but inside, the kitchen is warming up for a feast of legendary proportions. The cozy cabin is bustling with life, the tiny earth spirits flying around to help Kang-ho prepare the ingredients. Princess Johanna struggles to lift two massive magical carrots, grunting dramatically as she complains that he was gone for days just to gather these ingredients. Even the domesticated monster chickens are pitching in with fresh eggs, while the other tiny fairies cheer them on. Talk about a cooperative household. Kang-ho stands by the stove, confidently spinning a massive wok in his hand, telling them it is time to start the real cooking. The tiny wood fairies carefully drop a selection of exotic, glowing seeds and roots into the heavy pan. He lists off the legendary ingredients, but they have a catch. A normal cooking fire is not nearly hot enough to crack their incredibly hard outer shells. With a calm expression, Kang-ho pulls out a handful of high-grade mana stones worth millions. Johanna's jaw drops in pure terror as she realizes what he's about to do. She screams in a panic, warning him that tossing that much raw magical energy into an open fire won't cook the food, it's going to trigger a massive explosion. But Kang-ho just smirks, tossing the stones directly onto the burning coals. The mana stones immediately shatter under the heat, releasing a chaotic storm of raw, volatile elemental energy. Johanna covers her ears as a violent wall of fire erupts from the stove, threatening to blow the entire kitchen to pieces. But Kang-ho does not even flinch. He reaches his hand toward the raging inferno, his silver contract ring glowing with a calm blue light. Using absolute mana control, he tames the wild explosion, shaping the destructive flames into a perfect, concentrated vortex of heat right beneath his cooking pan. The intense, controlled heat perfectly roasts the magical ingredients, splitting their shells open and releasing a mouth-watering aroma into the air. Johanna peeks out from behind his shoulder, completely stunned. Using a literal bomb's worth of magical energy just to cook dinner is a wild flex, but it works. The ingredients quickly break down under the high heat, crackling and popping as they transform into a smooth, concentrated paste. Once the mixture is roasted into a fine, glowing powder, Kang-ho turns to Johanna and casually asks her to pass the next ingredient. He takes a bunch of fresh moonsalt herbs, the priceless plants he practically raided from Jun-woo's private vault, and squeezes them with his bare hand, extracting the pure glowing green juice. He pours the rich herbal extract directly into the powder, mixing them together until they form a dense golden dough. With practiced ease, he takes small pieces of the dough and rolls them between his palms, shaping them into perfect smooth round spheres. The final product is a tray of glowing golden magic dumplings, radiating a powerful warm aura that fills the entire room. Kang-ho holds one up, teasingly asking Johanna if she wants a taste, but she violently shakes her head, screaming that eating something with that much concentrated vitality would make her own mana run wild and blow her up. She looks at the glowing treats in realization, asking who these highly dangerous, hyper-concentrated dumplings are actually for. A heavy, desperate panting sounds from the kitchen floor, accompanied by a slow drip of drool. Seol-a stands there with stars in her eyes and a stomach rumble that sounds suspiciously like a starting engine. She is looking at the golden dumplings like they are the most beautiful things she has ever seen. Kang-ho chuckles and kneels down, telling her they are all hers. But because the magical effects are so intense, he warns her she can only have one for now. Seol-a does not hesitate for a single second. She leaps forward and snatches the golden dumpling right out of his hand, devouring it in one bite. For a brief second, everything goes completely still. Seol-a freezes in place, her eyes wide. Kang-ho watches closely, his hand resting on his knee as he waits for the massive surge of magical energy to kick in. Suddenly, a brilliant, crackling blue aura erupts from her body, the sheer amount of mana flowing through her tiny frame completely overwhelming the room. Seol-a lets out a joyous howl as she is lifted into the air by the force of her own leveling energy, feeling stronger than she ever has before. Her stat window pops up, showing her physical defense rating leaping from FF all the way to EE, and the tiny cub literally doubles in size right before their eyes. Unable to contain the sudden rush of power, Seol-a bursts out of the cabin door, tearing into the snowy wilderness like a silver streak of lightning. Kang-ho watches her run, a warm, nostalgic smile on his face. Seeing her grow so quickly brings back a flood of old memories. He easily keeps pace with her, running alongside the glowing silver cub as she leaps gracefully through the deep snowdrifts. He marvels at how incredibly fast her growth rate is. She is developing even quicker than her predecessor Seol-a ever did. A quiet pang of guilt hits his heart, making him wonder how things would have been if he had known how to raise Seol-a properly when they were both young. During the height of the Great War, Kang-ho was just an inexperienced soldier. They were constantly on the run, fighting for survival, and he could never feed Seol-a properly, nor let her rest when she was sick. After Seol-a passed away, leaving behind only her crystal egg, Kang-ho spent decades studying demonic beasts, determined to never repeat the same mistakes. Now, watching Seol-a flip happily through the air, completely free of the burdens of war, he knows his years of isolation were worth it. He looks at her with absolute determination, silently promising his departed friend that he will do everything he could not do before for her descendant. Seol-a turns back to him, her sapphire eyes shining with pure love and trust as she prepares to leap. She throws herself into his arms, but Kang-ho's eyes widen in surprise as he catches her. With her sudden growth spurt, she has gotten significantly heavier. The sudden weight catches him off guard, and the two of them go rolling down the snowy hill in a chaotic, fluffy tangle. They land softly in a deep snowdrift. Kang-ho lets out a joyful laugh, hugging the fluffy cub close as he reiterates his promise to make her the absolute strongest beast in the world. He gently pats her head, teasingly asking if she is looking around for their other fluffy companion. With a gentle smile, Kang-ho asks if she is ready to go pick up Mungchi, and Seol-a lets out a happy chirp in agreement. The cold wind sweeps across the vast snow-covered mountains, carrying their voices away into the quiet winter sky. In the distance, just past the mountain ridge, a sprawling human city sits quietly in the valley, completely unaware of the legendary figures moving nearby. And right on the edge of the snowy cliff, overlooking the city below, a massive white tiger lies curled up in the snow, peacefully sleeping through the winter chill. Chapter 8. Loyalty is not born overnight. It is forged in the moments when we choose kindness over fear, and when a simple act of mercy changes the course of a lifetime. 16 years ago, a tired old soldier looked into the eyes of a creature he was supposed to hate, and chose to save it. The old patrolman shivers in the freezing Chorwan wind, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looks down into a small snowbank. There, shivering in the cold, is a tiny, white saber-toothed tiger cub. The old man is confused. He heard that all the dangerous disaster-class monsters had already fled this area, and wonders if this little guy was simply abandoned by its pack. He kneels down in the deep snow, warning the cub that it needs to run and follow its family. The human military is about to build a massive fence around this entire perimeter, and once it is up, there will be no escape. The tiny white cub just tilts its head, letting out a cute little squeak as it looks up at the strange human with complete innocence. The old man's expression darkens as his hand slowly drifts down to the heavy combat knife resting on his belt. He grits his teeth, telling the cub that if it does not leave, he will have no choice but to kill it. Even an ordinary, unawakened human like him can easily put down a defenseless baby monster. But before he can draw his blade, the tiny cub lets out a soft sneeze and snuggles closer, rubbing its cold nose against his gloved hand. The old soldier freezes. He stares into the cub's warm, trusting eyes, his resolve instantly crumbling as he realizes he cannot kill something so innocent. Slowly, he lets go of the knife's hilt, letting the deadly weapon slide back into its sheath. Instead, he reaches into his side pouch, rummaging around for something far more peaceful. He pulls out a thick piece of dried beef jerky, offering it to the shivering cub. The little tiger's eyes light up, and it happily grabs the treat, panting with excitement. The old man smiles softly as the cub happily munches on the jerky, sighing that life is incredibly hard for both of them, human and beast alike. The little cub finishes its food and happily licks the old man's nose, making the veteran let out a genuine, hearty laugh. Standing up, the old man waves goodbye, telling the little guy to take care of itself as he trudges back into the freezing blizzard. The cub sits quietly in the snow, watching the kind human walk away as the sun slowly sets over the distant mountain valley. Its small red eyes follow the soldier's silhouette until it disappears completely into the whiteout. But that was not their last meeting. From that day on, the old man kept coming back, waving warmly to his secret little friend in the snow. Under the old soldier's quiet, loving care, the little saber-toothed tiger finally had a reason to survive. He grew at an astonishing rate, running faster and leaping further across the snowy cliffs with each passing month. Before long, the tiny cub had transformed into a giant, fluffy beast. He leaps up, happily knocking the old man into a big hug as the soldier marvels at how massive his little furball has become. The old man looks at the giant, playful beast with deep affection, a warm smile wrinkling his weathered face. He pats his thick fur, declaring that from this day forward, his name will be Mungchi. Later, the two of them sit quietly on the cliff, looking down at the sprawling human city. The old man speaks softly, admitting that it is strange for them to be friends, considering he lost his entire family to monsters during the Great War. He explains that after losing everything, he wandered alone for years, eventually catching a terrible, incurable dimensional disease from another world, letting out a painful cough as Mungchi nudges him worriedly. The old soldier looks out over the horizon, wondering why he could not bring himself to kill Mungchi, even though he is technically the descendant of his worst enemies. Mungchi listens quietly, his expressive eyes filled with deep, silent understanding. The old man gently strokes his thick head, whispering that he saw his younger self in the beast, just another lonely soul left with absolutely nothing in a cruel world. Suddenly, the old man collapses to his knees, clutching his chest as a violent coughing fit racks his frail body. Mungchi lets out a panicked, low growl, stepping closer. The giant tiger remembers how the old man always brought him food and cared for him when he was weak. Now, it is his turn to protect his only friend. Without a second thought, Mungchi turns and dashes off into the blinding blizzard, determined to find something to help his dying companion. The old man watches him go, his vision fading as he lets out a weak, shivering sigh in the freezing snow. His strength completely fails him, and he collapses face first into the cold snowdrift, slipping into unconsciousness. A short while later, Mungchi returns through the storm, proudly carrying a caught rabbit in his jaws, but his heart sinks as he sees the old man lying motionless and freezing in the snow. He drops the food and frantically barks, nudging the old man's limp body, but there is no response. The soldier is freezing to death. Mungchi whimpers in pure panic, gently licking the old man's cold face, practically begging him to wake up. He looks down the mountain toward the glowing human city. He knows there are humans down there who might have the medicine to save his friend. He remembers the old soldier's strict warning never to go down the mountain because humans will kill him on sight. But looking back at his dying father figure, Mungchi knows he has no choice. He has to save him, no matter the cost. With fierce determination in his eyes, Mungchi scoops the old man up onto his back and sprints down the steep mountain slope toward the human city. The moment his massive white frame approaches the outer walls, loud sirens blare across the military outpost, shattering the quiet night. The guards scream in a panic, drawing their weapons as they shout that an S-class disaster species is invading. The squad commander immediately orders backup, assuming the beast's mother must be nearby and preparing for a full-scale monster siege. Mungchi does not understand. He desperately barks, trying to show them the dying human on his back, but to the soldiers, his cries sound like a terrifying battle roar. A heavy spear slices through the air, ripping into Mungchi's side. He lets out a painful yelp, falling to the ground as his blood stains the white snow. The soldiers show no mercy, immediately launching a volley of sharp, glowing arrows directly at the fallen beast. Multiple arrows pierce his back and legs. Mungchi tumbles through the snow in agony, yet he carefully shields the old man's body with his own. Despite his horrific wounds, Mungchi forces himself back onto his feet, limping forward as he desperately tries to get them to look at the dying soldier. A group of soldiers thrust their heavy spears directly into his chest, pinning the giant beast to the ground in a brutal display of force. Mungchi collapses into a pool of his own blood, his strength completely spent as the soldiers surround him with raised weapons. Slowly closing his eyes, he lets out a weak, fading whimper, silently praying that someone will save his friend. Just as the soldiers prepare to deliver the final blow, a calm, authoritative voice echoes through the gate, ordering them to hold their weapons. Mungchi slowly opens one eye, looking up through his fading vision at the newcomer. A young man with messy dark hair and a long dark trench coat steps into the light. It is a young Choi Kang-ho, looking at the bleeding tiger with a calm, discerning gaze. The soldiers instantly back off as Kang-ho walks over, gently placing his hand on Mungchi's head, immediately feeling the beast's lack of hostile intent. He looks into the giant tiger's pleading eyes, speaking softly. "You came here to find help, didn't you? Show me." As Kang-ho channels a small thread of warm, soothing mana into him, Mungchi feels his pain wash away and his fading strength begin to return. Kang-ho immediately moves to the old man lying in the snow, placing a hand over his weak, fluttering heart. He diagnoses the illness instantly. It is an endemic disease from the Mu continent. A massive buildup of foreign mana has taken root in his heart, slowly eating away at his body. He looks back at Mungchi with a rare, soft smile, telling the tiger that his friend is incredibly lucky to have such a brave companion. Kang-ho raises his hand, a powerful magic seal forming over his palm. With absolute precision, he begins to draw the corruptive foreign mana out of the old man's chest. The dark, corruptive energy is purged from his system, and the old soldier slowly opens his eyes, letting out a weak groan as his body finally heals. He blinks, looking up to see a massive, fluffy white face leaning over him, whispering Mungchi's name. Mungchi lets out a joyful bark, throwing himself onto the old man's chest and licking him happily as the old soldier laughs through his tears. Kang-ho watches the touching reunion in silence, a deep sense of peace settling over him as he decides to protect this bond. We transition back to the present day. A soft winter wind blows across the snowy mountain ridge as a dark silhouette stands before a quiet grave. Mungchi stands silently before the stone monument, his eyes filled with a deep, quiet sadness. Kang-ho stands nearby with Seol-a happily perched on his shoulder, looking at the peaceful resting place with a gentle, respectful smile. Mungchi steps forward, his massive paw sinking softly into the snow next to the gravestone. A small, framed photograph of the old soldier rests on the cold stone. Even after all these years, his kind, gentle smile remains frozen in time. Kang-ho remembers the old man's final words to Mungchi, telling him to follow Kang-ho so he could finally live freely in this wide world. 5 years after he saved the soldier from his illness, the old man peacefully passed away of old age. Ever since then, around this exact time every single year, Mungchi returns to this mountain to visit the old man's grave, paying respects to the father who saved him. Seol-a tilts her head, looking up into the sky as a few cool drops of water suddenly splash onto her little face. She looks over at Mungchi and realizes it is not raining. The giant, powerful tiger is silently crying, heavy tears dripping from his eyes onto his fluffy fur. Kang-ho gently strokes Seol-a's head, softly telling her that it looks like it is starting to rain. He knows that with a loyal friend coming back to mourn him, the old man will never be lonely. Suddenly, a violent, high-pitched buzzing sound tears through the quiet air, and a massive, mutated yellow wasp with a deadly stinger dives out of the sky. Mungchi immediately snaps out of his grief, letting out a terrifying defensive roar that shakes the snow from the trees. With one powerful swipe of his massive paw, Mungchi bats the giant insect out of the air, pinning its body firmly into the deep snow. But the buzzing does not stop. Kang-ho's eyes narrow as he looks up at the sky, which is suddenly swarming with dozens of the giant mutated wasps with glowing red eyes. Kang-ho looks at the swarm, his expression turning cold and serious as he senses the unmistakable demonic energy. The mutations are spreading, and it looks like their quiet afternoon is officially over. No matter how strong you are, a sudden swarm of angry giant insects can turn a quiet morning of remembrance into a massive buzzing headache. The sky above the old soldier's grave completely darkens as a thick, menacing cloud of massive battle bees blocks out the sun. Mungchi lets out a low, protective growl, guarding his master as the first scout insect dives toward them. Kang-ho simply stares it down, scanning it with his diagnostic magic. The system identifies the monster as a battle bee, a highly territorial, low-rarity beast that operates on absolute, blind obedience to its queen. Seol-a's blue eyes sparkle with immediate hunger as she looks up at the massive insect, practically asking her master if this new flying snack belongs to her. And before Kang-ho can even answer, the hyperactive silver cub leaps high into the air, snatching the giant wasp right out of the sky with her tiny jaws. Kang-ho smiles, realizing she instantly recognized the dark demonic energy radiating from the insect and wanted to purify it the only way she knows how, by eating it. But the dying insect reacts, violently whipping its venomous black tail around to strike. With a sharp hiss, the razor-sharp stinger drives straight into Seol-a's soft white chest. But instead of a cry of pain, the only sound is a soft squeak from the bee as Seol-a continues happily chewing, completely unbothered by the attack. The deadly stinger shatters into tiny pieces against her fur, unable to make even a single scratch on her magically hardened skin. Kang-ho catches a fragment of the broken stinger, marveling at how effective her World Tree Fruit bath really was. Her physical defense is practically impenetrable now. He sniffs the fragment, detecting a highly concentrated, fast-acting paralyzing poison. For a normal civilian, a single scratch from this stinger would be instantly fatal. Looking up at the massive swarm filling the sky, his expression turns cold. If a horde this toxic is left to roam free, they will wipe out every civilian settlement in the valley. He leaps onto Mungchi's broad back, commanding his giant tiger companion to run. It is time to find the nest. Mungchi tears through the deep snow like a white blur, chasing the retreating swarm as they fly back up the steep mountain slopes. As they climb higher, the sheer scale of the devastation becomes clear. These mutated insects are completely stripping the mountainside bare. They are voracious, devouring entire trees, wild crops, and even picking clean the frozen skeletons of dead monsters. Kang-ho holds Seol-a close, his eyes narrowing as he resolves to completely exterminate every last one of them before they head down toward the city. Mungchi skids to a halt, letting out a sharp bark as the path ahead is blocked by a massive glowing tear in the air. Kang-ho looks up, his eyes widening slightly as he recognizes the dark purple rift tearing through the fabric of reality. A massive, violent vortex of dark red and purple energy is swirling open in the middle of the mountainside, with the bees flying directly into its center. In classic hunter lore, a red gate is basically a high-ranked dungeon that traps anyone who enters until the boss is cleared. It has been 15 years since Kang-ho last saw one of these, and they are always a massive pain to deal with. Mungchi bares his sharp fangs, growling in excitement. They are both significantly stronger than they were 15 years ago, and they are more than ready for a fight. With a confident smirk, Kang-ho tells his partner to dive straight in, and the giant tiger leaps directly into the swirling purple vortex. The portal flashes with blinding light as Mungchi's massive paws land firmly on the solid stone floor of the dungeon's interior. The moment they enter, another wave of aggressive giant wasps dives down from the cavern ceiling, desperate to defend their territory. Kang-ho's eyes glow with a cold, terrifying light as he unleashes his pure mana and predatory instinct, instantly paralyzing the front line of insects with absolute fear. The swarm scatters in panic, parting like the Red Sea as the giant white tiger charges deeper into the massive, damp underground cavern. Raid-class gates are essentially miniature pocket dimensions, containing entire ecosystems transplanted from another world, which means they are packed with both danger and priceless resources. Massive, grotesque hives hang from the ceiling, dripping with corrupt energy. Suddenly, a new, massive breed of insect drops from the darkness. They are 3 times larger than the battle bees, radiating a dense, violet, demonic aura. The giant creature lets out a deafening metallic screech, snapping its heavy mandibles as it lunges directly at Kang-ho's face. With an effortless flick of his wrist, Kang-ho unleashes a wave of pressurized wind, swatting the massive beast aside like a common fly. The system identifies the new threat as a Kingtel bee, a highly territorial, heavy defense guard insect designed strictly for combat. From the dark depths of the cavern, thousands of Kingtel bees begin to emerge, forming a massive, buzzing wall of armor and stingers. Kang-ho notes that these guards are significantly tougher than the scouts they fought outside. He looks down at Mungchi, asking if he is ready to clear the path. The giant insects screech in unison, diving down from the cavern walls in a coordinated, deadly charge. Kang-ho smirks and whispers the command, sensory transfer. Instantly, a deep blue magical bond links their souls, and Mungchi's eyes glow crimson as he receives a massive portion of Kang-ho's legendary mana and speed. With his physical stats boosted to ridiculous levels, Mungchi unleashes a deafening roar and launches himself forward, moving faster than the eye can follow. He becomes a swirling hurricane of white fur and blue lightning, shredding through the massive wall of insects in a matter of seconds. His massive, mana-infused paws easily crush the heavily armored Kingtel bees, completely clearing the path and painting the cavern walls with green fluid. Kang-ho casually dodges the stray stingers, swatting away any insect that gets too close to his face while maintaining his balance on Mungchi's back. Seol-a lets out a tiny, fierce battle cry, snapping her jaws shut and catching another massive guard bee mid-air. The giant insect squirms violently in her mouth, its armored legs kicking in a desperate attempt to break free. But Seol-a just blinks her big blue eyes in pure disappointment, realizing this giant guard bee is way too big to swallow like a regular kibble. Kang-ho chuckles, teasingly telling the whiny cub that she shouldn't bite off more than she can chew. Some snacks are just too big for her little mouth. Despite the massive casualties, the swarm continues to pour out of the darkness, desperate to keep the intruders away from the heart of the dungeon. The bees hover in formation, releasing a dense barrage of venomous stingers that rains down like a volley of deadly arrows. Kang-ho's eyes narrow as he senses a massive spike of pure, concentrated demonic energy radiating from the very back of the cavern. He realizes the insects are pouring out endlessly because they are protecting the source of that power. He needs to end this quickly. He spots a massive swirling vortex of dark purple mana deep within the hive, confirming that the heart of the gate is just ahead. He calls out Mungchi's name and leaps off his back, launching himself directly into the air toward the purple rift. Mungchi continues to draw the swarm's attention, giving his master a perfect clear line of sight to the target. With a single explosive push off the cavern wall, Kang-ho shoots through the air like a bullet. He dives straight down through the thickest part of the swarm, completely ignoring the buzzing insects as they try to block his path. His ancient silver bracelet flares with a brilliant, blinding blue light as he whispers the activation command, Aura Blade. A massive crescent of pure, pressurized blue mana erupts from his hand, cleaving the giant swarm and the cavern floor in half with a single effortless strike. As the dust settles, Kang-ho lands gracefully on the shattered stone, his eyes locking onto a massive structure hidden in the shadows. A grotesque, pulsing purple honeycomb is nestled in the back of the cave, serving as the absolute source of all the demonic energy. With a single, powerful step, Kang-ho drives his fist directly into the pulsing hive, shattering the tough outer shell with a massive burst of blue mana. The massive structure explodes into fragments, sending a thick wave of dark purple smoke billowing across the cavern floor. As the smoke begins to clear, a dark silhouette slowly emerges from the ruins of the hive, surrounded by an ominous, flickering crimson aura. Kang-ho stands his ground, his hand resting calmly on his hip as he prepares to face whatever high-level demonic boss has breached his world. A system warning flashes in red text, identifying the creature as a fiend, a high-ranking, highly intelligent demonic entity from another world. The creature's glowing red eyes flare with intense power through the dark haze, prompting Kang-ho to prepare his aura blade for a serious fight. Suddenly, the terrifying red aura completely vanishes. The dark figure drops to his knees, clenching his head in pure panic and sobbing that his life is officially over. He continues to wail and cry, his terrifying demonic presence completely replaced by a pathetic display of pure panic. Kang-ho sweat drops, staring down at the boss in utter confusion. Chapter 5. The silver-haired young man suddenly looks up, his cartoonish, blank, white eyes wide with desperate hope as he asks Kang-ho if he can actually understand his words. Kang-ho and Seol-a just stare at him in dead silence. This is easily the most pathetic, least intimidating demonic human he has ever encountered. The young man quickly stands up, attempting to strike a dramatic, menacing pose as his crimson aura flares back to life. He confidently declares that he is Theo Gamigan, once the fourth-ranking power in the hierarchy of the demon realm. Kang-ho's eyes narrow, his muscles tensing as he prepares for a sudden, high-speed attack. Theo takes a dramatic step forward, his dark shadow stretching across the stone floor as his crimson energy reaches a terrifying crescendo, and then he instantly drops back onto both knees, throwing his hands high in the air in an unconditional surrender. He tears up, comically pleading for his life and admitting that he absolutely hates fighting, especially against an absurdly, logic-defyingly strong monster handler like Kang-ho. Kang-ho can only let out a tired sigh, his aura blade slowly fading away. He looks over his shoulder, completely exhausted by the sheer absurdity of the situation. Meanwhile, in the background, Mungchi is happily lying on his stomach, casually crunching on a massive guard bee like it's a giant dog treat. Kang-ho reflects on the war. The demonic humans he fought back then were mindless, destructive machines that lived only to slaughter, but this guy feels almost completely human. He steps closer, looking down at the kneeling demon and coldly asking him to explain exactly what he is and why he is hiding in this gate. Theo lets out a nervous laugh, scratching his head as he admits that, if we are being technical about classifications, he is indeed a full-blooded demon. Seol-a steps onto Kang-ho's shoulder, her fluffy tail twitching as she stares at the demon with an intense, predatory curiosity. Theo sweat drops, explaining that after losing a massive political power struggle back in the demon realm, he was desperately fleeing for his life when he got caught in a sudden dimensional dungeon transformation. Kang-ho looks at the massive, gross purple honeycomb behind him, dryly asking if he made sure to pack his giant, terrifying insect hive even while running for his life. The system identifies the giant insect as a queen bee, a highly fragile, low-rarity creature that possesses absolutely zero offensive capabilities. Theo waves his hands frantically, explaining that he only sent the bees outside to scout the perimeter and protect their hiding spot, insisting they are completely harmless. To prove his point, he gently pats the head of the giant queen bee, smiling warmly like a proud pet owner. He channels a soft violet light into his hand, causing the giant insect's body to shrink and solidify under his magic. Kang-ho watches in genuine surprise as the massive, terrifying queen bee transforms in a flash of light. Theo proudly holds out a tiny, black fossilized insect, explaining that in this dormant state, she does not hurt anyone and can live off nothing but a tiny bit of pollen. Mungchi casually walks over, letting out a loud crunch as he bites the head off another giant guard bee, completely ignoring Theo's emotional speech about peace. Theo continues to brag about how he raised her since she was a tiny larva, but his speech is suddenly cut short as a white shadow leaps onto his back. Seol-a wraps her tiny paws around his neck and bites down, letting out a happy squeak as she begins to suck the rich, concentrated demonic energy directly out of his body. Theo screams in absolute horror, thrashing around as he tries to shake off the tiny silver cub that is literally using him as a juice box. Kang-ho ignores his screams, realizing that while Theo himself is not a threat, the existence of this new dimension called the Demon Realm is a major problem for the future of Earth. Since this coward claims to have been fourth in their political hierarchy, Kang-ho realizes there is no better source of information to prepare for the coming conflict. But before he can interrogate him, he remembers the terrifying, mindless, demonic humans of the war. He cannot take any chances with a demon, no matter how pathetic he seems. He can never forget the sheer, world-ending strength of the true demonic entities that brought humanity to its knees. His hand flares with a brilliant, swirling vortex of pure mana as he prepares a high-level binding spell. In a flash of speed, Kang-ho drives his palm directly into Theo's chest, pinning him to the stone floor. He looks down at the terrified demon with a cold, unyielding gaze, telling him that since he offered an unconditional surrender, he will have to accept a few safety measures. Theo screams in pain as Kang-ho's pure burning mana floods his chest, wrapping tight coils of magical energy around his core to completely seal his mana heart. With a final flick of his wrist, Kang-ho completes the seal, severing Theo's connection to his demonic powers. Theo collapses limply onto the stone floor, gasping for breath as the dark purple aura completely drains from his body. He looks down at his hands in disbelief, realizing his powerful demonic energy has been completely locked away, while Seol-a lets out a disappointed whine, complaining that his mana tastes bad now. Kang-ho looks down at him, his voice flat and terrifyingly calm, ordering the demon to follow him out of the gate without making a single sound, or he will end him instantly. Theo nods frantically, sweat dripping down his face as he realizes the sheer, terrifying depth of this human's power. Meanwhile, outside the gate, the snowy mountainside has been completely transformed. Dozens of heavily armored vehicles and black guild buses are packed around the swirling purple portal. Now that the Great War is over, high-level raid gates are no longer feared as world-ending disasters. They are treated as massive treasure troves packed with priceless mana crystals and resources. In modern dungeon stories, these high-rank hunters are basically treated like professional athletes or pop stars. And the selection process to decide which guild gets the lucrative raiding priority is incredibly simple: an impromptu combat tournament. A powerful hunter is launched through the air, crashing hard into the snow as a cocky contender easily dominates the field. The strongest guild takes the prize. Members of the Napa Guild, one of the legendary Big Three guilds of South Korea, watch the fight with smug, confident smiles on their faces. The defeated challenger slides across the icy ground, completely knocked out by a single devastating strike. Standing victorious in the center of the ring is King, the 10th-ranked double S-class hunter in the country, proudly flashing a peace sign at his phone as he livestreams the tournament to his followers. He casually types out hashtags on his phone, treating a highly dangerous, high-level raid as nothing more than a cheap opportunity for social media clout. A deep, gravelly voice interrupts him, telling him to stop with the pathetic clout chasing. King does not even look up, casually replying that he will turn the challenger into stir-fried pork in exactly 5 seconds. Standing across from him is Broken, an S-rank hunter and the second in command of the highly prestigious Rebadon Guild, his face twisted in rage. King closes his phone with a smug grin, mocking the veteran hunter and telling him he is only acting up because he wants to get beaten on camera. In a flash of movement, the two powerful hunters charge across the snowy arena, their auras clashing as they prepare to trade blows. Their fists collide with a deafening shockwave, kicking up a massive cloud of snow as the crowd of onlookers cheers them on. But the clash is suddenly cut short as two pairs of casual sandals walk out from the swirling dark purple portal of the Red Gate. Kang-ho steps out into the bright sunlight, casually waving his hand to clear the lingering demonic smoke, with a terrified Theo hiding right behind his shoulder. Theo's jaw drops in shock as he looks out at the massive army of armed human hunters gathered around the entrance. The sudden wind pressure and powerful mana radiating from the portal's exit instantly knocks the S-rank hunter Broken flat on his back, sending him sliding comically through the snow. Kang-ho looks around, completely ignoring the unconscious hunter lying at his feet as he steps out onto the snow. He looks at the massive crowd of armored vehicles and buses, dryly wondering where the hell all these people suddenly came from. The hundreds of guild members stand in absolute stunned silence, staring at the casual young man who just walked out of an active raid-class gate. Kang-ho sighs, muttering to himself that the scenery has certainly changed a lot since he went inside. A low-ranking guild member points a trembling finger at him, asking in disbelief if they literally just walked out of a high-level dungeon. Kang-ho looks over at him with a completely flat, unbothered expression, dryly replying that it certainly looks like it. The crowd erupts into a panic, the guild leaders cursing their luck as they realize someone has already cleared the legendary treasure trove before they could even start. King steps forward, a violent green wind aura swirling around his body as he glares at the intruders with intense, burning rage. He screams at them, demanding to know exactly who they are and how they dared to ruin his livestream tournament. He stomps through the snow, his face twisted in an arrogant sneer as he prepares to use his double S-rank power to crush the intruders. Theo trembles behind Kang-ho's back, pointing at the angry hunter and asking if he's going to kill him, while Kang-ho just sighs, annoyed that the demon is already breaking his rule of staying quiet. Kang-ho looks at King's aggressive approach, realizing this kid is easily the arrogant, cocky type who has never faced true power in his life. King invades his personal space, screaming in his face and demanding to know who gave him permission to clear a high-level dungeon. Kang-ho tilts his head, casually asking if walking out of a dungeon is really something he needs to ask permission for. King's vein pops on his forehead as he yells that of course it is, pointing at the bruised contenders and explaining they are beating each other up specifically to decide who gets the rating priority. Kang-ho looks at him blankly, realizing this is how the modern hunters handle dungeon rights, while King scans him with his mana lens, seeing not measured and assuming he is just a weak civilian. King grabs Kang-ho by the collar, shoving his face close and aggressively warning him that non-awakened trash should know their place before they get themselves killed. Theo peeks over his shoulder, whispering to Kang-ho and asking if he's finally going to kill this incredibly annoying human. Kang-ho gently removes King's hand from his collar, a dark, incredibly terrifying smirk spreading across his face as his blue mana begins to flare, whispering back that while he won't kill him, he is certainly going to teach him a lesson he will never forget. Sometimes, the absolute worst thing you can do is mistake a legend's silence for weakness. Theo's eyes go wide with panic as he whispers, asking if Kang-ho is seriously about to end this arrogant blonde kid right here. Kang-ho's face remains completely flat. He calmly replies that he has no intention of killing him. Meanwhile, King is still screaming his lungs out, entirely oblivious to the fact that he is standing right on the edge of a metaphorical cliff. A cold, sharp smirk creeps onto the Beast King's face. He quietly notes that while he won't take the kid's life, that does not mean he is letting him walk away in one piece. Suddenly, a massive gust of wind cuts through the mountain air as a high-ranking hunter descends from the sky, shouting out Kang-ho's name in absolute shock. The surrounding crowd gasps in disbelief as the newcomer lands heavily in the snow. It turns out, even a minor street dispute in these stories is enough to make a high-ranking guild executive personally show up. The disciplined warrior steps forward, bowing deeply to Kang-ho. He introduces himself as Lee Hyuk, the guildmaster of White Knight, and says it is a true honor to finally meet the legendary hero in person. Kang-ho smiles, recognizing him instantly. He remembers a brief video call they had through his old teammate, casually greeting the younger guildmaster like an old friend. Kang-ho asks if deciding dungeon rights through petty, brute force street fights is really how the modern world handles business now. Behind them, King is absolutely furious that he is being completely ignored. King turns to Lee Hyuk, demanding to know why a prestigious guildmaster is showing so much respect to a weak, unawakened civilian in slides. He mutters the name Choi Kang-ho, trying to figure out where he has heard it before, and then the puzzle pieces finally click. His face turns pale as he realizes this laid-back guy in slides is the Beast King, one of the 5 legendary heroes who saved humanity. Lee Hyuk glances at Kang-ho's serene expression, and a cold sweat breaks out across his neck. He suddenly recalls a very important warning his master gave him years ago. The proud sword god sat him down and strictly warned him to never, under any circumstances, cross Choi Kang-ho. His master explained that when the Beast King smiles like a gentle saint, it does not mean he is being friendly. It means he is about to utterly and completely pulverize the person standing in front of him. But King's arrogance quickly overrides his survival instincts. Looking at Kang-ho's casual clothes, he convinces himself that the legendary Beast King is just a washed-up, overrated old geezer. A greedy smile spreads across King's face as his green wind aura flares to life. He figures that if he can defeat a living legend on his livestream, his follower count will instantly skyrocket. Kang-ho tilts his head, a playful smile on his lips as he asks, "Are you seriously planning to throw a punch at me?" King laughs like a maniac, charging forward with a fist wrapped in a violent green vortex, yelling that Kang-ho should be thanking him for the free publicity. He throws a high-speed uppercut, aiming to completely demolish the old legend in front of his millions of online followers. The wind cuts through the air, and King yells out in triumph, convinced that his fist has successfully connected with the Beast King's face. But his smile instantly freezes. His fist passes through thin air, hitting nothing but an afterimage. Theo shrieks in fear as the legend vanishes from sight. A cold, heavy hand suddenly grips King's collar from behind, tightening around his neck like a vice. Kang-ho whispers right in his ear, "If you wanted to clear the gate so badly, why are you waiting out here?" With an effortless flick of his wrist, Kang-ho launches the screaming influencer backward, sending him flying straight into the swirling red portal like a bag of garbage. Kang-ho steps into the gate right after him, grabbing King by the collar midair. He dryly notes that since the kid wanted to clear this gate so badly, he might as well get a head start. With a calm, terrifying smile, the Beast King tells him to give it his absolute best shot as he throws him down into the depths of the dungeon. King screams in pure panic, falling at terminal velocity through the dark, rocky cavern. With a massive boom, he crashes heavily into the shallow water below, kicking up a giant explosion of water and stone. King groans, slowly pushing himself up from the wet rubble. He looks around the dark, terrifying cavern, wondering if this is all just a horrible nightmare. He gasps for air, his body trembling from the impact as he tries to comprehend how someone could possess such absurd, logic-defying strength. Kang-ho lands gracefully nearby, his eyes cold as he looks down at the dazed hunter. He calmly admits that he usually does not care how the younger generation handles their business. But there is a strict limit to my patience, and you officially crossed it. He takes a single, explosive step forward. He moves like a streak of blue lightning, closing the distance between them in a fraction of a second. King panics, desperately swinging a wild mana-infused punch in a last-ditch effort to defend himself. He screams that the era of the first-generation heroes is long over, and that this world now belongs to young talents like him. Kang-ho easily catches the punch with a single hand, completely neutralizing the green wind aura. He looks down at him, coldly stating that if you are going to live in a world ruled by raw power, you need to learn how to keep your mouth shut. He drives King's face directly into the solid stone floor, shattering the ground in a massive shockwave of blue mana and creating some very expensive dental work. Back at the entrance of the gate, Theo and Lee Hyuk stand side by side, sweating profusely. Theo nervously asks if the blonde kid is currently being murdered, and Hyuk admits it is highly likely. Theo lets out a sigh of relief, muttering that surrendering immediately was easily the smartest decision he has ever made. Hyuk looks at him suspiciously, wondering why a demon is casually hanging out with the nation's greatest hero. Deep inside the ruined cave, King lies gasping in the rubble, his pride utterly shattered. Kang-ho stands over him, calmly asking if the pain has finally brought him back to reality. Kang-ho crouches down, pointing out that while the kid's movements are fast, they are incredibly reckless and lack any sort of real training. He flatly asks who taught him how to fight. King weakly mutters that he never had a master, claiming he reached S-class purely through his own natural talent. Kang-ho sighs, telling him that while talent is nice, it does not make him superior to anyone. He warns the young hunter that there will always be someone stronger out there. If he relies solely on raw talent without learning, he will quickly hit a wall, and hitting that wall in a real battle will get him killed. King looks up, a bitter smile forming on his face as he realizes he was just an arrogant frog staring up from the bottom of a very small well. Kang-ho turns away, telling him his first priority should be finding a proper teacher. But of course, the influencer brain cannot be easily cured. King immediately pulls out his phone, snapping a bruised selfie with hashtags about limits and deep reflection. Kang-ho facepalms, realizing his meaningful advice did not sink in at all. He raises a fist, muttering that some people can only learn through physical discipline, while King frantically begs for a few more seconds to apply a filter. With a sudden deafening crack, the core of the red gate is destroyed, and the massive purple vortex collapses in on itself, officially clearing the dungeon. Over the next few days, the internet is absolutely flooded with wild rumors about the mysterious clear, with many suspecting it was the work of White Knight's hidden ultimate weapon. Meanwhile, far away from the chaotic media storm, a quiet, serious investigation into the secrets of the demon realm is taking place inside a snowy mountain cabin. Theo runs around outside like an excited child, screaming in pure delight at the soft snow falling from the sky, while Kang-ho sits on the porch, focused on his phone. Kang-ho recaps their discussion, noting that Theo lost a political war against the top-ranked monarch, which resulted in his demonic energy being drained before he crash-landed on Earth. Theo turns serious for a moment, explaining that about a week before his escape, a massive territory in the demon realm suddenly began transforming into highly unstable dungeons. He explains that these unique dungeons were opening up rifts to a completely different dimension, but he never expected that the other side of those portals would lead directly to Earth. Kang-ho's expression turns dark. He realizes that this sudden surge of dungeons perfectly aligns with the 50-year anniversary of the Daybreak event. A quiet sense of dread settles over him. With new, highly aggressive monster mutations appearing and a literal connection to the demon realm opening up, Earth is facing a threat unlike anything they have seen since the war. He looks at the silver-haired demon, admitting that in his current sealed state, he can't accurately measure his true combat capabilities. He needs to know the strength of the enemies they are facing. He recalls that before his power was stolen, Theo was officially ranked 4th among the legendary 72 monarchs of the demon realm, which means that at his peak, this cowardly researcher actually possessed enough raw, world-ending power to easily match the strongest SS rank hunters on Earth. Theo smirks playfully, pointing to the glowing mana seal on his chest and suggesting that if Kang-ho is really that curious about his power, he should loosen the leash just a tiny bit. He looks at the Beast King with a mixture of hope and anxiety, waiting to see if the human is actually crazy enough to trust him with his power. Kang-ho does not hesitate. He raises his hand, his silver contract ring glowing with a bright commanding light as he decides to loosen the seal. With a sharp click, the tight bands of energy around Theo's heart slowly begin to unravel. Theo lets out a joyous laugh as a massive, violent vortex of dark purple demonic energy erupts from his chest, shaking the ground beneath them. He grins wildly, shouting that his true power is finally returning as the suffocating dark purple aura fills the snowy courtyard. Kang-ho watches calmly, his arm tensing as he readies his aura blade. He silently notes that if the demon tries to make a single hostile move, he will end him instantly. Suddenly, 2 colossal skeletal arms burst out of the frozen ground, tearing through the snow with terrifying speed. Theo's eyes glow with a sinister crimson light as he chants an ancient command, summoning a massive flying skeletal dragon into the air. Kang-ho's eyes widen in genuine surprise as he looks at the towering undead beast, realizing that the cowardly demon is actually a high-level necromancer. Hashtag Chapter 12 Power is a dangerous drug. It makes the weak feel invincible and the arrogant feel like gods, right up until they realize they are still just sheep standing in front of a starving wolf. The massive bone claws tear through the frozen dirt, a testament to the dark magic now flooding the yard. Theo commands the spirits of the dead to rise and obey his will, his voice carrying the heavy, echoing weight of a true demon monarch. Kang-ho stands completely still, his calm eyes analyzing the unique, ancient flow of mana circulating through the summoned skeletons. He notes that while Earth has plenty of powerful magic classes, a true necromancer who can bend the dead to his will is something completely unheard of. Theo laughs dramatically, proudly declaring that this is his ultimate unstoppable power. He can raise an entire army of loyal undead soldiers from a single corpse. Kang-ho looks at the massive, terrifying bone monsters, quietly marveling at the sheer absurdity of the skill. It is the kind of legendary power you usually only read about in ancient fantasy novels. Suddenly, the dramatic tension is completely ruined. A tiny white blur shoots out of the cabin door as Seol-a's sapphire eyes sparkle with joy at the sight of a giant cloud of dark, tasty demonic energy. Moving like a silver streak of lightning, the tiny cub tears through the massive bone dragon, instantly shattering the ancient magic holding the skeletons together. Theo's dramatic laughter immediately cuts off. He lets out a high-pitched shriek of terror as a familiar fluffy white shadow lunges directly at his face. He screams in agony as Seol-a bites down on his shoulder, happily slurping up his freshly released demonic energy like a sweet summer treat. Theo tears up, frantically thrashing around as he realizes he was completely played. He screams, asking if Kang-ho only loosened his seal to use him as a walking food source for his pet. Kang-ho just smirks, offering a casual, unapologetic smile that confirms the demon's worst fears. As Seol-a continues to drain the dark energy, Kang-ho notices a bizarre reaction happening within Theo's mana core. The raw, corruptive demonic energy being drained away is suddenly being replaced by a warm, pristine stream of purified white mana. Theo blinks, realizing the heavy toxic burden on his heart is completely gone. Seol-a lets out a happy chirp as a brilliant, holy golden light wraps around her tiny body, practically radiating pure evolutionary energy. The swirling golden light concentrates around her backside, and a brand new, fluffy white tail slowly begins to grow and split. Congratulations, she has unlocked a new tail and probably several more food cravings. Kang-ho's jaw drops in genuine shock. He stares at the glowing cub, completely stunned by the sudden, rapid evolution. Her system window flashes in the air, confirming her successful evolution into a Baika subspecies, with her defense and attack ratings leaping up significantly. Kang-ho smiles warmly, gently lifting her up and congratulating her on growing her third tail. He realizes her overall growth rate is starting to defy all known logic. He recalls the ancient legend about the mythical five-tailed silver fox that ruled the spirit realm, wondering if Seol-a is destined to surpass even that legendary creature. The peaceful moment is suddenly interrupted as Kang-ho's phone begins to violently vibrate in his pocket. He pulls it out, his expression turning serious as he sees the caller ID. "Oh, Chialbe?" On the other end of the line, the burly mercenary guild leader sits at his desk, puffing on a thick cigar. His voice is tight with worry as he asks Kang-ho for a major favor. Chialbe points to a glowing red tactical map, explaining that another high-ranking hunter from their main exploration squad has suddenly gone completely silent. He reveals that the missing hunter is Hound, the formidable S-rank hunter who vanished while scouting the southern border. Chialbe's face darkens as he explains that the situation has gotten so incredibly dangerous that they have already pulled all of their active mercenary forces out of the region. Kang-ho's eyes narrow, his mind flashing back to the warnings he received from government officials. He mutters to himself, wondering what the heck is actually happening in the south. In terms of geography, the southern conflict zone, encompassing Daegu and Busan, is a massive ruined wasteland completely sealed off by a giant military wall in Daejeon. The only reason the border city of Daejeon has remained safe from the constant monster swarms is because of Rebadon, one of the nation's 4 prestigious guilds of elite mages. At the massive military gate, Kang-ho casually slides his ID card through the high-security scanner, which instantly verifies his legendary SS rank status. The young guard on duty immediately stands at attention, bowing deeply and expressing his immense honor at meeting a living legend. Kang-ho politely asks for permission to cross the border. The guard frantically nods, agreeing to open the gates immediately, but his eyes suddenly drift to the side, his expression freezing in pure confusion. The soldier nervously points a finger, asking who the strange, silver-haired young man riding on the giant, terrifying white tiger is. Kang-ho sweat drops, casually claiming that Theo is just his personal research assistant. Meanwhile, Theo is completely lost in his own world, happily licking a colorful lollipop and praising the sweet wonders of human candy. The guard receives a sudden radio confirmation from head office, quickly waving them through and telling them that all of their credentials have been cleared. With a loud screech, the massive, heavily reinforced iron gates slowly slide open, revealing the dark, quiet wilderness waiting on the other side. While the northern territories are heavily guarded, the southern half of the peninsula has devolved into a lawless, terrifying war zone where massive Calamity-class beasts fight endlessly for territory. Kang-ho looks out over the ruined city, watching flocks of mutated wyverns circle the crumbling skyscrapers like giant angry pigeons. 2 massive dragons clash in the sky above, tearing into each other with vicious fangs and claws, completely unbothered by the human presence below. Kang-ho prepares to move, commanding Mungchi to charge forward. He looks back at the vast ruins, wondering why the government completely abandoned this valuable territory, though looking at the dragon wrestling match, he has a pretty good guess. He looks back at the shivering demon, flatly telling him to hop on Mungchi's back if he does not want to get left behind. Theo looks up, surprised that he is being dragged along. Theo quickly climbs up, licking his candy and cheerfully admitting that the lawless, violent atmosphere of this ruined wasteland actually reminds him of home. Suddenly, a massive, bloody, severed head of a wyvern falls out of the sky, tumbling through the air. The grotesque, bloody head lands with a heavy thud right in front of Theo's face, making the cowardly demon let out a high-pitched scream of pure terror. Kang-ho smirks, dryly asking if he is still enjoying those warm, nostalgic memories of home, especially now that his powerful demonic magic is completely sealed away. Theo stares at the dead monster's giant, empty yellow eyes, sweat dripping down his face as he nervously asks if Kang-ho is being serious. He frantically clings to Monkey's thick tail as the giant tiger bolts forward, screaming that he has officially decided to embrace his new human surroundings and leave his old home memories behind. As they run, Kang-ho reflects on why the South was abandoned. Even though humanity has rebuilt, their overall population is still far too small to justify expanding into this dangerous wilderness. Furthermore, high-grade mana stones only form within monsters that are still actively evolving. The beasts in the south are already fully matured, making their mana crystals practically worthless to modern hunters. It turns out that if a monster does not have any direct capitalistic value, human society will gladly let them keep the southern half of the country, leaving it to revert back into a wild, overgrown jungle. Mungchi tears through the thick foliage, passing a rusted vine-covered road sign indicating that they are just 3 kilometers away from Daegu. Theo points to a patch of glowing blue grass along the path, explaining that it is heat grass, a rare magical flora that radiates intense tropical heat in every direction. Mungchi lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh, his thick tongue hanging out as the sweltering, humid heat of the jungle quickly drains his energy. Kang-ho looks at his fluffy companions, realizing that both Mungchi and Seol-a are native to the freezing northern wastes and are basically slow cooking in this tropical climate. He immediately hops off, telling them they will walk from here to let the giant tiger rest. Suddenly, a piercing, desperate human scream echoes through the thick canopy, making all of them freeze in their tracks. Kang-ho's eyes narrow as he looks toward the source of the sound, wondering if there are actually civilian survivors living out in this abandoned wilderness. A massive, violent explosion of wind and debris erupts just ahead, sending a shockwave tearing through the ancient trees. The powerful blast wave rips the jungle apart, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and leaves. A pack of terrified mutated wolf and lizard monsters let out panicked cries, frantically running for their lives through the brush. The stampede of wild beasts tears past Kang-ho's group, completely ignoring the humans as they flee from whatever terrifying force is hunting them. Kang-ho watches them run, noting that these high-level predators are absolutely terrified of whatever is happening just up ahead. Another massive, perfectly concentrated vortex of wind magic slices through the jungle, instantly clearing a wide path through the dense trees. Standing in the center of the clearing is a young man wearing a bright orange training tracksuit and a red headband, surrounded by a massive pile of defeated monsters. Kang-ho tilts his head in confusion, wondering why an active hunter is operating in a zone that was supposedly completely evacuated. Beside him, Theo gasps, recognizing the tracksuited warrior. Kang-ho steps closer, staring at the young man's determined, focused expression. A sudden sense of familiarity hits him as he looks at the red headband. The athletic young man lets out a tired sigh, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he finishes his training. Meanwhile, behind the bushes, Kang-ho quietly casts a cool barrier of frost magic to protect his roasting pets, who happily celebrate their new personal air conditioner. Sensing a heavy dominant presence behind him, King spins around, his eyes stretching wide with absolute shock and a sudden massive spike of panic. On Kang-ho's shoulder, the little silver fox cub Seol-a lets out a tiny, curious noise, while Kang-ho quietly mutters the kid's name under his breath, finally remembering who this loud tracker is. King just stands there, frozen like a statue with sweat dripping down his face, trying to process why the strongest living legend is casually strolling through a literal death zone in slides. Kang-ho gives him a cold, piercing glare, silently wondering if this brat is going to start acting arrogant and pick another fight he cannot possibly win. But instead of talking back, King instantly folds in half, bowing so deeply his forehead practically hits the dirt while shouting a ridiculously polite greeting to his respected senior. Kang-ho sweat drops, staring down at the kid's massive backpack and realizing that a severe thrashing in their last meeting really did wonders for the young influencer's manners. Stepping over the pile of fresh monster carcasses, Kang-ho calmly asks him what business he could possibly have in a place this dangerous. King looks up with an intensely serious expression, proudly declaring that he is here to push his limits and train. Kang-ho can only sigh, looking completely dumbfounded, because nothing says optimal workout environment quite like a lawless wasteland crawling with highly aggressive mutant predators. Under normal circumstances, no sane hunter would ever dream of willingly stepping into a wild, unregulated territory overrun by high-level calamity beasts. A massive monster lets out a deafening roar in the distance, reinforcing the fact that this is absolutely not a place for amateurs. Or at least, that is what any normal person would think. But watching King eagerly charge back into the fray with a wide grin on his face makes Kang-ho realize that if you live long enough, you will eventually meet every kind of weirdo. King runs back to explain that the mutated variants are getting thicker and far more aggressive the deeper they go, and he was just about to head right into the center of the nest. Intrigued by the kid's stubbornness, Kang-ho asks him to show how exactly he has been training all by himself out here. King awkwardly scratches his blonde hair, looking a bit embarrassed as he prepares to show off his solo routine. His strategy is as simple and brute force as it gets, just run up to every single monster in sight and punch it until it stops moving. Truly, a masterclass in tactical genius. He explains enthusiastically that he is trying to completely burn through his mana pool over and over again, hoping the raw exhaustion will help him unlock some kind of brand new ultimate move. Theo looks incredibly exhausted just listening to this primitive explanation, pinching the bridge of his nose and telling the hyperactive human to please stop speaking before his remaining brain cells die. In classic fantasy settings, mana is often treated like physical muscle, leading to the common trope of characters trying to tear it down to grow it back stronger. In reality, without proper guidance, that is just a fast track to a spiritual hernia. Real growth requires efficiency, which is exactly why legendary masters like the Sword God are famous for training the world's top rankers. They refine raw talent into something sharp, whereas kids like King, who grew up entirely on their own natural gifts, have no master to show them how to control their overflowing power. Watching King wildly swing his fists, letting his green wind mana leak out wastefully into the air, Kang-ho decides he has seen enough of this clumsy display. In a flash, Kang-ho steps forward and firmly grabs King's wrist, his runic bracelet glowing with a soft blue light as he instantly locks down the kid's rampaging mana. King starts shaking in absolute terror, his life flashing before his eyes as he fears he is about to get his core crushed again, but Kang-ho calmly tells him to shut up and listen, explaining that balance is what actually keeps you alive in a real fight. Pointing toward the swarm of mutated insects buzzing in the distance, Kang-ho explains that if you constantly throw massive uncontrolled attacks, you will drop your guard, and the enemy will immediately exploit that opening. He gently guides King's hand, forcing him to feel the subtle flow of energy instead of just forcing it out. Kang-ho pulls the kid back slightly, instructing him to take a deep breath, conserve his energy, and let the enemy enter his strike zone first. He emphasizes that a stable physical posture is key to maximizing mana efficiency, pointing out that King's current body simply cannot handle the sheer volume of chaotic energy he is trying to force through it. Realizing this is a $1,000,000 lesson from the strongest man alive, King nods intensely, determined to try it out. He steps forward, deliberately relaxing his shoulders and dropping his guard to bait the incoming monsters. Seeing the apparent weakness, the swarm of toxic green insects aggressively lunges forward, aiming straight for his head. But instead of panicking, King waits until the absolute last second, his movements suddenly becoming incredibly fluid. A confident, sharp smirk spreads across his face as he realizes the monsters have fallen directly into his trap. With perfect, effortless balance, he unleashes a concentrated green wind strike, obliterating the front line of the swarm in a single, clean motion. Watching from behind, Kang-ho lets out a small, satisfied smile. He always had a soft spot for these stubborn, simple-minded fighters. Back in his younger days, he used to grow and survive on the battlefield alongside the first generation of legendary heroes, fighting through pure instinct. Looking at King's bright, determined eyes, Kang-ho cannot help but feel a wave of nostalgia as the kid reminds him so much of his own immature past self. Another clean, powerful shockwave rips through the forest as King easily dispatches the remaining beasts with minimal effort. He stares at his fists in absolute disbelief, feeling his breathing and mana remaining perfectly stable and calm even after delivering such a high-impact strike. King remembers how he always used to brush off advice from elders, treating their teachings as nothing more than annoying nagging. But for the very first time in his life, someone's words actually made sense. He looks back at Kang-ho with eyes practically sparkling with deep respect, a burning desire to learn more from this terrifying senior consuming his mind. As Kang-ho and his massive tiger companion turn to leave, King quickly grabs his gear and runs after them, desperately begging to tag along. With an extra highly energetic companion in tow, the group finally arrives at the edge of the ruined city, where the wind suddenly turns incredibly cold. The playful atmosphere instantly vanishes. Theo's eyes narrow as he senses a thick, suffocating wave of familiar purple energy wafting through the air. Looming over the entire ruined cityscape is a colossal pulsating dome of dark purple demonic energy, locking the entire zone in an unnatural shroud. King, completely missing the grave danger of the giant apocalyptic dome, just complains that his phone suddenly lost its signal and died. Theo ignores him, his face pale with horror as he trembles and points toward the overgrown concrete buildings ahead. Kang-ho's eyes sharpen, sensing the malicious pulsing life force hidden within the thick vines. Theo stammers out that the massive plant-like structure twisting around the skyscrapers is a crypto. He explains that the mother plant roots herself in a single spot to build a fortress and then aggressively spreads her territory. They are a parasitic, invasive species straight from the demon realm. Thick, pale roots pulse with a sickly green light, slithering across the asphalt like giant, hungry snakes. Kang-ho listens intently as the silver-haired demon beside him swallows hard, preparing to deliver the worst part of the explanation. A massive cloud of glowing green spores suddenly erupts from the central tower, drifting high into the sky. The spores rain down over the dense canopy, carrying a quiet, parasitic curse to everything they touch. Theo points out a pair of small forest monkeys getting dusted by the green light, warning that the moment these spores make contact with any living creature, the parasite immediately takes over. The host's eyes turn a hollow, glowing yellow as their mind is completely erased. The infected monkeys let out wild, unnatural screeches, their bodies overflowing with a toxic purple and green aura as they turn into mindless, violent guardians. A stray spore drifts down, and Kang-ho casually catches it in his hand. Theo practically jumps out of his skin, screaming at him to drop it because it spreads like a highly infectious virus. But as Kang-ho opens his palm, his sharp eyes notice something the demon missed. These are not just harmless spores. They are tiny, writhing, toothy green larvae designed to burrow straight into flesh. His expression turns incredibly cold. He realizes this disgusting parasitic plant is the sole reason why so many human hunters have been vanishing without a trace. Deciding to end this immediately, Kang-ho calls out to Mungchi, activating his sense transfer skill to temporarily boost his leg power by 5 times. With a powerful blast of blue mana, Kang-ho launches himself high into the air, leaving a massive shockwave behind. King and Theo are left standing on the ground, staring up in absolute awe as Kang-ho disappears into the clouds. King calmly asks if anyone has a snack they can share while they wait. Riding atop the colossal white tiger, Kang-ho rockets through the sky, blue mana crackling around them like lightning. They pierce right through the thick, green, spore-filled atmosphere, diving straight toward the heart of the infection. Below them, a massive, twisted wooden entity rises from the ruins, taking the elegant but horrifying shape of a dryad-like queen. This is Mother Crypto, the parasitic queen. Her hair is a mass of writhing vine tendrils, her eyes glow with an arrogant yellow light, and her body is formed from ancient corrupted bark. Having already infected every living creature in the vicinity, she has successfully turned this entire city into her private breeding ground. Mungchi's massive white paw lands gracefully on the outer edge of her wooden nest, scattering petals into the wind. Mother Crypto's eyes instantly flash with hostile light as her sensory system detects the sudden arrival of a human and a beast. She lets out a sinister, confident laugh, believing this peaceful human world is soft and completely devoid of any real, formidable warriors. To her, these intruders are nothing more than a welcome, free delivery of fresh host bodies. She instantly triggers a level 1 emergency alert, ordering her parasitic army to capture the intruders alive and prepare them for infection. A massive wave of infected bats, monkeys, and wolves lunges out from the foliage, their eyes glowing with yellow parasitic light. But Mungchi does not hesitate for a single second, leaping directly into the center of the incoming swarm with absolute ferocity. Kang-ho looks down at the chaotic mass of beasts, his expression completely flat as he prepares to clean house. But his eyes suddenly narrow as he spots several unconscious human mercenary hunters bound tightly within the glowing green roots, their bodies slowly being consumed by the parasite.
Hashtag Chapter 4.
The infected swarm continues to screech, charging forward under Mother Crypto's absolute mental command, completely oblivious to the absolute monster they are running toward. Mungchi blasts through the flying bat monsters like a fluffy wrecking ball, blue energy trailing behind his massive muscular frame. Kang-ho glances down at the captured rankers, his suspicions fully confirmed. These missing hunters have already been partially integrated into the hive mind. Watching from her central throne, Mother Crypto smiles, finding the raw biological potential of human bodies to be highly fascinating. She notes that while humans are physically weak compared to the demons of her home realm, their potential for growth is massive, especially the high-ranking hosts she recently captured. She gloats that if she keeps capturing high-quality human hosts, she will eventually amass an army powerful enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the great demon lords. Pointing a sharp wooden finger at Kang-ho, she commands him to obediently surrender his body to her parasitic children. Kang-ho doesn't even bother to respond. He simply raises his wrist, whispering the activation command for his aura blade. Bright blue mana erupts from his runic bracelet, instantly forming a massive, crescent-shaped blade of pure light that slices clean through the air. The front line of the parasitic swarm is instantly vaporized, leaving nothing but dissolving purple mist in its wake. Mother Crypto's eyes stretch wide in absolute shock as her mental link to her first defense line is instantly severed, indicating complete and total annihilation. Realizing this is no ordinary human, she desperately commands her roots to spread, determined to infect and claim his massive reservoir of power at any cost. She activates a level 2 emergency alert, summoning a horde of giant armored reptilian beasts from the deeper layers of the ruins. A massive S-class lizard monster lets out a roar, but a beam of brilliant blue energy cuts right through its jaw before it can even finish its threat. Kang-ho and Mungchi carve a straight, devastating line through the heavy monster horde, their speed far exceeding the monster's ability to react. Colossal beasts are disabled in fractions of a second, their corrupt energy splashing across the green foliage. Within seconds, a massive explosion of blue light signals the complete collapse of her second defense line. Mother Crypto's face twists into a mask of pure terror and disbelief. She has never witnessed a human possess this level of sheer, overwhelming destructive power. A frantic warning flashes through her mind as the intruder approaches her central position at a terrifying breakneck speed. She screams in frustration, unable to comprehend how a human could completely bypass her elite defenses this quickly. But as she stares at the approaching blue light, a suppressed, deeply buried memory from her past in the demon realm begins to resurface. She remembers a terrifying silhouette of a man who once brought her entire race to the brink of extinction, flanked by unstoppable undead generals. Back then, she barely managed to escape his wrath in a pathetic, broken state, feeling absolute relief when she was pulled into this human world through a dimensional rift, thinking she was finally safe. A cold shiver runs down her wooden spine as she stares at Kang-ho, wondering if that nightmare of a man has somehow followed her to Earth. She remembers the face of that smug, silver-haired necromancer lord who systematically dismantled her entire kingdom, Theo Gamigan. Meanwhile, back in the forest, the legendary, terrifying necromancer lord is walking along, looking completely pathetic as he wipes a single drop of sweat from his forehead. Theo whines, asking King if he can carry him on his back because his legs are sore, but King just snaps at him to shut up and keep walking. Back at the temple, Mother Crypto grits her teeth, her fear rapidly turning into a desperate burning rage. She refuses to be humiliated and beaten again like she was in the demon realm. She clutches her chest, revealing a glowing, dark blue magic stone embedded deep within her wooden heart, crackling with a strange high-density energy. She boasts that thanks to this mysterious magic stone she found on Earth, she was able to build an army larger than she ever had during her absolute prime. Screaming in defiance, she triggers her final level 3 emergency alert, calling forth her ultimate elite guardian. The ground beneath the ruined city violently erupts as a colossal, dark shadow begins to rise from the rubble. King and Theo stop in their tracks, staring up at the horizon as a massive, dark blue energy signature eclipses the sky. Kang-ho looks up, his expression remaining perfectly calm and bored, even as a massive shadow falls over him. Colossal, armored skeletal dragon rises from the forest floor, its glowing yellow eyes staring down at the tiny human with immense malice. Kang-ho casually leaps off Mungchi's back, rocketing straight toward the colossal beast with his hand outstretched. The giant dragon opens its massive maw, preparing to swallow him whole. Kang-ho lets out a quiet sigh, muttering that he really hates having to exert himself for such minor annoying pests. As the dragon bites down, Kang-ho delivers a swift, aura-infused kick straight to its snout. On the ground, King's jaw drops in absolute shock, while Theo just looks on with a sweat drop, fully aware of how ridiculous his master's strength is. Mother Crypto laughs triumphantly, fully expecting her ultimate guardian to tear the arrogant human to shreds, but her laughter instantly dies as the massive dragon's head is violently jerked backward by the sheer force of the kick. The dragon lets out a confused, pained screech as its massive armor begins to crack. Kang-ho spins in midair, a massive vortex of blue wind mana forming around his leg as he prepares a finishing blow. He complains about the terrible, rotten smell of the beast's breath as he drives his foot straight down. With a deafening crash, the colossal dragon is driven face first into the dirt, its massive body shattering into pieces under the weight of the impact. Mother Crypto receives the mental notification that her level 3 defense has been instantly breached. She panics, frantically looking around for the human's location. Suddenly, a voice speaks from right behind her. Kang-ho is casually leaning over her wooden throne, looking down at her like a giant weed in his garden. She spins around, her face pale and twisted in absolute paralyzing terror as she realizes he bypassed her entire field of vision. Mungchi casually trots up and starts happily chewing on her wooden roots. Kang-ho tells him to stop, warning him that she is not food, leaving the demon queen utterly speechless at how lightly they are taking her. King and Theo finally burst through the bushes, catching up to the scene just in time to see the aftermath. Kang-ho points a casual finger at the trembling plant queen, asking Theo if this is the annoying demon acquaintance he was talking about earlier. Theo takes one look at her and screams in pure horror, recognizing his former political rival from the demon realm. Mother Crypto's eyes widen as she hears his voice, screaming Theo's name in sheer, unadulterated rage. Seeing the legendary demon monarch acting like a subservient servant to this human, her mind completely breaks. She realizes she has been cornered by monsters far worse than her. Filled with absolute suicidal spite, she screams that she won't go down quietly. The dark blue stone in her chest begins to crackle with wildly unstable energy. Massive arcs of black and blue lightning erupt from her body, shaking the entire clearing as she prepares to self-destruct and take everyone with her. Theo panics, waving his arms around and screaming that she is going to detonate her core. Kang-ho just looks at her with a bored, deadpan expression, mildly surprised that a plant-type monster has an explosive self-destruct feature. Since when do weeds explode? His complete lack of fear drives Mother Crypto into a screaming frenzy, infuriated that he isn't even taking her death threat seriously. Realizing there's no point in trying to talk her out of it, Kang-ho steps forward, deciding to just pluck the dangerous core out before she can detonate. With a blindingly fast swipe of his hand, he cleanly slices the glowing blue stone right out of her chest cavity. Mother Crypto looks down at her chest in utter shock as her dark, explosive energy instantly deflates, leaving her completely powerless. She tries to scream, but her wooden body begins to crumble and dry up without the magic stone's sustaining energy. Holding the glowing stone safely in his left hand, Kang-ho delivers a swift, powerful kick, launching her dried-up upper torso high into the air. She lets out a final, pathetic scream of despair as she rockets toward the upper atmosphere. With a small, distant flash of light, her remains harmlessly disperse into the clouds. A gentle shockwave ripples through the sky, clearing away the dense, toxic fog. Down in the city ruins, the oppressive purple dome of demonic energy completely dissolves, allowing bright, warm sunlight to flood the streets for the first time in decades. King immediately whips out his phone, eagerly recording the beautiful scenery for his social media, while Theo just stares at Kang-ho like he is a literal god. Kang-ho quietly inspects the smooth, dark blue stone in his palm, watching the last traces of corrupt black smoke fade away from its surface. He senses a deep, incredibly ancient warmth radiating from the core of the crystal, unlike any demonic mana he has ever felt. Suddenly, a bright blue system interface screen flickers to life before his eyes, identifying the object as a fragment of the eternal crystal. He reads the description quietly to himself: primordial power containing the absolute essence of Earth's first dimension. Kang-ho's eyes narrow as a rare look of intense seriousness washes over his face. He realizes that this quiet, peaceful era he fought so hard to protect is harboring secrets far bigger and far more dangerous than he ever could have imagined. The dark, suffocating energy that held this city hostage finally shatters. It is like the sky is taking its first clean breath in decades, letting pure, brilliant light cascade across the horizon. A massive shockwave of pure energy erupts, tearing through the last remaining pockets of the toxic green fog. With Mother Crypto completely gone, the heavy silence of the ruined cityscape begins to soften under the warm, natural sunlight. Every single corrupted root and parasitic vine that choked these concrete towers instantly withers away, crumbling into harmless gray dust. Up on the rocky ridge, Kang-ho and his crew look down at the rescued hunters, who are finally free from the plant's parasitic grip. Kang-ho quietens down, his expression turning serious as he feels a strange, ancient vibration humming right from the palm of his hand. Sitting in his palm is the smooth, glowing blue, egg-shaped crystal he just ripped out of the Monster Queen's chest. Wisps of dark residual energy slowly drift away from the stone, as if the crystal itself is actively purifying its own surface. Suddenly, a bright digital flicker of light catches his attention, prompting a quiet hum of curiosity from the Beast King. A glowing blue system interface pops up right in front of him, identifying the artifact as a fragment of the eternal crystal, a primordial power holding the very essence of Earth. The blue light reflecting in his eyes is mesmerizing, swirling with a deep cosmic power that feels entirely different from standard mana. Kang-ho stares at the description, his mind racing as he tries to comprehend what it means for a single stone to hold the primordial essence of the entire planet. He turns his head to ask Theo if he's ever heard of the Eternal Crystal, but the silver-haired demon looks completely clueless, admitting, "I have never heard of such a thing." King chimes in, highly confused, asking how Kang-ho even knew the stone's name, making Kang-ho realize this detailed system window is only visible to his own eyes. Theo's eyes suddenly go wide with a spark of recollection. He remembers that the terrifying ruler of his home realm was desperately searching for something with a very similar name. When Kang-ho asks for clarification, Theo confirms, "Yes, I am talking about Baal. That is the monstrous entity who ruthlessly seized absolute power and kicked him out of the demon realm." Theo shivers as a terrifying memory of Baal flashes through his mind, recalling the colossal silhouette of the Lord of Terror standing amidst a sea of apocalyptic flames. Looking back down at the blue stone, Kang-ho realizes this thing must harbor some truly ridiculous world-altering capabilities if the strongest demon in existence is hunting for it. He lifts the crystal slightly, letting the natural sunlight pierce through through its deep blue, swirling core. Slowly channeling a tiny thread of his own absolute magic into the stone, Kang-ho immediately senses a massive, overwhelming reaction. His eyes widen slightly as he detects a terrifying level of primordial regeneration flowing through the crystal, a sweet yet incredibly volatile power. He realizes that anyone who attempts to use this stone without the proper strength or qualifications would easily be devoured and destroyed by its sheer scale. It all starts to click. This is exactly why Baal, the undisputed ruler of the demon realm, is so obsessed with gathering these fragments. If these crystals exist across other dimensions, it means terrifying cosmic entities might eventually invade Earth to claim this one. Deciding it is far too dangerous to leave behind, Kang-ho pockets the stone and casually suggests they head back. Suddenly, King lets out an incredibly loud, passionate shout of agreement, calling Kang-ho his boss and catching both him and Theo completely off guard. With a massive, heavy backpack already strapped to his shoulders, King declares with burning passion that serving someone of Kang-ho's caliber has officially become his ultimate life's dream. Because nothing says destiny like volunteering to be a glorified pack mule. Kang-ho's face completely deadpans as he flatly replies, "Having a noisy, overactive shadow is definitely not my dream." But King is completely relentless, grinning widely and pleading with the Beast King to just give him a chance, even promising that he can cook and clean. Turning his back on the hyperactive kid, Kang-ho tells him to go look for training somewhere else, but King desperately whines that his growth has been completely stagnant for an entire year. King looks down, his voice carrying a rare, vulnerable weight as he admits he has hit a massive wall, and there is absolutely no one in the modern world strong enough to teach him how to climb higher. Theo casually sighs, pointing out that since King can cook, they should honestly give him a trial run, especially since the stuff they've been eating lately barely qualifies as human food. Kang-ho quietens down, looking at the kid. King is already an SS-class hunter, meaning there are virtually no masters alive who could even comprehend how to guide his explosive growth. Looking at King's intense, desperate expression, Kang-ho lets out a small, knowing smirk, realizing this kid is carrying a heavy amount of personal baggage of his own. He turns around, a mischievous glint in his eye as he asks the kid, "Are you truly willing to do absolutely anything?" King immediately barks out a loud, eager yes. Kang-ho smiles, telling him his very first task is to run all the way to Chaerwon without using a single drop of magic. He quietly chuckles to himself, wondering if he is just getting old and easily amused by weirdos. King's face instantly lights up with joy, celebrating his apparent acceptance with a massive, triumphant laugh. But a split second later, the reality of the situation hits him like a bucket of ice water, and his cheerful expression completely freezes. Theo grins mischievously, pointing out that they are currently in the deep south of Daegu, and Chaerwon is hundreds of miles away in the freezing north. He happily tells the kid, "Have fun preparing food along the way." Before King can even voice his protest, Mungchi leaps into the air, carrying Kang-ho and Theo away in a blinding trail of blue wind, leaving the young hunter eating their dust. King drops to one knee on the empty dirt, staring blankly at the sky while quietly asking himself if he is really about to jog across the entire country with a heavy backpack. Meanwhile, high above the bustling neon streets of Seoul, the massive, glowing emblem of the Mercenary Guild headquarters pierces through the night sky. Inside his luxurious penthouse office, the burly guildmaster Im Cholbae is on the phone, quietly arranging funerals for his fallen rankers while Kang-ho sits casually on his leather couch. Puffing on a thick cigar, Cholbae looks down at his computer screen, looking incredibly stressed as he laments how unpredictable and terrifying the world is becoming with all these new dimensional rifts. Kang-ho casually sips a glass of whiskey, listening as his old war comrade thanks him for handling the rescue mission, promising to deduct the service from the price of the fairy stone. Cholbae stares out the massive glass window, his rough face softening with grief as he sighs, admitting that no matter how many times they witness death, you never truly get used to losing people. Sifting through his phone, Kang-ho quietly agrees, noting that losing appreciation for the value of life is something they should actively avoid. Kang-ho looks up with a warm, genuine smile, teasingly pointing out that the Mercenary Guild is likely only thriving because they have a big, soft-hearted boss who actually weeps for his men. Cholbae's tough exterior instantly crumbles, tears streaming down his face as he dramatically slams his fist on his desk, cursing Kang-ho for making him emotional. Wiping his tears, Cholbae clears his throat and changes the subject, asking why Kang-ho suddenly requested a brand new pre-activated smartphone. Kang-ho sweat drops, explaining that a couple of his incredibly demanding pets have been whining non-stop for their own devices. Cut to Mungchi and Seol-a holding phones like tech-savvy puppies, leaving Cheol-bae completely stunned. As Kang-ho stands up to leave, Cheol-bae desperately begs him to stay for another drink, but Kang-ho waves him off, smiling as he says he has some cute companions waiting for his call. Just before stepping out, Kang-ho's eyes linger on a quiet corner of Cheol-bae's desk, locking onto an old, dusty picture frame. Cheol-bae notices his gaze, his expression turning solemn as he gently picks up the photo, revealing a group portrait of the legendary heroes from their youth. He lets out a heavy, cigar smoke-filled sigh, confessing to Kang-ho that as he gets older, it feels like almost everything he looks back on is painted with deep, heavy regret. Inside the dusty wooden frame is a clear shot of the vibrant, youthful faces of the warriors before they were ever officially dubbed the 5 heroes. But as the camera zooms in, the chilling truth becomes clear. There weren't actually 5 people standing in that original lineup, there was a 6th silhouette standing proudly among them. He was a man who never made it into the history textbooks, a warrior whose heroic achievements were completely wiped from the internet. Cheol-bae looks down at the photo with a look of profound sorrow, quietly whispering the forgotten man's name, Kang Jun-sok. The picture reveals a cold, strikingly handsome young man with sharp black hair and deep, intense eyes, carrying an aura of absolute power that has been entirely erased from human memory. Meanwhile, back in his cozy bed, Theo is currently locked in a terrifying, sweat-inducing nightmare. In his dream, a cataclysmic crimson thundercloud is violently ripping through the sky of the demon realm. Theo remembers standing helpless in that blinding red light, watching in absolute horror as his strongest undead familiars were vaporized into nothingness without leaving a single trace. He thrashes in his sleep, his face pale and contorted in pure distress as the painful memories of his downfall claw their way back to the surface. In his dream, his majestic Gothic fortress is completely engulfed in apocalyptic flames, crumbling to the ground while he could do nothing but watch his life's work turn to ash. Rising from the center of the raging inferno is the imposing dark silhouette of the monster who single-handedly orchestrated his ruin. Theo's dream self stares in absolute paralyzing terror, his eyes stretching wide with a primal fear that he can still feel in his very bones. Out from the smoke steps Baal, the supreme lord of terror, his crimson eyes glowing with absolute malice. Baal holds up a dark, pulsating magic stone, the corrupting energy crackling around his hand like hungry black serpents. In the memory, Theo falls to his knees, desperately screaming at the tyrant, asking why he won't just let him live his quiet, peaceful life in exile. But Baal only responds with a cruel, mocking smirk, thoroughly enjoying the pathetic sight of a fallen monarch begging for mercy. With a casual swipe of his hand, Baal unleashes a torrent of dark, agonizing purple energy, blasting Theo off his feet. Theo screams in agonizing pain as his entire pool of demonic energy is forcefully drained from his body, leaving him hollow and broken. Baal gazes down coldly, declaring that he will use the souls of the demon seed to ascend to an even higher plane, and Theo is nothing more than temporary fertilizer for his grand path. With a desperate, terrified shriek of "No!" Theo suddenly sits upright in his bed, his heart hammering against his ribs as he gasps for air. He is instantly greeted by the giant sparkling blue eyes of the silver-white fox cub Seol-a, who is happily licking his cheek and complaining that his body doesn't produce tasty demonic energy anymore. Kang-ho leans against the doorframe, quietly sipping a warm drink as he tells Seol-a to stop bothering the poor demon. Theo takes a deep breath, admitting that compared to the hell of his home realm, this cozy cabin really is heaven. As Theo shifts around in his bed, a small, worn-out piece of gray stone suddenly slips out of his pajamas, landing on the bedsheets with a quiet thud. Kang-ho's sharp eyes immediately lock onto the object, his voice calm but curious as he asks what the little rock is. Gently picking up the stone, Theo gazes down at it with a look of immense, quiet reverence, softly stating that this is the bone of his most precious familiar. Kang-ho watches him closely, noting the deep, genuine look of longing in the demon's eyes, realizing there is a highly personal story hidden behind this simple object. Theo smiles weakly, explaining that this familiar was once his biological father, Theo Gamigan I, who ruled before him. Kang-ho instantly spits his drink across the room, coughs violently, and looks completely horrified that this kid casually turned his own father into an undead summon. Family bonding really takes on a whole new meaning in the demon realm. Nothing says I love you, Dad, like turning his remains into a pocket-sized action figure. Outside the window, a freezing northern blizzard howls through the towering pine trees of Chorwan, burying the quiet wooden cabin in a thick blanket of pristine white snow. The cold winter outside stands in stark contrast to the magical orchard, where vibrant red apples and beautiful purple lavender flowers are blooming in absolute abundance. Princess Johanna flies gracefully through the warm, sparkling air, her face glowing with pure joy as she celebrates another peaceful day in their hidden paradise. She happily gestures toward the sky, proudly showing off a massive swarm of glowing yellow battle bees that have been working tirelessly to pollinate the magical crops. Because regular honeybees are too mainstream, only weaponized glowing hornets will do for this garden. Kang-ho strolls down the floral path, hands casually tucked into his pockets, looking incredibly relaxed in his comfortable slide sandals. Theo stands proudly behind him, folding his arms and taking full credit for the bees' incredible work ethic, boasting like a proud father. Suddenly, a tiny white blur shoots through the grass at a breakneck speed, kicking up a small trail of blue mana behind it. Theo's smile instantly vanishes as his demonic instincts sense a highly dangerous, hungry predator rapidly closing in on his position. Seol-a leaps high into the air, her sapphire eyes locked onto Theo's chest, as she lets out an eager, battle-hungry squeak, determined to drain whatever residual magic he has left. Theo lets out a high-pitched scream of terror as the tiny white fox crashes directly into his face, desperately clawing at him for a quick snack. Seol-a happily bounces away, leaving a physically exhausted Theo collapsing onto the dirt while Johanna sweat drops, realizing their peaceful days are always a bit chaotic. Kang-ho quietly chuckles, reaching into his pocket to pull out a reward for his hard-working spirit companions. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tosses a flat, glowing golden dumpling toward the excited fairy princess. Johanna catches the massive treat in her tiny hands, her eyes stretching wide with absolute sparkling awe as she recognizes the legendary recipe. Kang-ho explains that the original batch was far too potent for a fairy system, so he specifically diluted this one to perfectly suit their unique physiology. He tells her to distribute the rest among her clan. Tears of pure dramatic joy stream down Johanna's face as she clutches the giant dumpling, praising her absolute savior for his boundless kindness. Kang-ho quickly holds up a warning finger, sternly forbidding her from doing any of her over-the-top dramatic thank you dances, which instantly humbles her. Eagerly nodding her head, Johanna opens her mouth wide and takes a massive, enthusiastic bite out of the golden pastry. She instantly freezes, her eyes widening as a massive, overwhelming surge of pure warm mana suddenly floods through her entire core. A brilliant pink and white aura of swirling magical energy erupts around her tiny body, lifting her gently off the ground. Johanna gasps in shock as she realizes the diluted effects are still incredibly powerful, sending a massive wave of evolutionary growth through her. Her feet gently descend back onto the grass, but as the dust clears, her physical proportions have completely transformed. She looks down at her hands, her cheeks flushing bright pink as she realizes she is no longer a tiny, pint-sized fairy, but has suddenly scaled up into a fully grown, tall woman. Well, that's one way to bypass puberty. Just eat a magical carb and skip 15 years of development. Kang-ho quietly observes the sudden change, thoroughly impressed by the dumpling's quick effects, while the other tiny fairies look on in absolute, jaw-dropped envy. In the background, Theo is still running for his absolute life, screaming in desperation as Seol-a continues to chase him down for another bite of magic. Suddenly, Theo stops dead in his tracks, panting heavily as he spots a lone, struggling figure slowly cresting the distant, snowy mountain ridge. Kang-ho and the newly adult-sized Johanna turn their heads toward the horizon, squinting through the freezing northern wind. A confident, proud smirk spreads across Kang-ho's face, quietly noting that it took the kid exactly 2 days to complete the journey. Stumbling through the waist-deep snow in his frozen orange tracksuit, a heavily shivering king desperately drags himself forward, calling out for his senior. Even Theo is genuinely impressed by the kid's sheer perseverance, while Seol-a casually hangs onto his cheek, looking completely adorable. Summoning the absolute last drop of his physical stamina, King takes a massive, desperate leap over the wooden boundary fence of the cabin. His foot barely catches the edge of the snowy grass, his body completely giving out as his momentum carries him forward. With a loud, pathetic crash, King faceplants directly into the dirt, his heavy backpack landing right on top of him as he completely loses consciousness. Kang-ho, Theo, Mungchi, Seol-a, and Johanna all gather in a circle, staring down at the snoring human with a mix of amusement and sheer disbelief. Listening to the loud rhythmic snores echoing through the snow, Kang-ho smiles softly, deciding he can officially call this stubborn brat his disciple for now. They carry him inside, tucking him into a warm, comfortable bed right next to the roaring stone fireplace, where the kid sleeps like an absolute baby. Late that night, as the stars paint the sky over the snowy Chorwan Mountains, Kang-ho sits quietly on the wooden roof of the cabin, the cold wind not bothering him in the slightest. Casually taking a swig straight from a bottle of imported vodka, he taps away on his new smartphone, determined to research his new disciple's background. His screen displays a highly publicized, dramatic news article. An S-class ranker named Forello is publicly provoking King, demanding an official duel. Forello claims that King only achieved his prestigious SS rank through pure luck and promises to utterly crush him. Kang-ho's eyes narrow as he recognizes Forello's affiliation with the Rebadon Guild. Rebadon is renowned as one of the country's 4 great prestigious guilds, a traditional, long-established magic lineage famous for producing elite magic-type awakeners. The guildmaster is Wind God Kang Tae-yong, a powerful SS-class awakener who has long claimed the achievements of the old war heroes are vastly exaggerated. Realizing he needs accurate information, Kang-ho presses a contact on his phone, dialing the only magic-type expert he can trust. On the other end of the line, the gorgeous flame witch, Lee Minna, happily answers, stirring a glowing cauldron of purple magic in her workshop while greeting her old friend. Kang-ho cuts straight to the chase, asking if the rumors are true and if King is really on terrible terms with the Rebadon Guild. Minna's expression turns serious as she explains that King was actually affiliated with Rebadon until 16 years ago, carrying a highly complicated family situation. Kang-ho listens quietly, staring out at the frozen mountain peaks as he processes the gravity of the kid's past. The next morning, King finally wakes up with a massive stretch, letting out a loud, refreshed shout as he celebrates getting his first proper sleep in days. But as he looks up, his happy expression slowly morphs into utter confusion. He realizes he isn't in his warm bed anymore, he is zipped tightly inside a heavy sleeping bag, sitting upright in the middle of a freezing snowbank. Nothing says good morning like being packaged like a frozen burrito and left in a blizzard. King sighs, muttering, "It is no wonder I felt a freezing chill at dawn," as he looks over at the quiet, snow-covered cabin. Inside, Theo is curled up under his blankets looking half dead, weakly complaining that King's thunderous, magic-free snoring was more terrifying than any demon raid. Outside, Kang-ho is sitting comfortably on a wooden chair, sipping a hot cup of coffee as he greets his shivering disciple. King eagerly runs over, relieved he wasn't abandoned. Taking a slow sip, Kang-ho looks at him with a piercing gaze, flatly asking if he is seriously planning on fighting Forello in the upcoming ranking match. King's playful demeanor instantly vanishes, his eyes turning sharp and disciplined as he confirms that Rebadon has officially requested a duel. Sliding his chair back, Kang-ho calmly points out that King's relationship with Rebadon seems incredibly messy, teasingly asking if the kid did something wrong to get kicked out. King looks down, his hands clenching tightly as his voice trembles with a mix of old sorrow and anger, stating with absolute certainty that neither he nor his mother did anything wrong. Kang-ho's eyes soften slightly as King flashes back to 16 years ago, recalling the day his life was completely upended. Minna's voice echoes in Kang-ho's mind, explaining that Rebadon threatened to declare absolute war on any guild that dared to recruit King, forcing the kid to survive entirely as a solo hunter. The dark rumor surrounding their hostility is simple. King is believed to be the illegitimate, abandoned child of Wind God Kang Tae-yong. Tae-yong's personal life is notoriously messy, and Rebadon is a strictly family-run guild where direct, legitimate heirs hold absolute power. King was seen as nothing more than an inconvenient threat to their legacy. Gazing at the steam rising from his mug, Kang-ho processes the heavy burden his young disciple has been carrying all by himself. Standing up, Kang-ho cuts off the heavy silence, noting that since the official ranking match is in exactly 1 month, they have zero time to waste. He locks eyes with King, explaining that they will start by completely sealing his mana core to rebuild his basic physical foundation from scratch. He asks, "Are you truly ready?" King's eyes burst with fiery determination, snapping his hands together in a traditional martial arts salute while shouting, "I am absolutely ready!" Kang-ho's sweat drops, looking highly amused and slightly embarrassed by the kid's incredibly dramatic hand gesture. He is ready to fight for his life, but first, he has to make sure the anime poses are perfect. King boasts confidently, claiming that after jogging across half the country, basic running exercises will be an absolute breeze for him. But before he can even take a single step, a heavy metallic clank echoes through the snow, and his knees instantly buckle under an immense crushing weight. Thick, black metallic bands snap tightly around both of his ankles, crackling with a heavy, localized gravity aura. Kang-ho calmly explains that these are special training items forged from heavy stone, with each individual band weighing exactly 300 kilograms. King's jaw drops in absolute horror. A terrifying, wicked smirk spreads across Kang-ho's face as he tells him he will be running his daily laps wearing those. He cheerfully adds, humans only unlock their true strength when faced with imminent mortal danger. Cold sweat pours down King's face as he trembles, weakly asking, what exactly do you mean by danger? Right on cue, the colossal white saber-toothed tiger Mungchi emerges from the trees behind him, his eyes glowing with a terrifying blue light as he lets out a hot, drooling breath right onto King's neck. Kang-ho smiles warmly, casually instructing Mungchi to chase the kid and eat him completely whole the very second he stops running. Standard personal training methodology. Very USDA approved. King lets out a high-pitched, blood-curdling scream of pure terror, desperately sprint-bounding forward through the deep snow as the giant S-class predator roars and snaps at his heels. Watching his disciple run for his life, Kang-ho notes that despite his clumsy form, the kid's physical reflexes really are worthy of an SS-class hunter. He smiles, knowing that once the world witnesses what King is capable of after this training, the arrogant leaders of Rebadon will be completely, utterly shocked. And with that, the brutal, hellish training of the Wind God's son officially begins. A full week of relentless physical conditioning has passed, and King's body is being pushed far past normal human limits. Every grueling hour is reshaping him piece by painful piece. The training started with heavy ankle stones, but now he is strapped into a massive, heavy-gravity vest that tightly constricts his chest, making every breath a battle. Heavy metal bands are locked onto his arms, adding hundreds of extra kilograms of artificial weight to his daily routine. With weighted gear dragging down his arms, legs, and chest, King struggles to even lift his feet, sinking deep into the freezing snow with every single stride. Kang-ho sits comfortably nearby, sipping his coffee while casually telling his student to stop overthinking the weight and just focus on keeping his feet moving. He looks over his shoulder with a small, playful smirk, calling out to Seol-a to make sure she is keeping up with her own training routine. The little silver-white fox cub jumps into the deep snow, looking incredibly cute yet surprisingly fierce in her own miniature weighted training vest. Seol-a lets out a sassy, adorable huff, turning her head away to let her master know she is not pleased with this fashion statement. Kang-ho quietly chuckles, realizing the tiny beast is pouting simply because she hasn't had a real challenge lately. Ever since their battle with Mother Crypto, where she was forced to watch from the sidelines, her innate, battle-hungry spirit has been itching for a proper fight. Because of her boundless energy, her relentless, lightning-fast ambushes on poor Theo have become a daily occurrence, forcing the two of them to train out of pure survival. Naturally, Kang-ho made sure his beloved pet didn't miss out on the grind, crafting custom-weighted gear to help burn off her extra energy. Interestingly, the tiny vest she is wearing is actually the exact same weighted suit that the colossal monkey used back when he was just a little cub. Watching them from a distance, Kang-ho casually checks his phone, lazily telling Mungchi to give both of them a painful nudge if they dare to slack off for even a second. He taps open a text message from his old comrade Im Chul-bae, warning him that the arrogant leader of Rebadon, Wind God Kang Taeyong, is causing major trouble in the media again. Kang-ho's eyes narrow as he reads the headlines, where Taeyong publicly dismisses the legendary 5 heroes as overhyped lucky relics of a bygone era. Kang-ho lets out a quiet sigh, muttering that the loudmouth guildmaster should spend less time trashing legends and more time actually taking care of his own active hunters. As night falls over the snowy mountains, the heavy wooden door of the cabin is slowly, painfully pushed open. King and Seol-a stumble inside, looking completely spent, their legs trembling like jelly after running under that brutal gravity pressure all day. Gasping for air, King collapses against the doorframe, his face pale as he barely manages to announce that they successfully completed today's run. Seol-a lets out a tired, panting squeak from the floor, looking completely exhausted but strangely satisfied with her hard work. Kang-ho sits by the roaring fireplace, pouring a drink and admitting that the kid lasted far longer than he originally expected. King lets out a weak, prideful laugh, crawling across the wooden floor while stating that sheer, stubborn guts are the only thing that kept him alive all these years. Unable to hold his posture any longer, the young hunter faceplants directly onto the floorboards with a loud, tired groan. Kang-ho quietens down, placing the bottle of vodka on the floor and gently suggesting the exhausted kid get some proper rest. King rolls over onto his back, looking up at the ceiling and sleepily noting that he doesn't see their silver-haired demon companion around tonight. Kang-ho chuckles, explaining that Theo fled to the outdoor orchard warehouse just to escape King's thunderous snoring. He holds up a small cup, asking his disciple if he wants a drink. King sits up, and the two clink their glasses together in a quiet, solemn toast, the warm fire crackling softly in the background. Setting his glass down, King's expression turns quiet and heavy, asking Kang-ho if he's heard the ugly rumors whispering about his past. Kang-ho takes a slow sip, his voice calm and seasoned as he replies that when you live as long as he has, you realize that rumors are always half lies and half truth. King stares into his glass, a soft, rare look of gratitude washing over his face as he admits Kang-ho is the very first person to ever actually help him, promising to tell him the real story. Kang-ho remains quiet, holding his drink and listening intently as the young man prepares to open up about his darkest memories. King's voice drifts back 16 years to the sprawling, luxurious estate of the prestigious Rebadon Guild located right in the heart of downtown Daejeon. Back then, he was just an innocent, quiet 8-year-old boy named Park Sungjun. But despite the luxurious setting, young Sungjun did not live in a lavish bedroom. He slept in a tiny, dusty closet tucked away in the back of the mansion. Every single morning before dawn, the little boy would wake up all alone, looking around the empty, cold closet for his mother. His mother worked tirelessly as a low-ranking kitchen maid, waking up at the crack of dawn to handle all the grueling chores for the main family. Sungjun would peek his head out of the kitchen door, letting out a bright, energetic wave to his mother to let her know he was awake. Despite their miserable, abusive living conditions, the mother and son would always share a warm, loving smile whenever they looked at each other. One afternoon, the young boy was assigned to sweep the private stone courtyard where the main family's direct children trained. Clutching his broom, Sungjun watched from behind the wooden doors, filled with an innocent, intense curiosity. He watched the guild's elite disciples struggle for hours, desperately trying to channel even a tiny speck of raw mana into their hands. Sungjun looked down at his own small hand, completely baffled as to why the older kids were finding something so simple to be so difficult. With a gentle flick of his wrist, a perfect swirling sphere of green wind magic effortlessly materialized in his palm without any training at all. Suddenly, a looming shadow fell over him. It was the guildmaster Kang Tae-yong looking down with cold, calculating eyes and noting that the servant boy had awakened to the exact same wind element as him. Sungjun gasped in shock, his tiny sphere of wind flickering as he realized he had been caught using magic. Taeyong stared down at the child, his face a mask of cold, unreadable emotion, realizing this illegitimate servant boy possessed far more raw talent than his legal heirs. In many modern hunter stories, the talented illegitimate child is a common trope, representing a massive threat to the established lineage. In the brutal world of corporate guilds, raw talent is a dangerous political weapon. Chief among the direct heirs was Kang Tae-wong, the youngest son of the family and the future fire mage, who looked at Sungjun with eyes burning with pure, envious rage. Along with Tae-wong, all 5 of Tae-yong's direct children began to look at the little boy with intense, toxic hatred. Little did Sungjun know what was coming. The entire situation had been intentionally orchestrated by their twisted father, Kang Tae-yong, who deliberately used the servant boy's talent to provoke them. He wanted to ruthlessly mock his own mediocre children, sparking a wave of brutal, retaliatory abuse against the innocent child. Tae-wong and his thugs began cornering Sungjun in the dark alleys of the estate, beating him mercilessly while Tae-wong watched with a cruel, smug grin. But the young boy endured the pain, shielding his head in the dirt and never letting out a single tear. He tolerated the abuse because he had a clear, beautiful dream to grow strong, become an S-class hunter, and give his hardworking mother the comfortable life she deserved. For that dream, he believed he could easily put up with a little bullying. But one fateful afternoon, the abusers went far too far. Little Sungjun ran desperately toward the kitchen courtyard, his heart pounding with a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread. He burst through the gate to find Tae-wong violently confronting his mother, humiliating her and forcing her to the ground over a minor cooking mistake. Watching his precious mother being treated like garbage on the dirty floor, a cold, snapping sensation echoed through Sungjun's mind. His eyes turned completely white with rage, his quiet, gentle nature instantly vanishing. A massive, violent vortex of green wind magic erupted around the little boy as he charged forward, screaming at the monster to let go of his mother. Tae-wong turned his head in shock, completely caught off guard by the sheer explosive density of the child's raw mana. Sungjun slammed both of his hands forward, releasing a massive wind shockwave that violently blasted the arrogant young master off his feet. Tae-wong crashed hard into the stone pavement, his expensive hair accessory shattering as he tumbled backward into the dirt. Trembling with humiliation, Tae-wong stood up, a massive wild aura of fire erupting around him as he snarled that he would never accept an illegitimate brat possessing their family's magic. Losing all sanity, Tae-wong unleashed a massive torrent of fire, aiming the deadly flames straight at the child. His mother gasped, her eyes stretching wide with terror as she realized her young son was about to be incinerated. In that split second, the reflection of the incoming wall of fire danced in Sung-jun's eyes. The little boy froze, realizing too late that his mother had lunged forward, throwing her own body directly into the raging flames to shield him. Sung-jun could only watch in mute, paralyzing horror as his mother smiled warmly through the light, softly whispering her final words of love before her life was extinguished. That was the horrific reality of what happened 16 years ago. Afterward, the Rebadon Guild quickly covered up the incident, completely erasing her death, and threw the traumatized boy out into the cold streets. King lets out a soft, sad chuckle, his eyes warm with tears as he notes that despite the terrible life she lived, his mother still raised him with absolute love. He explains that Rebadon used their massive political influence to blackball him from every guild, forcing him to flee to the lawless conflict zone where he lived in an abandoned movie store and survived by hunting monsters alone. He looks over at Kang-ho, a self-deprecating smile on his face as he mutters that his life story isn't exactly a fun one to listen to. He quietly whispers that, despite everything, he and his mother truly did nothing wrong, his voice carrying the heavy pain of a child who was never believed. Slumping forward against the table, his physical exhaustion and the emotional weight of his past finally take over as he drifts off to sleep. Kang-ho stares down at his sleeping disciple, his expression turning ice cold as he sets his glass down, quietly declaring, "I believe you," and Kang Tae-young has always been an absolute bastard. He gently carries the sleeping young man to his bed, whispering for him to sleep peacefully, promising that no one in this cabin will ever hate him or kick him out. King's breathing stabilizes, his face finally relaxing into a quiet, peaceful sleep for the first time in 16 years. Back when he was a homeless, lonely child in the conflict zone, Sung-jun was absolutely terrified of falling asleep in the dark, silent ruins. To escape the deafening silence, he would play old, dusty VHS tapes on a flickering television screen, staring at them blankly until morning. On that screen was a martial arts hero wearing a bright yellow tracksuit, effortlessly fighting off hordes of enemies with absolute confidence. No matter how badly he was beaten, the hero in the yellow tracksuit would always flash a bright, cool thumbs up to the camera. The hero smiled coolest whenever things got tough, inspiring the little boy to mimic that exact same posture. He smiled through the hunger, the pain, and the absolute loneliness, clenching his teeth and grinning until he finally became the S-class hunter known as King. But some nightmares are too deeply rooted to be washed away by a single night of peace. In King's mind, the roaring flames of that fateful day continue to burn, his half-brother's mocking voice echoing through the fire. With a desperate gasp, King's eyes snap open, his body drenched in cold sweat as he sits upright in the quiet cabin. A soft chime cuts through his heavy breathing as his smartphone screen flickers to life with an incoming notification. King slowly reaches out, his hand trembling slightly as he grabs the device to read the message. The screen displays a stark, cold reminder. The official ranking match against Rebadon is set to take place in exactly 3 days at the Daejeon Gymnasium. King stares down, his mind flashing back to the smiling hero on the television screen, reminding himself that a star always smiles brightest when things are at their absolute worst. Forcefully pulling his lips into his trademark confident grin, he quietly whispers to himself to just keep smiling. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, he steps out into the freezing winter morning, already strapped into his heavy gravity training vest. He repeats his personal mantra aloud, taking off into a sprint through the deep snow, determined to burn away his lingering fear with physical exhaustion. Kang-ho walks effortlessly beside him, noting that his movements have improved drastically, his physical foundation finally becoming rock solid even without relying on his wind magic. King gasps for air, thanking his senior for the guidance, but looks completely baffled as to how Kang-ho is casually keeping pace with him while just walking. Kang-ho lets out a small, mysterious smirk, noting that since the big ranking match is just around the corner, it's finally time for them to take their training to the next level. He looks at King, flatly pointing out that the kid is still absolutely terrified of Kang Tae-wang, which is exactly why he's been having horrific nightmares every single night. King gasps, utterly shocked. Kang-ho quietens down, explaining that trauma is a parasitic thing. Even if you try your best to forget it, it embeds itself deep within your core, ready to paralyze you when you face your abuser. He steps in front of his disciple, blocking his path and warning him that against someone like Tae-wang, even if King's magical skills are superior, his fear will make him lose. He needs to overcome it right now. King swallows hard, his eyes wide with a mix of anticipation and dread as he asks his master how exactly one is supposed to cure 16 years of psychological trauma. Kang-ho cracks his knuckles, a terrifyingly calm smile spreading across his face as he flatly states, "The cure is simple. You just have to really die once." King starts flailing his arms in absolute panic-stricken horror, screaming at his master as to why on earth he's warming up his fists for a psychological therapy session. Kang-ho steps forward, a massive roaring vortex of blue mana erupting around his fist as he calmly reassures the kid that near-death conditioning is a tried-and-true method he has personally experienced. King's jaw drops, his eyes practically popping out of his head as he asks if the strongest man alive actually had trauma of his own. Kang-ho's eyes turn incredibly sharp, confirming that he did, and he broke through his mental limits using this exact, brutal method. Telling his student to clench his teeth tight so they don't shatter, Kang-ho unleashes a massive wind-splitting punch that completely decimates the snowy landscape. A few moments later, Theo is casually poking King's swollen cheek with a wooden stick, sweat dropping and asking Kang-ho if he didn't go a bit too far with that strike. Kang-ho waves his hand dismissively, stating that the kid is naturally tough and will wake up soon. Theo listens to King's loud, rhythmic snoring, admitting that the kid's sheer sturdiness is truly ridiculous. Kang-ho turns his gaze to Theo, pointing out that the silver-haired demon has been using King's loud snoring as an excuse to sneak into the orchard and secretly train his own magic. Theo jumps in shock, his face turning pale as he realizes his secret training sessions have been completely monitored from the very beginning. Because Kang-ho has purposely loosened the binding seal on Theo's heart lately, the clever demon has been quietly accumulating and training his magical power in the gaps. What caught Kang-ho's attention while secretly watching him from the shadows was Theo's highly unique, ancient method of magical cultivation. It is a high-level demonic technique of endlessly refining and purifying raw mana until only the absolute concentrated essence remains, a refined energy that acts like a gourmet feast for Seol-a. Kang-ho chuckles, noting that it's no wonder the little white fox cub keeps drooling and chasing Theo around since she can actively smell the delicious refined mana. Theo screams in realization. He reassures the terrified demon that since it's magic he built up through his own hard work, he won't seal it away, but asks if Theo would be willing to teach that refinement method to someone else later. Relieved, Theo smugly replies that he'll think about it since it's his family's secret royal technique. He then asks if Kang-ho has been going out every night to the city of Daejeon. Kang-ho nods, asking Theo if he remembers anything unusual from their recent trip to Daejeon, but the silver-haired demon only happily remembers the delicious local bread they ate. Kang-ho presses further, asking if Theo felt any strange, dark, magical signatures in the area, but the demon shakes his head, leaving the Beast King in deep, quiet thought. He remembers a phone call from Lee Minna, who warned him that the direct descendants of the Rebadon Guild have completely disappeared from public view lately. More alarmingly, she reported that there has been an unusually, suspiciously high mortality rate among the regular hunters within the Rebadon Guild over the past year. Riding atop the majestic white tiger monkey, Kang-ho had personally investigated the night skyline of Daejeon several times, searching for anomalies. But despite his absolute sensory range, he found no outward signs of demonic corruption, though one name continued to bother him: Kang Taeyong. Knowing Taeyong's greedy, ruthless personality, the fact that he went into sudden closed-door training right when the deaths among his guild members skyrocketed is incredibly suspicious. Standing over his unconscious disciple, Kang-ho quietly resolves to keep a close eye on Daejeon, sensing a dark storm brewing around the Rebadon family. Suddenly, King's eyelids flicker, his consciousness slowly drifting back into the dark void of his mind. In his sleep, he is instantly pulled back into a dark, flame-shrouded dream, a cold, ominous feeling of dread gripping his throat. He groans internally, realizing this is the exact same recurring nightmare of his mother's tragic death replaying endlessly before his eyes. The fiery silhouette of young Kang Taewong stands before him, his face twisted in a smug, murderous grin as he unleashes his deadly fire magic. Taewong screams his hateful slurs, and King freezes, his mind asking if he is truly doomed to remain terrified of this monster for the rest of his life. But just as the flames are about to consume him, a massive, swirling black void suddenly tears open right in the middle of Taewong's chest. Taewong's face turns pale with terror as a massive, blue-glowing fist forcefully shatters right through the nightmare, dispersing the flames into nothingness. Out from the shattered illusion steps Choi Kang-ho, looking incredibly imposing as he glares down, asking King what he's doing lounging around in his own head when he still needs to finish getting beaten. King screams in absolute comical panic, utterly baffled that his terrifying master has somehow managed to physically invade his private nightmare. He realizes that compared to Kang-ho, Taewong is an absolute joke, with a loud panic shout of, "Why are you hitting me?" King's eyes snap open as he sits bolt upright in the freezing snow. He is greeted by the sight of Kang-ho and Theo casually sitting in front of him, with Theo playing games on Kang-ho's phone and ignoring the screaming kid. Kang-ho cracks his knuckles once more, a polite, terrifyingly gentle smile on his face as he asks his disciple if they should begin round 2. King shivers, his entire body breaking out in goosebumps as he realizes that the true definition of primal fear is his master's polite, smiling gaze. He lets out a loud, tragic wail of despair as Kang-ho launches himself forward, resuming the brutal near-death conditioning training. By the end of the afternoon, the snowy clearing is littered with craters, with the system notes indicating that King successfully fainted a whopping 15 times in a single day. And so, day after painful day, King's brutal, soul-shattering trauma therapy training continued without a single moment of rest. Massive explosions of blue and green mana continuously rock the mountainside, clearing away entire forests of snow as King is systematically broken down and rebuilt. The promised 3 days of training pass in a flash of blood, sweat, and shattered physical limits. The morning of the highly anticipated ranking match finally arrives, the towering skyscrapers of downtown Daejeon gleaming under the bright morning sun. Inside the massive, state-of-the-art DXZ arena, a colossal crowd of excited Hunter fans is packing the stands, the air humming with immense anticipation. Down in the spectator seats, fans are whispering among themselves, wondering why an elite SS rank like King would ever agree to a duel with a lower S rank like Pyro. Another fan leans in, whispering that the bad blood between King and Rebadon isn't just a simple guild rivalry, but a highly scandalous family secret involving the Wind God's illegitimate child. Suddenly, the arena lights dim, and a heavy, flame-shrouded shadow begins walking out from the player entrance tunnel. Out steps the arrogant young master of Rebadon, wearing a prestigious red and black battle uniform, his hand resting on the hilt of a glowing sword. He slowly draws the weapon, the blade gleaming with a brilliant, high-grade magical light that instantly silences the crowd. Holding the sword high, Kang Tae-wong, now officially codenamed Pyro, flashes a smug, confident grin to the cheering spectators. The crowd erupts into excited whispers, immediately recognizing the legendary magic sword he retrieved from last year's high-level Antares raid. His older brother, Kang Tae-hoon, quietly steps up behind him, sternly warning the hot-headed youth to watch his mouth since the entire arena can hear him. Tae-wong dismisses him, calling the crowd worms. Tae-wong's face twists into a psychotic, envious grin, whispering that his only concern is making sure the filthy bastard child hasn't gotten scared and run away. Tae-hun looks down, a look of deep, silent conflict washing over his face, as he quietly asks himself if this corrupt, arrogant path is truly what their family should be taking. Tae-wong steps onto the center of the arena, screaming at the top of his lungs, mockingly calling out for the filthy brat to show his face. The arena doors remain shut as the seconds tick away, making the crowd wonder if the SS rank hunter has truly abandoned the match out of fear. Tae-wong lets out a confident, mocking laugh, fully believing his half-brother has fled, but a sudden, massive vibration in the air catches his attention. The massive metal gates are violently blown open by a brilliant, roaring vortex of green wind magic. Out steps King, looking incredibly fit and powerful, flanked by Kang-ho and Theo. Wearing his heavy training vest and carrying himself with absolute, unwavering confidence, King flashes his trademark blinding grin, declaring, "The true main character always makes his entrance last." This is the exact moment a lifetime of fear is supposed to paralyze you, but King stands right in the center of the roaring arena, locking eyes with his childhood tormentor. Across from him, Tae-wong wears a smug sneer, immediately spitting out insults and dismissing King's companions as nothing but cheap help. Watching from the sidelines, Kang-ho's expression remains completely flat, noting with a quiet sigh that the kid talks with the exact same arrogant, empty-headed tone as his father. Meanwhile, Theo is entirely in his own world, staring blankly at his new phone and marveling at the crisp camera resolution, treating a high-stakes family blood feud like a budget tech unboxing video. King's serious focus breaks for a split second as he delivers a swift smack to the back of Theo's head, telling him to put the stupid phone away when they are literally seconds from a life-or-death battle. The bickering is cut short by a sharp, echoing thud as a pair of sleek high heels lands gracefully onto the icy stadium floor, signaling the arrival of the match's official referee. The crowd goes absolutely wild as the legendary flame witch, Lee Minna, steps forward, radiating pure elegance in a stunning black dress and fur coat that instantly commands the entire arena. Tae-wong's face twists in annoyance, grumbling under his breath about an old timer trying to steal his spotlight, while his teammate nervously sweats, warning him to watch his mouth around a first-generation war hero. Minna's eyes widen in shock as she spots Kang-ho standing in the corner, but before she can blurt out his name, he casually holds a single finger to his lips, silently telling her to keep his identity under wraps. She can't help but smile, genuinely amused that the notoriously lazy Beast King actually took the time to personally mentor a loud, hyperactive kid like King. Turning her attention to the massive crowd, Minna raises her voice to announce that this clash is officially recognized as a sanctioned ranking match, sending a wave of excitement through the stands. She introduces herself as the guarantor, ready to declare the match open, but Taewong abruptly cuts her off with a loud mocking shout. With a dramatic ring of metal, Taewong draws a gorgeous glowing blue artifact sword that hums with immense magical power, a wicked idea forming in his head. He flashes a sickening grin, asking Minna what would happen if his high-grade weapons turn out to be a bit too powerful and he accidentally ends up taking King's life during the fight. In many classic hunter settings, elite guilds function essentially as massive corporations, where wealthy heirs simply purchase high-grade, premium dungeon artifacts to bypass actual physical training. Minna's expression turns ice cold as she firmly warns him that murder is strictly forbidden, though Taewong mockingly brushes it off, knowing that accidents in the arena are easily swept under the rug by his family. Kang-ho watches the exchange with a calm, analytical eye, instantly realizing that Taewong is actively planning to end King's life, but a subtle smirk plays on his lips as he remembers the very specific detour he made to the bank earlier. Kang-ho places a reassuring hand on King's shoulder, quietly telling him that his basic physical training is more than enough to handle this, giving his student the green light to finally take them off. With a deafening boom that shakes the entire stadium, King unbuckles his heavy wrist and ankle restraints, letting them crash into the ice and shatter the concrete beneath, sending chunks of debris flying everywhere. Taewong and his teammates stare in absolute jaw-dropping horror, their minds struggling to comprehend that King ran hundreds of miles to this arena while carrying that much dead weight. Free from the crushing burden, King lets out a roaring primal scream as a massive swirling vortex of vibrant green wind mana erupts around his body, shaking the very air of the arena. He flashes his signature thumbs up at Kang-ho, laughing with pure joy as he confesses that he feels so incredibly light he could literally fly. Taewong's face contorts with pure rage, his veins popping as he sneers at King, furious that his illegitimate brother is acting so confident. Screaming like a lunatic, Taewong charges forward, his sword igniting with furious orange flames as he vows to brutally crush King right in front of the live-streaming cameras. King's gaze instantly sharpens as he locks onto the incoming threat, while Theo dramatically waves his arms in the background, frantically begging his fellow trainee not to die and leave him with all the farm work. The two brothers clash in a spectacular blur of colors, a trail of blazing orange fire and roaring green wind tearing a massive path across the snowy stadium floor. Taewong leaps high into the air, bringing his flaming sword down with all his might, but King blocks the devastating strike head-on with his wrapped forearm, creating a massive explosion of light. They trade high-speed blows, the sheer pressure of fire and wind carving deep trenches into the ice as they push each other to the absolute limit. Taewong slides back, his boots grinding against the ice before he lunges again, his burning blade clashing violently against King's glowing green fists in a desperate struggle for dominance. Locking eyes over the sparks of their clashing magic, Taewong grins maniacally, mocking King by pointing out that millions of people are watching his pathetic final moments broadcasted live to the world. He laughs in King's face, taunting him that even if he somehow survives this beatdown, his career as a hunter is completely dead the moment he loses on a stage this massive. Taewong boasts that King's fate was sealed the moment he foolishly agreed to show up, but King just stares back with a quiet, intense anger, speaking his brother's name with chilling calm. A painful memory flashes in King's mind, bringing back the image of his younger self standing in the cold, holding a framed funeral photo of his mother. He quietly asks if Taewong has any real idea of the hell he lived through after being kicked out. Tears of raw, agonizing grief stream down young King's face as his teeth grit in absolute fury, recalling the pain of losing the only person who ever loved him. King remembers his brutal years in the lawless conflict zone, where raw physical power was the only thing that kept you alive. He coldly tells Taewong that he's fought real monsters, and that his brother is just a pampered brat who knows nothing about the real world. Slipping into a perfect low combat stance, King's aura flares with terrifying intensity, leaving Taewong completely stunned and unnerved by the sudden shift in pressure. Before they finish this, King asks one final, heavy question that has haunted him for 16 long years. What did he ever do to make his family hate him this deeply? Taewong's mouth curls into a vile, sadistic smirk amidst the flickering embers, mockingly replying that King did plenty of things wrong. With a venomous shout, Taewong swings his sword, screaming that King's very existence as an illegitimate child is a mistake that should have never happened. King's eyes widen slightly, a brief flash of childhood trauma cutting through his defense as the cruel words strike a deep old wound. Capitalizing on the distraction, Taewong unleashes a massive fiery crescent slash, but King's reflexes kick in, his body twisting fluidly to dodge the lethal heat. Mid-air, King executes an inverted spin, his legs slicing through the wind like a deadly blade as he channels his green wind magic into a counter-offensive. He plants a single, bandage-wrapped hand firmly onto the ice, pivoting his entire body weight with incredible grace and control. Using his hand as a spring, King launches a devastating, high-extension kick that smashes directly into Taewong's jaw with a sickening crack, sending him flying backward. Minna and the Rebadon Guild members gasp in absolute shock, their eyes wide as they watch the arrogant young master get violently thrown off balance by a purely physical strike. Taewong crashes hard, his body tumbling across the frozen arena floor like a rag doll as the wind is completely knocked out of him. Watching from the sidelines, Kang-ho casually sighs at how disappointing Taewong's actual skills are, while Theo stands next to him with his mouth wide open, amazed that the kick landed so cleanly. Theo mutters under his breath, completely in awe of the sheer power of high-grade artifacts, realizing he barely felt any of the residual shockwave from the clash. Taewong slowly pushes himself up from the ice, his face twisted in pure humiliation and rage as he spits out a curse, unable to accept that he was just physically dominated by his brother. Completely losing his sanity, Taewong's eyes go bloodshot with rage as he screams that he's going to murder King right now, activating a set of glowing high-grade rings on his fingers. A massive towering wave of concentrated hellfire erupts from his hand as he shouts that he will erase King from this world, forcing King to brace himself and raise his arms in defense. The colossal column of raging fire completely swallows King, lighting up the entire stadium in a blinding, terrifying orange glow that makes the crowd gasp in horror. King is trapped dead center in the middle of the crackling, suffocating inferno, his silhouette barely visible through the thick, swirling waves of heat. Theo panics, pointing at the massive fire and shouting that King is in serious danger, but Kang-ho remains completely calm, holding up a hand to tell him to relax. Kang-ho flashes a knowing, highly amused smirk, explaining that he made a quick stop at the bank before the match precisely because he knew Taewang would pull some cowardly trick like this. Nothing says mentorship like being petty enough to outfund your students' abusers. Inside the blazing inferno, King feels the intense heat pressing against him, and for a split second, the roaring flames look exactly like the tragic fire from his childhood, making him wonder if this is the end. But his eyes snap open, his teeth gritting with fierce determination as he forces himself to stand tall, refusing to let the past control his future. He struggles against the pressure, suddenly realizing that something is off. He shouldn't be able to easily block artifact-amplified fire of this level with his basic wind magic. As he looks down at his hands, a brilliant, glowing purple magic circle reflects perfectly in his eyes. He remembers the sleek black gloves Kang-ho gave him right before the match, telling him to wear them under his bandages. The magic circle flares with divine power, completely absorbing the heat. A brief flashback shows Kang-ho holding up the mysterious, glowing black gauntlets, handing them over with his usual casual demeanor. Kang-ho told him he was lending them because he refused to let his student lose a fight simply because the opponent had richer gear, sternly warning King that he better not dare lose. Back in the present, King smiles through the raging flames, a massive weight lifting from his chest as he realizes he isn't fighting a lonely battle anymore. Tears of overwhelming gratitude well up in his eyes, knowing that for the first time in his life he has a reliable backer standing firmly behind him. Taewong, completely oblivious to what's happening, leaps through the fire with his sword raised high, screaming that this is the absolute end. King easily swats the raging flames away with his glowing hands, mockingly telling Taewong that compared to the brutal training fists of his master, these weak flames are absolutely nothing. Taewong's jaw drops in sheer, paralyzed horror as King steps out of the ashes completely untouched, telling his brother to finally shut his mouth. Winding up a massive, wind-infused fist, King unleashes a devastating punch as the purple runic circle on his glove flares, smashing directly into Taewong's face in a visceral explosion of power. The impact is absolute. The sheer force of King's fist sends Taewong flying backward, his face twisting in agony as the stadium rings with the brutal sound of the hit. A massive shockwave of green wind and dispersing fire ripples across the entire arena, completely blowing away the remaining smoke and leaving the crowd in stunned silence. King lands gracefully on his feet, his gaze incredibly cold, steady, and focused as he watches his childhood tormentors slide across the ice. Taewong's eyes widen in sheer terror as his back hits the floor. For the first time in his life, he feels the cold, terrifying shadow of absolute defeat looming over him. In his fading consciousness, a memory of the horrific fire he started 16 years ago flashes in his mind, showing King's mother engulfed in the very flames he lit. He remembers her face amidst the burning ruins, a tragic reminder that they did absolutely nothing wrong to deserve his family's cruelty. King's expression is a mask of pure, righteous fury, while Taewong can only tremble, completely paralyzed by the overwhelming power of the brother he once abused. Stepping forward, King barks at him to finally shut his mouth, his wind-wrapped fist glowing bright green as he prepares to end this once and for all. Another brutal, crushing punch connects squarely with Taewong's face, the glowing purple runes on the glove humming with intense power. Taewong is violently slammed face first into the shattered floor, his body going completely limp from the devastating impact. The Rebadon Guild members scream in horror from the sidelines, while Lee Mina gasps in genuine surprise, completely impressed by the incredible growth King is displaying. King doesn't show a single ounce of mercy, blurring across the ice in a brilliant green streak of high-speed mana as he chases down the falling body. His boots slide sharply against the frozen floor, pivoting his entire weight instantly to build up massive momentum for a final, finishing strike. Delivering a devastating wind-infused kick straight to Taewong's chest, King sends him flying high into the air, completely shattering whatever defense he had left. Taewong coughs up a thick spray of blood, his eyes bulging in pure, agonizing defeat as his physical body finally breaks under the relentless assault. Up in the VIP stands, Theo is absolutely ecstatic, pointing at his phone and laughing as he realizes Taewong's mana core has been completely blown out and destroyed. King catches him by his collar mid-air, winding up his fist one last time, his voice cold and steady as he tells his brother that it is finally his turn to pay. His glowing black glove tenses up, ready to deliver a potentially lethal blow to end the 16-year-old grudge once and for all. Suddenly, a massive, swirling barrage of sharp green magic arrows rains down from the sky, forcing King to look up in sudden shock. The deadly arrows of concentrated wind magic slice through the air, storming down directly toward King's position with terrifying speed. King's eyes widen as he realizes the sheer scale of the attack, knowing he doesn't have enough time to dodge a localized storm of this magnitude. A massive, blinding explosion of wind mana tears through the center of the arena, throwing up a colossal cloud of thick smoke and icy debris that completely obscures the stage. As the smoke slowly clears, Taewong lies unconscious on the shattered floor, and his panicked guildmates rush onto the stage to check on their fallen leader. In the center of the blast, a familiar figure in a dark hoodie stands tall, a beautiful swirling barrier of calm blue mana perfectly shielding King from any harm. King looks up at the back of his savior, his voice trembling with immense relief as he gasps out, "Boss?" Kang-ho turns his head slightly, his eyes cold and sharp as he demands to know why a grown adult is embarrassing himself by interfering in a fight between kids, calling out the interloper's name. From the dark entrance of the player tunnel, a massive, intimidating silhouette steps forward, surrounded by crackling, violent waves of green wind energy. The scarred, angry face of the wind god, Kang Taeyong, is revealed, his teeth gritting in absolute fury as he spits out the name of the legendary Beast King. Taeyong steps fully onto the ice, his robes blowing wildly in his own massive wind aura. The spectators in the stands whisper in shock, wondering how someone was able to block a direct strike from the wind gods so easily. The name echoes through the crowd, people murmuring in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the legendary hero Choi Kang-ho still looks so incredibly young. The impact is absolute. The sheer force of King's fist sends Taewong flying backward, his face twisting in agony as the stadium rings with the brutal sound of the hit. A massive shockwave of green wind and dispersing fire ripples across the entire arena, completely blowing away the remaining smoke and leaving the crowd in stunned silence. King lands gracefully on his feet, his gaze incredibly cold, steady, and focused as he watches his childhood tormentor slide across the ice. Taewong's eyes widen in sheer terror as his back hits the floor. For the first time in his life, he feels the cold, terrifying shadow of absolute defeat looming over him. In his fading consciousness, a memory of the horrific fire he started 16 years ago flashes in his mind, showing King's mother engulfed in the very flames he lit. He remembers her face amidst the burning ruins, a tragic reminder that they did absolutely nothing wrong to deserve his family's cruelty. King's expression is a mask of pure, righteous fury, while Taewong can only tremble, completely paralyzed by the overwhelming power of the brother he once abused. Stepping forward, King barks at him to finally shut his mouth, his wind-wrapped fist glowing bright green as he prepares to end this once and for all. Another brutal, crushing punch connects squarely with Taewong's face, the glowing purple runes on the glove humming with intense power. Taewong is violently slammed face first into the shattered floor, his body going completely limp from the devastating impact. The Rebadon Guild members scream in horror from the sidelines, while Lee Mina gasps in genuine surprise, completely impressed by the incredible growth King is displaying. King doesn't show a single ounce of mercy, blurring across the ice in a brilliant green streak of high-speed mana as he chases down the falling body. His boots slide sharply against the frozen floor, pivoting his entire weight instantly to build up massive momentum for a final, finishing strike. Delivering a devastating wind-infused kick straight to Taewong's chest, King sends him flying high into the air, completely shattering whatever defense he had left. Taewong coughs up a thick spray of blood, his eyes bulging in pure agonizing defeat as his physical body finally breaks under the relentless assault. Up in the VIP stands, Theo is absolutely ecstatic, pointing at his phone and laughing as he realizes Taewong's mana core has been completely blown out and destroyed. King catches him by his collar mid-air, winding up his fist one last time, his voice cold and steady as he tells his brother that it is finally his turn to pay. His glowing black glove tenses up, ready to deliver a potentially lethal blow to end the 16-year-old grudge once and for all. Suddenly, a massive swirling barrage of sharp green magic arrows rains down from the sky, forcing King to look up in sudden shock. The deadly arrows of concentrated wind magic slice through the air, storming down directly toward King's position with terrifying speed. King's eyes widen as he realizes the sheer scale of the attack, knowing he doesn't have enough time to dodge a localized storm of this magnitude. A massive, blinding explosion of wind mana tears through the center of the arena, throwing up a colossal cloud of thick smoke and icy debris that completely obscures the stage. As the smoke slowly clears, Taewong lies unconscious on the shattered floor, and his panicked guildmates rush onto the stage to check on their fallen leader. In the center of the blast, a familiar figure in a dark hoodie stands tall, a beautiful swirling barrier of calm blue mana, perfectly shielding King from any harm. King looks up at the back of his savior, his voice trembling with immense relief as he gasps out, "Boss?" Kang-ho turns his head slightly, his eyes cold and sharp as he demands to know why a grown adult is embarrassing himself by interfering in a fight between kids, calling out the interloper's name. From the dark entrance of the player tunnel, a massive, intimidating silhouette steps forward, surrounded by crackling, violent waves of green wind energy. The scarred, angry face of the wind god, Kang Taeyong, is revealed, his teeth gritting in absolute fury as he spits out the name of the legendary Beast King. Taeyong steps fully onto the ice, his robes blowing wildly in his own massive wind aura. The spectators in the stands whisper in shock, wondering how someone was able to block a direct strike from the wind god so easily. The name echoes through the crowd, people murmuring in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the legendary hero Choi Kang-ho still looks so incredibly young. Inside the dusty wooden frame is a clear shot of the vibrant, youthful faces of the warriors before they were ever officially dubbed the Five Heroes. Looking down at his father, the other Rebadon's son silently recalls the toxic, deep-seated grudge his father has held against the five legendary heroes for decades. Taeyong's face is partially cast in shadow, his eyes burning with intense jealousy and hatred as he stares at the man who holds the glory he always wanted. Min-ah watches the confrontation with a deeply serious expression, knowing exactly how dangerous and petty Taeyong's obsession with the heroes is. To Taeyong, the fame, status, and absolute power the five heroes held after the war rightfully belonged to him, and he has spent his entire life trying to tear them down. He had even spread malicious rumors claiming the heroes murdered their own teammate, Kang Jun-sok, and his twin brother, just to keep all the wealth and fame for themselves. Taeyong's narrow gaze slowly shifts down, his eyes instantly locking onto the black gloves King is wearing. His other son, Tae-hoon, looks down with a complicated expression, shaking his head in silent disappointment at his father's relentless greed. Taeyong sneers, coldly dismissing the broken Taewong as a useless piece, before demanding to know if Kang-ho was the one who trained King. Kang-ho casually replies that he just took the kid in for a few days and beat him around rather enthusiastically, leaving King to sweat drop behind him, thinking that's a massive understatement. Taeyong continues to stare intently at King's hands, his mind racing as he looks at the intricate magic circles on the black gloves. Zooming in on the glowing purple runes, Taeyong's heart skips a beat as he recognizes them as the legendary constellation gauntlets, an artifact of mythic proportions. His eyes bulge with absolute shock and greed, realizing that one of the most powerful artifacts in history is right in front of him. He demands to know if those gauntlets have been in Kang-ho's hands all this time, but Kang-ho just shrugs, casually saying he's just been holding on to them. Taeyong lets out a bitter, mocking laugh, his face twisting in disgust at the casual response. He rants loudly, accusing Kang-ho of disgusting hypocrisy, asking if he was keeping the gauntlets while waiting for the comrade they supposedly murdered to return from the dead. The sheer pressure of Taeyong's flaring wind aura is so intense that King gasps, his chest tightening as he struggles to even breathe under the weight of it. But Kang-ho calmly steps in front of him, his own massive blue aura flaring up to instantly neutralize the pressure. He coldly notes that Taeyong's magic has indeed gotten stronger, but close-up on Kang-ho's eyes. They are sharp, icy, and completely dead serious, signaling that his patience has run out. In a literal flash, Kang-ho lunges forward with mind-blowing speed, a trail of blue light following him as he slices straight through Taeyong's raging storm. He effortlessly cuts through the massive barrier of wind magic, landing inches away from the completely stunned Rebadon Guild leader. Standing right in front of him, Kang-ho sighs, stating that Taeyong's cowardly behavior has never changed, whether in the past or now. With his hand glowing with concentrated high-density blue mana, Kang-ho reminds him that he's still the exact type of guy who only learns his lesson after getting a solid beating. The surrounding guildmates stare in absolute paralyzed horror, unable to comprehend how anyone could slice through their master's ultimate storm wind so easily. Kang-ho warns him that he is free to think whatever garbage he wants, but he better watch his mouth, because Kang-ho will be keeping a very close eye on him from now on. Sweat drips down Taeyong's face as he forces a nervous, trembling smile, asking if Kang-ho is officially declaring himself as King's backer. Kang-ho calmly replies that it depends entirely on what King does from here on, before casually asking if Taeyong wants to keep going. The wind god stays completely silent. Close up on Taeyong's mouth, his teeth gritting so hard they could shatter, swallowing his pride in absolute helpless humiliation. Knowing he is completely outmatched, Taeyong barks a harsh order for a full retreat, his son quickly nodding in compliance as they prepare to leave. As they carry the broken Taewong away, Taehoon stops near King, hesitantly calling him by his real name, Sungjun, before correcting himself to his hunter alias. Looking down with genuine, quiet remorse, Taehoon sincerely apologizes for everything they put him through in the past, marking the first time anyone from his family has shown him kindness. King is taken completely aback, a bead of sweat running down his temple as he wonders why his usually cold, distant half-brother is suddenly apologizing to him. Before they can walk away, Kang-ho speaks up, his voice echoing coldly as he asks if they really think they can just walk away after trying to murder a hunter on a live broadcast. Minna steps up, pointing out that the Hunter Association is officially recognizing this entire stunt as a major criminal incident that will not be swept under the rug. Taeyong grits his teeth in pure fury, realizing his plans are completely ruined and his guild's reputation is shattered, all because of what he considers a worthless brat. With a bitter flick of his wrist, Taeyong tosses 2 high-grade glowing rings onto the ice floor as a form of compensation. He points a shaking finger at Kang-ho, warning him with a low growl that this massive debt will eventually be repaid. Catching them effortlessly, Kang-ho raises his glowing fist, a smug smile playing on his lips as he replies that he highly doubts Taeyong can manage to repay it within this lifetime. The defeated Rebadon Guild slowly walks away, leaving King, Kang-ho, and Minna alone in the center of the massive, ice-covered stadium. Flashing a bright, cheerful smile, Minna raises her hand, officially declaring King the undisputed winner of the ranking match. King throws his fist high into the air, letting out a loud, victorious roar as the entire stadium erupts in deafening cheers for the new hero. But the sudden, overwhelming joy is short-lived as King's eyes quickly scan the area, looking past the roaring crowd to find one specific person. In his entire painful life, Kang-ho was the very first person who had ever stood by his side. Kang-ho casually tells him to pack up so they can stop by a bakery, while Theo excitedly agrees, saying they need to get in line. A single quiet tear of pure, overwhelming gratitude slides down King's cheek as he watches them walk ahead, a wide smile forming on his face as he whispers that his master is just too cool. Leaping into the air with a massive, joyful grin, King shouts for his boss to wait up, running as fast as he can to follow the person who finally gave him a place to belong. Long before the glory, and long before modern hunter society was ever established, there was only the blood-red horizon of a world that had almost completely broken. High above the ruins of a forgotten battlefield, 2 legendary comrades stood on the edge of the world, staring into a sunset that felt like the absolute end of everything. A quiet voice broke the silence, heavy with a deep fear of the future, pleading with Kang-ho to listen to what he had to say. Kang-ho didn't answer right away, casually lifting a metal flask to his lips as if trying to wash away the sudden weight of his friend's words. The silence stretched on, cold and tense, as the silver contract ring on Kang-ho's finger caught the dying light of the sun. The handsome, long-haired warrior turned back, his gaze intensely serious as he asked Kang-ho to promise that if he ever lost his mind and became a monster, Kang-ho would be the one to end his life. Kang-ho simply scoffed, telling him to cut the dramatic posing and lose the creepy smile, hiding his own growing unease behind a mask of casual annoyance. He complained that the weather was far too nice for his friend to be acting this incredibly frustrating. The warrior laughed softly, shielding his eyes from the blinding glare as he agreed that it really was a beautiful sunset, leaving a lingering memory of a bond that would eventually fracture. The warm sunset vanishes in a blink, and Kang-ho's eyes slowly drift open in the quiet of a modern penthouse, the old memory fading back into the the shadows of his mind. The heavy mood is instantly shattered by the chaotic duo on the floor, with King and Theo practically gluing their faces to their phones. King holds up his screen with ecstatic pride, pointing at the massive wave of articles covering his complete landslide victory over his brother. But the real shocker is the front page, where the entire nation is losing its mind over the official, long-awaited return of the legendary Beast King. Kang-ho just sighs from the couch, dryly telling them to turn the screens off before they completely ruin their eyesight in a room this massive. King laughs sheepishly, admitting this place is a huge step up from his old setup, which gets Kang-ho teasing him about whether he really wanted a luxury Han River view that badly. Turning his gaze to the sparkling city below, Kang-ho quietly asks King how it actually feels to have finally won. King's cheerful smile softens into a serious, reflective look, admitting the fight was less of a triumph and more of a brutal wake-up call regarding his own limitations. His hands tremble slightly as he holds up the legendary black constellation gauntlets, realizing how close he came to the edge. Bowing deeply, King confesses with complete humility that if it weren't for these gloves, he would have been killed, expressing his deep embarrassment for being so arrogant about his rank. Theo watches in surprise at the display of genuine respect, while a small, satisfied smile plays on Kang-ho's lips. With a casual flick of his wrist, Kang-ho tosses a pair of glowing gold rings through the air, telling the kid he isn't half bad. King catches them with a sharp gasp, his hand instantly flaring with a bright burst of green wind mana. He stares blankly at the high-grade artifacts resting in his palm, completely stunned by the sheer magical density vibrating through them. Kang-ho explains with a cold, sharp look that these are the exact treasures he extorted from the Wind God, proving that in his family's eyes, King's life wasn't even worth as much as a fancy magic sword. King's teeth grit in a wave of bitter reality, his fists clenching so hard his knuckles turn white as the truth of his family's cruelty sinks in. Looking at the imaginary shadows of the world's strongest warriors, King realizes that in this harsh life, absolute power is the only currency that matters. With a fierce, determined glare, he vows that next time, he will make sure his life is worth a hell of a lot more. He looks up at his master, declaring with absolute resolve that he is going to climb straight to the top of the food chain, no matter what it takes. Theo can't help but laugh at the intense speech, dryly noting that they've managed to recruit an incredibly dedicated follower. He flashes his phone screen, showing off a ridiculous group selfie that makes Kang-ho look like a tired father holding his chaotic children together. The quiet moment is broken by a loud, buzzing ring, and Kang-ho points to the phone, telling King to hurry up and answer his caller. The glowing screen flashes the name of Go Je-hoon, the Vice Guild Master of the prestigious Napa Guild. King picks it up, confidently telling his fellow mercenary to save the congratulations if that's what he's calling for. But the voice on the other end is tight, trembling with a cold panic as Je-hoon begs King to get to their headquarters immediately because they are in deep trouble. Je-hoon explains that their guildmaster's personal, high-security vault was completely cleaned out in a matter of minutes, and the only thing left behind was a mysterious black card with a stylized alien face. King's eyes widen in absolute shock, shouting the name of the legendary thief Phantom, while Kang-ho looks over with a sudden spark of interest. Kang-ho repeats the name in his mind, his gaze sharpening as he connects the pieces. He remembers the trembling, terrified face of a defeated bandit from earlier, who had babbled about a ghost-like thief who steals everything and always leaves a black calling card. Meanwhile, high above the chaotic city, a massive, fluffy white saber-toothed tiger rests peacefully on a dark rooftop. Mungchi's ears twitch as a brilliant trail of purple light leaps across the skyscrapers with breathtaking agility. Instead of growling, the giant predator simply pants happily, wagging his tail like a goofy house pet. The mysterious figure lands softly on the ledge, her eyes widening behind her goggles as she spots the massive saber-toothed beast. Sliding into a graceful, athletic crouch, she looks at the giant beast without a single ounce of fear. A warm, charming smile spreads across her face, cooing at how adorable the terrifying S-class predator actually is. She reaches out, gently patting Monkey's nose as the massive tiger practically melts under her touch. Apparently, being a legendary apex predator doesn't stop you from folding immediately for some head scratches. Gently tying her own vibrant green scarf around his massive neck, she whispers that she has to get going. With a flashy, playful peace sign, Phantom launches herself back into the cold night air, leaving a trace of sparkling stardust behind. Mungchi just sits there, panting happily and proudly wearing his new stylish accessory. The camera focuses on the perfectly tied bow of the green scarf as it flutters in the freezing wind. Down below, a single, black calling card drifts through the night, bearing the chilling face of the city's most elusive ghost. Across the city in Daejeon, the grand traditional headquarters of the Rebadon Guild stands tall, but the atmosphere inside is suffocatingly tense. Inside his dark office, Tae-hoon is clutching his head in absolute despair, screaming into his phone about how their elite third team was completely wiped out in a basic dungeon. He hangs up with a heavy, exhausted sigh, the crushing pressure of leading a failing guild weighing down on his shoulders. He shuts his computer screen with a quiet thud, his mind racing with a growing sense of dread. He thinks about how his father went into complete, isolated seclusion right after the ranking match, while his broken little brother lies unconscious in a hospital bed. To make matters worse, a digital board flashes a terrifying list of Rebadon hunters who have mysteriously vanished without a trace this year. Taehyun's finger hovers over the photo of Kim Myungju, an A-class hunter and his close personal friend, who is the latest to join the missing list. Staring at a framed photo of the two of them during happier times, Taehyun whispers, desperately asking where his friend could have possibly disappeared to. He grips his hair, his face twisting in raw agony as the overwhelming public pressure from the Hunter Association threatens to completely crush them. Realizing the very survival of his family's guild is hanging by a thread, Taehyun's gaze hardens with a desperate resolve. He decides that to save Rebadon, he has no choice but to break his father's seclusion, walking up to the massive ancient stone doors of the private training chamber. With a heavy, echoing creak, the massive doors slowly swing open before he can even touch them. Taehyun freezes, a wave of confusion washing over him as he wonders why the heavily guarded seal is already broken. A thick, chilling mist of dark green mana spills out of the dark chamber, swirling around his feet like a living shadow. Peeking through the narrow gap, Taehyun's breath hitches in his throat as his eyes lock onto a horrifying sight. Reflected in his trembling, terrified eye is the glowing, menacing silhouette of his father standing in the center of the dark room. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the dark horror unfolding across the city, little Seol-a lies flat on her back, sleeping soundly in the cozy comfort of the next room. The morning sun rises over the peaceful skyline of Seoul, a sharp and beautiful contrast to the dark shadows creeping through the hunter world. Kang-ho walks casually across the rooftop under the clear blue sky, calling out to Mungchi to ask if he wants to go downstairs for a quick walk. The massive white tiger rolls over on his back, wagging his tail in pure, goofy excitement. Holding a sleepy Seol-a in his arms, Kang-ho suddenly stops, his eyes narrowing as he spots a strange splash of color on Mungchi's neck. He gently grabs the vibrant green scarf, asking the giant tiger where on earth he managed to get such a stylish accessory. Kang-ho can't help but let out a warm laugh, gently patting his pet's chin and complimenting him on how incredibly handsome he looks. Later that afternoon, Kang-ho sits at a quiet outdoor cafe with Lee Minna, enjoying a rare, relaxing moment of peace amidst their chaotic lives. Minna lets out a dramatic, exhausted sigh, leaning her head on her hand as she grumbles about wanting to finally retire and hand over the stressful chairman position. Kang-ho teasingly points out that she looks completely full of life, sending her into a furious rant about how she is turning 80 soon and this constant workload is literal elder abuse. Shifting her tone to a serious whisper, Minna leans in, asking if Kang-ho has heard the rumors about the legendary thief, Phantom. She points out the massive, glowing Napa Guild building, explaining that the only reason the media is keeping quiet about the massive heist is purely because of the guild's wounded pride. Minna shows him a holographic file of Phantom, describing her as a ghost-like figure who slips in without a trace, steals highly valuable items, and disappears, leaving only a single card behind. Her expression turns grave as she explains that every single item Phantom has stolen was originally obtained through highly illegal and corrupt means. Kang-ho takes a quiet sip of his coffee, his gaze darkening as he realizes that a massive hoard of dirty illegal wealth was sitting right inside that vault. Minna suddenly slams her hands on the table, her purple eyes flaring with literal fire as she screams that the frantic guilds are turning the city upside down, burying her in paperwork while she's already drowning in the Rebadon mess. Taking a moment to calm down, she looks at Kang-ho, asking how things have been on Rebadon's end since the fateful ranking match. Kang-ho's mind flashes back to the arena, recalling the imposing, menacing figure of the wind god, Kang Tae-yong, crashing the stage to target King's life. He remembers the moment he stepped in to block the strike, his blue aura clashing against Tae-yong's violent wind. Zooming in on Tae-yong's face, Kang-ho recalls a chilling detail. The man's skin was completely smooth, looking even younger than he did before the war ended 50 years ago. It was a terrifying sight, as if the man had somehow found a way to completely reverse time itself. Minna confirms his suspicions, explaining that ever since Tae-yong returned as the sole survivor of the brutal Antares raid a year ago, he cut off all outside contact and went into seclusion. And with his youngest son's mana core now completely shattered by King, the guild's leadership is in absolute shambles. She holds up her buzzing phone, showing a horrifying screen of hundreds of missed calls and unread messages, proving she is living in her own personal administrative hell. Standing up with a tired groan, Minna bids him farewell, dragging her feet as she prepares to dive back into the administrative chaos. As a sudden, heavy rain begins to pour over the city, Kang-ho tucks a tiny, shivering Seol-a into his dark hoodie, deciding it's time for them to head home too. Walking through the crowded, rain-slicked streets under a blue umbrella, Kang-ho gently reassures the little fox that Mungchi is waiting for them in the alley across the street. His eyes narrow as he watches the rain splattering against the pavement, silently wondering what dark plot the wind god is actually cooking up. Standing at a busy crosswalk, the pedestrian light turns bright green, and the crowd begins to move. A slender figure in a dark trench coat walks past him in the pouring rain, a vibrant green scarf fluttering over her shoulder. Kang-ho's eyes instantly widen, his gaze locking onto the fabric as he realizes it is the exact same scarf Mungchi was wearing this morning. He turns his head to watch her walk away, but the mysterious woman simply blends into the sea of umbrellas, vanishing like a ghost. Down in the dim alley, Mungchi sits patiently in the rain, his fur getting soaked. The giant tiger's eyes suddenly light up with pure, ecstatic joy as a familiar presence approaches. Standing under a black umbrella, Phantom looks down at him, her lips parting in a soft gasp of surprise. A gentle, incredibly warm smile spreads across her face as she looks at her fluffy friend. Holding a single finger to her lips, she delivers a playful wink, silently telling the giant beast to keep her identity a secret. Back at the luxury penthouse, Theo's expression is dead serious, his sharp red eyes locked onto his student. He asks King with absolute solemnity if he is truly prepared to inherit the dangerous, secret training methods of the demon royal family. King nods without a single second of hesitation. But the moment the speech ends, King's sweat drops, nervously admitting he's actually feeling a bit anxious about this whole thing. Kang-ho walks into the room, casually reminding King that despite his cowardly personality, Theo is a literal demon monarch who is incredibly talented. King sits cross-legged on the floor, curiously asking why Theo is suddenly so willing to share his highly guarded family secrets. Theo's gaze softens, staring blankly at the floor as a wave of genuine vulnerability washes over him. He quietly confesses that he felt deeply ashamed of himself after watching King's battle. He admits he was walking around acting incredibly high and mighty just because of his status, leaving King to blink in utter confusion at the sudden, emotional confession. Snapping back to his usual dramatic self, Theo commands him to focus, instantly manifesting a swirling vortex of purple demonic mana between his hands. King stares in absolute awe at the speed of the gathering. Closing his eyes, King mirrors the stance, channeling his own vibrant green wind magic as he vows to learn this with everything he has, so he can finally be of real help to his master. Kang-ho watches the two of them train from the kitchen, holding a bottle of expensive whiskey as he notes with a quiet smile that things are going perfectly. He takes a slow sip of his drink, his calm gaze drifting out the massive glass window as the night deepens. Outside, a sleek, luxury blue sports car tears through the rainy streets, its headlights cutting through the dark. The car screeches to a sharp halt right in front of the luxury penthouse building. With a heavy click, the driver's side door swings open, revealing a pair of traditional boots stepping into the puddles. The Vice Guild Master of Rebadon, Kang Tae-hoon, looks up at the towering skyscraper, his face pale and worn as he confirms this is indeed King's residence. Back inside, Kang-ho casually leans against the glass railing, telling the training duo that they need to take a quick break. Theo collapses backward with a dramatic whine, while King looks up from his phone, panting heavily from the intense training session. He wipes the sweat from his brow, his body completely spent, but his eyes shining with newfound strength. Theo shivers on the floor, dramatically begging Kang-ho for a sip of his warm drink, while Mungchi sleeps soundly in the background with Seol-a resting on his head. A few minutes later, King sits across from his eldest half-brother, Tae-hoon, on the patio couch, the air between them incredibly cold and tense. King crosses his arms, asking with a sharp, cold voice what business the Vice Guild Master of Rebadon could possibly have with him. Tae-hoon sits with his head bowed, his hands clenching his knees as he struggles to find the words, a heavy silence hanging over the terrace. Close-up on Tae-hoon's face, his eyes are filled with a deep, crushing sorrow, looking like a man carrying the entire weight of the world. In his mind, he is drowning in absolute shame, wondering what right he has to ask King for anything after all these years. A painful memory flashes in his mind, showing young King being violently beaten by their brother, while Tae-hoon simply stood in the background, choosing to turn a blind eye just to keep his own peace of mind. He recalls turning his back on his little brother's cries, a decision that has haunted him every single day of his life. Standing up, Tae-hoon suddenly drops his head, bowing deeply in front of King. With a trembling voice, he tells King that he came here to sincerely apologize to him once again for everything that has happened. He stays bowed in the freezing rain, his shoulders shaking as he confesses he just felt like he absolutely had to say those words. Turning around, Tae-hoon offers a quiet thank you for his time, prepared to walk away into the dark. King stares at his departing back in absolute stunned silence, sweating as he notes that Tae-hoon looks exactly like a man who is on his way to die. As Tae-hun walks out of the penthouse, he is suddenly stopped by a calm, familiar voice. Kang-ho is leaning casually against the doorframe, his gray-blue eyes looking straight through him as he dryly notes that Tae-hun looks absolutely terrible. The words trigger a terrifying memory in Tae-hoon's mind, recalling his father screaming in rage that the legendary heroes are the mortal enemies of their family, especially Choi Kang-ho. Close-up on Tae-hoon's trembling eye, a cold sweat running down his temple. He remembers wondering if his father's lifelong toxic hatred of the legendary hero was the very thing that eventually turned him into a literal monster. He recalls the horrifying moment he peeked through the stone doors of his father's training chamber. Reflected in his eye was a scene of absolute pure horror that shook him to his very core. Lying unconscious on the cold stone floor in a massive circle were all the Rebadon Guild members who had supposedly gone missing, including his dear friend Myungju. In dark fantasy and cultivation manhwa, the trope of draining the life force of one's own followers is the ultimate sign of corruption. It shows a master who views his disciples as nothing more than disposable batteries to fuel his own strength. With a cruel wave of his hands, Taeyong was actively ripping the raw soul energy and mana straight out of his own loyal guild members, draining them to fuel his own strength. Taeyong's eyes glowed with a sickening bright green light, laughing maniacally as his youth returned and his power surged to terrifying heights. His face twisted in a demonic, bloodthirsty grin, declaring with absolute malice that he will slaughter Choi Kang-ho very soon. Surrounded by massive dark wings of pure, corrupt energy, the madman declared that he will finally become the absolute, undisputed god of this world, leaving Tae-hun with the terrifying realization that a war of absolute slaughter is about to begin. When a family's legacy is built on a mountain of dark secrets, someone has to be brave enough to tear it down. Standing in the rain, Tae-hun stares at the legendary Beast King, the weight of his father's sins pressing heavily against his chest. He remembers the chilling echo of his father's voice, screaming with absolute madness about tearing Choi Kang-ho apart. Tae-hun's teeth grit as he recalls how his father spent his entire life cursing the 5 war heroes, letting a toxic obsession rot his soul from the inside out. Surrounded by a dark, suffocating guilt, Tae-hun realizes he cannot just stand by and watch from the sidelines anymore like he did with King. He vows that he will be the one to bring an end to his family's dark legacy, even if it costs him his very life. Suddenly, a calm, steady voice cuts through his dark thoughts, telling him he doesn't have to shoulder all of that burden alone. Kang-ho looks at him with a quiet understanding, noting that while people who take all the blame upon themselves are admirable, they are also incredibly foolish. Tae-hun turns around, completely stunned that the legendary hero is standing there, offering a strange kind of comfort. Kang-ho pulls out his phone, casually reminding the young man that when you have people standing by your side, reaching out for help is always on the table. Turning his back, Kang-ho walks away into the dark hallway, telling him to go on and to make sure he comes back in one piece. As Tae-hun watches him leave, a sharp metallic buzz echoes from his pocket. He pulls out his phone, the bright screen illuminating his tired, pale face in the quiet corridor. It is a direct message from Kang-ho, telling him he got his number from the association and instructing him to call if he ever finds himself in real trouble. Outside, the storm rages violently over the massive, traditional estate of the Rebadon Guild. Tae-hoon's hand tightly grips the hilt of his silver-runed sword, a brilliant blue light flickering along the blade. His heavy boots echo sharply against the wooden floorboards as he walks down the dark, silent corridor. Wearing his traditional blue martial arts robes, Tae-hun carries himself with the quiet, tragic resolve of a man walking into his own execution. He reaches the grand sliding doors of his father's private chamber, slowly pushing them open. From the deep shadows of the room, a cold, mocking voice welcomes him back. Staring from his desk, the wind god notes with a twisted smirk that his eldest son has returned fully armed to the teeth. Taeyong, now possessing the face of a young man, asks with a chilling smile if Tae-hoon has really come to raise a hand against his own father. Tae-hoon's voice trembles with absolute horror, demanding to know what sickening ritual he performed to turn back his age like that. Taeyong simply scoffs, muttering that his other son should have covered his tracks better, showing absolutely zero remorse for the lives he stole. Tae-hun's gaze locks onto the jagged dark purple crystal embedded directly into his father's chest, his heart freezing as he asks what forbidden artifact he has gotten his hands on. Touching the glowing gem, Taeyong smiles maniacally, claiming this is the supreme power of an entirely new world. Tae-hun asks in disbelief if he really sacrificed his own loyal guild members just for raw strength, but Taeyong simply laughs, reminding him that power is the only thing that matters. Tears of rage well up in Taehoon's eyes, screaming that his father butchered the very people who trusted and followed him. Taeyong shouts back with absolute cruelty, claiming those weaklings were always just spare pieces meant to be used and discarded for the glory of their family. He throws his head back, laughing hysterically as he declares that the age of the 5 heroes is finished, and he will build a new world with himself at the absolute center. Knowing he is completely outmatched, Taehoon slowly draws his sword, accepting that he might die here, but refusing to let this madness continue. He slips into a combat stance, his blade glowing with water magic as he vows to bring his father's twisted world to an end. Taeyong's lips curl into a sickening, highly amused smirk amidst the crackling dark wind. Pointing a single finger, Taeyong mockingly asks which one of them he thinks is really stopping whom. With a deafening blast of dark green wind, the entire room is violently blown apart, throwing up a massive cloud of wood and debris. Taehoon is blasted straight out of the building, his body soaring through the stormy night sky. Righting himself mid-air, Taehoon realizes the city is far too dangerous, deciding he must draw his father out to an empty mountain range to prevent collateral damage. Landing hard in a desolate, rocky valley, he plants his feet and prepares to make his final stand. He notes with a sharp glare that the pouring rain is a perfect advantage for his specific magic. This is the Rune Master, S-Rank Awakened, Kang Taehoon. Erupting with a brilliant blue light, he unleashes his ultimate ability, Ruler of Water, sending massive roaring torrents of water swirling into the sky. Floating down from the clouds like a dark god, Taeyong sighs, mockingly lamenting that his once obedient child is now turning his power against him. He claims with a twisted smile that he treasured Taehoon and his younger brother more than anyone else in the world. His eyes narrow with a sickening grin, adding that it's a pity, because his younger brother would have actually understood his side. Taehoon screams that his father has completely lost his mind, charging forward with his glowing sword as he refuses to hesitate. He launches a spectacular dual torrent of high-pressure water, crashing down from both sides like giant, snapping jaws. But Taeyong simply stands his ground, a massive, swirling dome of dark wind easily deflecting the devastating water strike. Looking through the dark barrier, Taeyong's eyes glow with a terrifying light, telling his son he needs a lesson on exactly who his father is. This is the Wind God, SS rank, Kang Taeyong. With a violent motion, Taeyong unleashes a barrage of razor-sharp dark wind slashes that tear the rocky ground to pieces. Taehoon is thrown off balance, barely dodging the lethal, whistling winds as they slice through the rain. Gritting his teeth in absolute determination, Taehoon forces himself forward, swinging his water-wrapped blade with all his remaining strength. But Taeyong simply floats effortlessly back, his face completely calm as he easily evades the desperate strike. Reaching out a single, pale hand, Taeyong coldly states that he is going to fix his son's rebellious attitude. A massive, suffocating vortex of dark wind completely traps Taehoon, wrapping around his body like a crushing vice. Taehoon chokes, his eyes widening in panic as he realizes the air is thinning and he cannot get a single breath. Floating over him, Taeyong rants that the strong have always fed on the weak, pointing out that even the legendary heroes are just hypocrites hiding behind justice. He shouts at Taehoon, telling him he warned him never to waste his precious affection on the weak. Taeyong screams that power is all that matters, violently slamming Taehoon's body into the muddy ground. Taehoon lies face down in the mud, his physical body completely broken as his silver sword slips from his grasp. Taeyong slowly walks over, staring down with a cold, disappointed expression as he asks if his son has finally come to his senses. Trembling violently, Taehoon forces his fingers into the mud, struggling to push himself back up. He stands tall once more, holding his sword upright with a shaky, desperate grip as he pants for air in the pouring rain. Taeyong lets out a dry, irritated sigh, calling him a fool of a boy as he raises a hand crackling with dark energy. In a blur of speed, Taeyong plunges his hand directly toward Taehoon's chest, a bright, swirling blue vortex of stolen mana erupting between them. A violent, screeching energy wave flares, lighting up the dark mountainside as the horrific ritual begins. Taehoon lets out an agonizing cry as his very life force and mana are violently ripped out and drained into his father's hand. His vision begins to fade, a dark despair settling over him as he wonders if he is really going to die in this cold, muddy valley. Suddenly, a blinding, colossal beam of blue light pierces straight through the stormy clouds, crashing down with a deafening roar. The explosive impact shatters the dark wind, violently blowing Taeyong backward and severing his connection to Taehoon. Taehoon crashes hard onto the grass, coughing up rain as his sword clatters away. He looks up with wide, disbelieving eyes, gasping out, "How did you get here?" Out of the parting smoke, Kang-ho steps forward, casually stating that when you've lived as long as he has, you start to develop a certain sense for these things. He explains it is a sense that warns you when a kid has made a foolish choice that will likely get them killed. Looking down at the injured youth, Kang-ho gently states that when kids walk into something this dangerous, it is always on the adults to step in. Kang-ho stands tall, his blue aura flaring brightly against the dark sky as he locks eyes with the wind god, asking if he agrees. Taeyong's face twists into a psychotic, wide-eyed grin, shouting with pure excitement that today is finally the day he kills Kang-ho and claims his ultimate throne. Kang-ho simply lets out a quiet, tired sigh, realizing there is absolutely no reasoning with the madman anymore. His gaze turns incredibly sharp and cold, accepting that the tragic conflict has finally come to this. Before the storm erupts, Kang-ho looks back at the weeping S-rank, gently asking if he is really okay with what is about to happen, since Taeyong is still his father. Taehan's voice crackles with raw, emotional pain, admitting that while his father was far from ideal, he was still his father. But as he looks at the dark crackling energy surrounding the older man, he whispers that his father has already gone somewhere they can never bring him back from. Turning back to the enemy, Kang-ho's blue aura flares to life, silently accepting the heavy task ahead. Taeyong laughs hysterically, touching the dark crystal in his chest as he screams that he will be reborn as the absolute ruler of this world. Kang-ho quietly notes that they are officially past the point of talking. He stares through the pouring rain, his expression completely blank as the wind whips his dark hair. Dropping to his knees, Taehan bows his head, tears streaming down his face as he desperately begs Kang-ho to finally stop his father. Kang-ho softly tells him to rest, a colossal blinding column of pure blue mana erupting from his body and shaking the entire mountain range. His gray-blue eyes narrow, coldly pointing out that Taeyong has finally resorted to using a forbidden, stolen power. Staring at the jagged purple gem, Kang-ho instantly recognizes it as a fragment of the Eternal Crystal, the exact same volatile energy he ripped from Mother Crypto. He warns him that a man without the true right to wield such power is destined to be completely swallowed and destroyed by it. Taeyong screams in fury, asking if that's just his hypocritical excuse for coming here to kill him. He rants loudly, asking if this is just like the time the heroes turned on their own teammate, Kang Jun-sok, under the pretense of him turning demonic. Taeyong yells that Yun-sok was a fool who was looked down upon, promising he will take that power and put it to proper use. With a rabid scream, Taeyong launches himself forward, a massive wave of dark, jagged wind claws tearing through the muddy valley. Kang-ho stands perfectly still, before blurring forward in a blinding flash of blue speed. Executing a devastating inverted dive, Kang-ho slams his fist down, completely splitting the dark wind barrier in half. Leaping high into the stormy sky, Kang-ho's hand glows with immense blue pressure as he prepares to strike. In that split second, a warm flashback flashes in his mind, showing his deceased teammate Yun-sok looking out over a beautiful sunset. Yun-sok had smiled sadly, admitting that while he hated Taeyong for being an infuriating pain, he was still his precious little brother. Taeyong screams with absolute arrogance, claiming his new power puts the legendary heroes to shame. In the memory, Yun-sok sighed, noting that Taeyong was twisted from the start because he was always compared to him, always choosing the wrong path. Kang-ho descends like a falling star, bringing his glowing blue fist down onto Taeyong's dark shield. The sheer, overwhelming pressure of Kang-ho's strike carves a massive glowing blue cross right through the dark wind dome. In the flashback, Jun-sok turned back with a final look, asking Kang-ho not to hate his brother too much, but to just knock some real sense into him. Recalling his friend's final words, Kang-ho's gaze hardens with a deep, sorrowful resolve as he drives his fist forward. The blue and black energies collide in a spectacular, domed explosion that lights up the entire valley. With a loud, crystalline shatter, Taeyong's ultimate defense completely crumbles like glass. Kang-ho's glowing blue fist pierces straight through the debris, heading directly for Taeyong's face. The devastating punch connects with a sickening crunch, blood spraying into the rain as Taeyong gasps in absolute paralyzed horror. Kang-ho looks down, his eyes hidden in the dark shadow of his hair. He whispers with a heavy heart, asking the defeated man when he is finally going to grow up and stop this madness. With another brutal motion, Kang-ho slams him face first into the mud, the shockwave shattering the earth. Kang-ho lets out a rare, furious shout, asking why he had to force his hand like this. He delivers another heavy, concrete shattering blow, screaming in raw frustration at the stubborn fool. The entire valley trembles from the sheer force of the continuous, earth-shaking impacts. From the sidelines, Taehan watches through a blur of tears, whispering a final, painful goodbye to his father. Taeyong lies bloody and broken in the mud, but with a sudden, crazed laugh, he reaches up and grabs Kang-ho's wrist with a tight grip. Kang-ho coldly warns him that the crystal's power is far more than he can handle, telling him to let it go. Taeyong laughs maniacally, blood dripping from his teeth as he spits that even Yunsok looked down on him, refusing to back down. Using the last of his strength, Taeyong activates the dark purple crystal, attempting to violently drain Kang-ho's mana. He screams hysterically, claiming that once he sucks Kang-ho's power dry, he will be able to control the crystal perfectly. He grins like a lunatic as a massive stream of glowing blue mana begins flowing from Kang-ho's arm into his chest. The purple gem hums with a terrifying, unstable violet light as it greedily drinks the legendary hero's divine energy. But Kang-ho doesn't even try to pull away, simply looking down with a calm, pitying expression as he tells him to go ahead and take it, if he can. Thick, glowing blue veins of infinite, bottomless mana surge from Kang-ho's arm, flooding into the crystal like a massive tidal wave. In many modern fantasy stories, attempting to drain a legendary master's power is a classic rookie mistake. Villains often forget that trying to absorb infinite mana is like trying to drink an entire ocean through a juice straw. Your container is going to burst. His body begins to crack and swell from the sheer density of the mana, screaming in agony as he begs Kang-ho to stop. Looking down at the crumbling man, Kang-ho whispers a quiet apology to his old friend's brother. With a sudden swift motion, Kang-ho drives his hand forward, his fingers wrapping tightly around the dark purple crystal. With a blinding flash of blue lightning, he ruthlessly rips the corrupt gem straight out of Taeyong's chest. Taeyong's hand reaches weakly into the cold air, muttering in his final moments that Kang-ho has bested him too. As his fingers begin to disintegrate, he gasps, wondering what kind of godlike, monstrous power Kang-ho actually possessed all this time. With a soft rustle, Taeyong's physical body completely crumbles into glowing particles of blue ash, dissolving into the rainy wind. Tae-hun falls heavily to his knees in the mud, sobbing uncontrollably as the tragic reality of his father's death sinks in. In the end, a son spends his entire life watching his father's back, leaning on it even when that father makes the worst choices, leaving nothing but a lingering, painful love in his heart. Clenching his fists in the wet grass, Tae-hun weeps, apologizing to his father over and over again. Watching him mourn, Kang-ho silently decides that if the boy ever asks him one day, he will tell him the whole truth about Junsok, promising to make sure a tragedy like this never happens again. Slowly, the heavy storm clouds begin to clear, leaving the city of Seoul in a quiet, damp peace. Back at King's luxury penthouse, Kang-ho sits quietly on the dark terrace, his shoulders slumped from the emotional exhaustion of the night. He stares blankly at his hands, the quiet weight of the past pressing down on him. Suddenly, a tiny, silver-white face peeks over his shoulder, Seol-a looking at him with wide, concerned blue eyes as she asks if he's hurt. Mungchi nudges his cheek with a soft, affectionate growl, his giant warm presence wrapping around his master. A soft, genuine smile finally returns to Kang-ho's face, the warmth of his animal companions washing away the coldness of the battle. He laughs warmly as they tackle him to the floor, playfully telling the chaotic little punks to knock it off. Sitting nearby, Theo examines the glowing purple crystal, his expression turning serious as he notes that this power feels exactly like Baal's dark energy. He confirms with absolute certainty that the crystal contains Demon Realm Thunderfiend energy. Theo explains that when Baal stripped him of his powers back then, he shattered every single one of his familiars to gather energy to ascend to a higher world. Kang-ho contemplates if Baal was simply looking for more power, or if a much larger threat is looming over Earth, while Theo tries to show him a picture of his father on his phone. Apparently, there is no international roaming plan that covers the Demon Realm. Shaking off the heavy thoughts, Kang-ho looks around the massive room, asking where the actual homeowner has disappeared to. King steps out of the bedroom wearing a sharp, custom-tailored black suit and sunglasses, confidently announcing he has to get to work. Kang-ho looks at him in surprise, while Theo stands in the background crying as he dreams of returning to the Demon Realm to spread the miracle of smartphones. King holds up his screen, explaining that a highly urgent emergency just came up at the Napa Guild. Kang-ho's interest is instantly piqued, asking what kind of work could possibly require a formal suit like that. In a flash, we see the agile, silver-haired thief, Phantom, gracefully leaping across the neon-lit skyscrapers of the rainy city. King flashes a sharp professional smile, explaining that the Napa Guild has officially ordered them to join the high-speed pursuit of the legendary Phantom. It seems King is putting on a full tuxedo just to go chase after a cat burglar who spent her morning giving head scratches to their pet tiger. Under the heavy neon-lit skies of Seoul, a shadow slips through the clouds, desperately trying to outrun a storm that is quickly closing in. Phantom leaps from the edge of a towering skyscraper, her silver hair cutting through the dark as she uses every ounce of her remaining magic to stay airborne. But the night is crawling with eyes, and the blinding beam of a searchlight cuts through the dark, pinning her down. Helicopters buzz overhead like angry hornets, making it clear that escaping this city alive is going to take a literal miracle. She shoots a wire out, swinging wildly between the massive concrete monoliths of the city, her heart hammering against her ribs. One wrong move, one split-second delay, and she will plummet straight into the concrete abyss below. Twisting midair with effortless acrobatic grace, she flips upside down, desperately trying to throw off the searchlights blinding her path. She is nimble, but the sheer weight of the forces hunting her down is starting to feel suffocating. She lands hard on a cold concrete rooftop, her boots skidding as a sharp gasp of pain escapes her lips. A deep, jagged gash on her leg is bleeding heavily, glowing with a faint, toxic aura that completely halts her momentum. Clutching her leg, she grimaces in pain as a cold realization washes over her. The wound isn't just deep, it is cursed by an artifact, meaning the bleeding won't stop, and her life force is slowly being siphoned away with every passing second. Before she can even bind the wound, figures outline themselves against the sky, gliding down on sharp currents of wind. The hunters have found her, and they aren't planning on letting their payday slip away. The mercenaries laugh amongst themselves, boasting about the ridiculous bounty the Napa Guild has placed on her head. To them, her life is nothing more than a golden ticket, a dead or alive contract where the first one to land the finishing blow wins it all. Pressed flat against a freezing brick wall, she holds her breath, her eyes wide with panic as she realizes just how massive this dragnet actually is. Napa wasn't just trying to get their stolen goods back, they had mobilized an entire army of hunters to silence her. Suddenly, the space right next to her head cracks open, and a pale, bandaged hand slides out of a void, clutching a pitch-black dagger that crackles with lethal electricity. The blade swings in a deadly arc, slicing through the air with a terrifying, high-pitched hum. Instinct kicks in just in time as she throws her head back, her eyes tracking the cold steel as it misses her throat by mere millimeters. With no time to think, she launches herself backward off the roof, choosing a blind plunge into the empty night over the certain death waiting for her on the rooftop. But her attacker is relentless, sliding down the sheer glass face of the skyscraper like a ghost, his bandaged body radiating a cold, murderous intent that promises no escape. The wind howls in her ears as she falls, the bright lights of the city spinning into a dizzying blur. High-powered searchlights instantly lock onto her falling figure, exposing her to every mercenary waiting in the shadows below. As she tries to glide, she realizes with dread that her pursuer is none other than the legendary Ghost of Napa, a ruthless assassin whose very name sends shivers down the spines of the underworld. And then, her heart stops. Right in her path, a colossal swirling vortex of emerald wind erupts, and standing dead center in the air is a figure dressed in a flawless formal suit. It is King, the SS-class wind mage, looking incredibly imposing in his dark sunglasses. Phantom's jaw drops as she realizes she is trapped between two of the most dangerous hunters in the country. King lets out a casual smirk, muttering a quick dismissal before raising his glowing hand, unleashing a devastating storm of compressed wind. A massive, crescent-shaped blade of pure energy tears through the night sky, screaming with a deafening roar. Phantom braces for impact, shutting her eyes tight as the terrifying gale force rushes past her face. But the blast completely misses her, soaring past her shoulder and heading straight for the skyscrapers behind. She opens her eyes, utterly baffled that an elite SS-class hunter could miss from such an easy distance. Behind her, a massive explosion echoes as the wind blast slams directly into the pursuing mercenaries, scattering them like autumn leaves and completely neutralizing her pursuers. King simply winks, flashing a hilariously cheesy peace sign and waving at her like he is posing for a fan camera. Because nothing says professional rescue like pausing to practice your influencer poses. Phantom falls back into a dark alleyway, her mind completely blanking out at how ridiculously theatrical this guy is. She braces for a bone-shattering impact on the concrete, but instead, she lands on something incredibly thick and unbelievably soft. She blinks, sinking into a massive warm cushion of pure, fluffy white fur, completely disoriented. She desperately tries to force her limbs to move, telling herself she needs to run, but the cursed artifact has siphoned too much of her strength, and her vision begins to go dark. She completely passes out, collapsing onto the back of Mungchi, the colossal saber-toothed tiger, while tiny Seol-a sits on his head, staring down at her with curious blue eyes. From the shadows of the alley, a familiar young man in a simple white tee steps forward. Choi Kang-ho looks down at the unconscious thief, a relaxed, knowing smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, Kang-ho's eyes narrow, his gaze shifting to a dark corner of the alleyway as his voice drops to a cold, quiet tone, telling the hidden intruder to step out. The shadows on the ground ripple like water, swirling with a dark, unstable mana. The bandaged assassin, Ghost, rises slowly from the puddle, his eyes cold and lifeless as he asks if the legendary Beast King has seen a stray cat running around. Kang-ho just chuckles casually. gesturing to his massive companions, saying he hasn't seen any cats, only a giant goofy saber-toothed tiger and a little white fox. Ghost pauses, the crushing weight of Kang-ho's quiet aura settling over him. Realizing that taking even a single step forward means instant death, the assassin slowly sinks back into the dark portal, retreating into the shadows. Under the quiet, starry night sky, Phantom sleeps peacefully, safe from the chaos of the city on the softest bed of fur she has ever known. The next morning, inside a cozy log cabin, Phantom slowly stirs, groaning in annoyance as a barrage of incredibly loud, chaotic voices outside completely ruins her attempt to rest. Her eyebrows twitch with irritation. She wonders if she is about to be sued for some massive breach of contract, and more importantly, who on earth is making this much noise so early in the morning? Bolting upright, she gasps, realizing she is wearing clean, casual clothes, and her horrific curse-ridden leg wound has been completely healed without leaving a single scar. Then, she looks down and freezes. Curled up on her stomach is an adorable, fluffy little white cub, breathing softly as it sleeps. She tries to quietly slide away, placing a finger to her lips to keep the little creature quiet, but the movement wakes the cub up. Seol-a opens her big, beautiful blue eyes, letting out a cheerful, incredibly cute squeak. Instantly, three massive faces loom over the bed. Kang-ho, King, and Theo stare down at her like a panel of highly unimpressed judges. Phantom scrambles backward, clutching Seol-a to her chest as she stammers in disbelief, recognizing the famous SS-class King and the legendary Beast King himself. King crosses his arms, looking smug as he notes that after his high-profile ranking duel, his face is basically famous worldwide now. In the corner, Theo slumps into a ball of pure comedic depression, weeping about how he was on screen for 3 whole seconds, and yet absolutely nobody recognizes him. Phantom ignores the drama, demanding to know if they were the ones who rescued her and what they want from her in return. Leaning on his hand with his signature lazy smile, Kang-ho tells her they don't want anything. They only jumped in because their overly sentimental rookie insisted on saving her. Phantom looks at King, who instantly blushes, scratching his neck and stammering nervously under her gaze. We flash back to the penthouse from the night before, where Kang-ho had casually dismissed King, telling him to head out, but King had stopped him, his expression turning dead serious as he explained that Phantom wouldn't survive the night because Napa Guild had issued a brutal dead-or-alive bounty on her. He warned that Napa was trying to make a horrific example out of anyone who dared to touch their vault. King's face darkened as he explained the truth. This wasn't a standard bounty, it was a massive, bloody cover-up to silence Phantom forever before Napa's dirty laundry could hit the news. Kang-ho, casually stroking Seol-a, had looked up, asking his disciple what he wanted to do about it. King clutched his chest, his eyes burning with resolve as he argued that while theft is wrong, letting a corrupt guild murder people to bury their crimes is something he refuses to stand by and watch. Kang-ho had smiled, noting with a quiet pride that of all the things King could have learned from him, he somehow picked up his habit of meddling in other people's business. With a soft chuckle, he agreed to help. Back in the present, King gets incredibly emotional, weeping with joy because his master just called him our rookie. Kang-ho simply sighs, looking completely done with the dramatic display. Kang-ho's eyes drift back to Phantom, his voice turning calm and analytical as he asks how a simple thief managed to pull off a heist against one of the big 3 guilds. He locks eyes with her, his voice dropping to a low, knowing murmur as he adds that she isn't just any thief, she's a druid. Phantom's heart drops into her stomach, her breath hitching as she realizes her deepest secret has been exposed in an instant. In modern fantasy manhwa, druids and references to lost continents like Mu represent ancient, hidden factions with a deep spiritual connection to nature, often acting as keepers of primordial secrets. Kang-ho points out that, according to the rumors, a druid would never steal something clean. For someone of her heritage to target Napa, there had to be a deeply personal, desperate reason. He leans forward, his gaze intense as he asks what she took from that vault that was worth throwing her entire life away for. Phantom sweats cold drops, swallowing hard as she asks if they will spare her life if she speaks the truth. Kang-ho stares at her in dead silence, his face unreadable. Suddenly, the heavy atmosphere is completely shattered as Theo and King chime in, casually mentioning they never planned on killing her anyway, while bickering about why the front door of the cabin doesn't even have a lock on it. Within seconds, the 3 men are loudly arguing about house renovations, buying new beds, and installing digital locks, completely ignoring her presence. Phantom clutches her head in absolute frustration, screaming internally at them to at least listen to her answer first. Taking a deep breath, Phantom tries to steer the chaotic conversation back, repeating her question about whether her life is truly safe. Kang-ho looks at her, his quiet, calm eyes instantly settling her racing thoughts. He assures her he has no intention of harming her, noting that the front door is completely unlocked and she is free to walk out whenever she pleases. But the moment of gravity is lost again as the boys go right back to bickering about adding extra rooms to the cabin, leaving Phantom facepalming in utter disbelief at this bizarre household. Quietly, her voice softens as she reveals the real reason she targeted Napa's vault. She went in to reclaim her clan's stolen heritage. Kang-ho raises an eyebrow, intrigued that a corporate giant like Napa was holding on to a sacred druid treasure. Phantom explains that last summer, Napa approached her clan begging for help with a high-level raid. The druids agreed, but only on one condition, that they would receive a specific ancient drop from the dungeon. But the moment the raid was cleared, Napa turned their backs on the agreement, hoarding the treasure in their private vault and leaving her clan with absolutely nothing. Listening to her story, King's face darkens. He recalls looking through Napa's financial ledgers and seeing the systematic corruption, the skimming of loot, and the unpaid mercenaries. It wasn't just a mistake, it was how they ran their entire business. King clenches his fists tightly in his lap, a wave of profound guilt washing over him as he realizes he spent years proudly serving as a mercenary for a guild built entirely on lies and blood money. Kang-ho watches his disciples silently, realizing that for a kid who spent his whole youth fighting in the dirt, this sudden disillusionment is a painful but necessary step in waking up to how the world truly works. A gentle, proud smile edges onto Kang-ho's face. He knows that watching King face this hard truth on his own is proof that the boy is growing into a truly decent adult. Suddenly, Phantom slides off the bed, quietly stating that she should be leaving now. Kang-ho points her to the door, casually telling her she's free to go, but should take her gear since it's freezing outside. Behind them, King is still dramatically crying about his naive past, completely ignoring her exit. Phantom reaches down to grab her stealth suit, but she suddenly freezes mid-motion. Her face turns bright crimson as she looks down at her casual clothes, realizing that if her old suit was taken off while she was unconscious, who exactly changed her? Seol-a quickly looks away, whistling innocently. Suddenly, a soft, magical chiming sound echoes from the window, catching her attention. Seol-a lets out a soft, adorable whimper, her blue eyes shining in the light. Phantom kneels down, her eyes widening as she asks if this incredibly cute little cub is actually a legendary Baka subspecies. Kang-ho casually confirms it, scratching his head and saying she's a unique subspecies, but still one of them. Phantom squeals with delight, scooping Seol-a up as she explains she had a feeling the moment she saw the cub's multiple fluffy tails. Kang-ho looks at her, curious about what kind of secrets she knows about his companion. Phantom's voice turns serious as she explains that among the Druid clans, there are ancient sacred legends about the Bake. Kang-ho listens intently, his lazy demeanor vanishing. She explains that the Druids have guarded several mythical tales about these majestic beasts for generations. In the burning lands of the south, they speak of a powerful, four-tailed Baika that stood against a world-ending calamity, swallowing the flames of disaster to save humanity. In the frozen, starry lands of the north, the whispers say a Baka took the form of a beautiful, silver-haired human woman, living peacefully alongside a mortal village. But the most famous legend of all is from the west, where a majestic, five-tailed Bake opened a mystical rift to another dimension, vanishing forever into the unknown. Kang-ho's eyes narrow slightly. He remembers Princess Johanna mentioning a similar myth about a gate to another world. Standing up, Kang-ho places Seol-a on his shoulder, his voice firm as he tells Phantom that they're leaving, and he's personally taking her back to her clan. Phantom tries to wave it off, saying it's way too much trouble, but Kang-ho insists, noting that he has some business of his own to check out in that area, and the road ahead is far more dangerous than she thinks. She reluctantly agrees. But as they prepare to leave, a massive glowing blue insect suddenly buzzes through the cabin. Theo points at it, utterly confused as to why a bug is flying around in a freezing house. With a loud, resounding clap, Theo squashes the glowing bug between his hands. Phantom points a trembling finger at Theo, her jaw dropping as she suddenly recognizes him as the infamous viral backstabber from the internet videos. King instantly snorts, desperately clutching his mouth as he tries to hold back a massive wave of laughter. Kang-ho looks incredibly embarrassed, sweat dropping as he quickly opens the door, begging them to just hurry up and get outside. Theo stands frozen, his eyes wide in utter disbelief as he repeats the word backstabber, completely clueless about what she's talking about. Phantom waves goodbye cheerfully, calling out that he looks way more normal in person than he does in the memes, hoping they'll meet again soon. Theo watches her leave, his heart skipping a beat as his brain tries to process what just happened. Suddenly, his face lights up with absolute, pure joy. He starts celebrating, convinced that his 3-second video appearance has made him an incredibly famous superstar. King is practically doubling over, his face hidden in his hands as he violently shakes with laughter. Theo looks at him, demanding to know what's so funny. Without a word, King slowly pulls out his phone, a dramatic drumroll practically echoing in the silence of the cabin. He turns the screen toward Theo. The tension builds as the screen loads. It is a clip of a massive basketball player executing a brutal, embarrassing block, and right after, it cuts to a viral social media video titled The Ultimate Backstabber Remix, showing Theo's face hilariously edited onto a goofy, dancing meme character that has completely taken over the internet. Theo's face twists into a terrifying mask of pure, unadulterated rage, his eyes bulging and his teeth grinding as his dreams of dignified fame are instantly shattered into a million pieces. A world-shaking scream of absolute fury rips through the snowy mountains of Chorwan as Theo howls Kang-ho's name, claiming this is a massive diplomatic crisis between their races. Outside, Kang-ho is already riding Mungchi, with Phantom holding on tight behind him. Hearing the terrifying screech from the cabin, Kang-ho quickly tells Mungchi to sprint before the angry demon catches up to them. Mungchi lets out a happy roar, his massive paws kicking up thick clouds of snow as he bounds across the frozen landscape. Phantom calls out over the wind, asking to be dropped off in Yeongdungpo, where her guild's local branch is located. Kang-ho looks back over his shoulder, his voice calm as he asks why she's going there when her real target is Ganghwa Island. Phantom's eyes widen in absolute shock, her jaw dropping as she wonders how on earth he could possibly know that. She is completely stunned. The secret sanctuary on Ganghwa Island is a sacred territory known only to a tiny handful of high-ranking druids, yet this casual young man knows about it like it's his own backyard. Mungchi leaps high into the sky, clearing the mountain ridge. The giant tiger lands with a soft, heavy thud, his powerful paws anchoring onto the frozen earth. Ganghwa Island. In a hyper-developed world where 90% of the human population is packed into sterile megacities, this isolated island still bears the raw, untouched scars of the old dimensional war. Passing through a thick, shimmering barrier of mist, the snow instantly vanishes, replaced by a lush, green, sun-drenched forest. Kang-ho quietly announces their arrival. Sliding off the tiger's back, Kang-ho pats Mungchi, telling him he did a great job and letting him run off to play in the nearby woods. Phantom walks close behind him, her eyes filled with deep suspicion as she watches the Beast King navigate the complex, hidden paths of the sanctuary with absolute ease. Seol-a hops happily through the grass while Phantom stares at Kang-ho's back, desperately trying to figure out who this mysterious, godlike man truly is. Sensing her gaze, Kang-ho looks back with a relaxed smile, telling her there's no need to look so terrified. After all, he and Neva go way back. Phantom gasps, her voice squeaking in pure shock as she realizes he casually referred to their ancient, highly revered clan elder by her first name. Suddenly, Seol-a lets out an excited, playful bark, her ears perking up as she senses something in the air. A low, rhythmic rumble echoes through the glade as a massive stone archway, covered in glowing green vines, slowly begins to open before them. Swirling currents of pure, vibrant nature magic spill out of the opening, carrying the sweet scent of ancient blossoms. From the light, a dozen adorable little green leaf spirits float out, their tiny eyes sparkling as they guard the entrance. Kang-ho smiles, finding the little creatures absolutely precious. Seol-a's predatory instincts instantly kick in, and she crouches low, her tail twitching with mischief. With a tiny, adorable roar, the little cub pounces forward, completely terrifying the forest spirits, who let out tiny squeaks of panic and scatter in every direction. Seol-a chases them in a wild, chaotic circle, her fluffy tail wagging furiously as she enjoys the game. But her enthusiasm gets the better of her, and she trips over her own paws, face-planting hilariously into a soft bush. A warm maternal chuckle echoes through the clearing, telling the energetic little cub to try and be a bit gentler with the local spirits. Seol-a pokes her head out of the leaves, blinking curiously. Emerging from the glowing portal is Elder Neva, a stunning, elegant older woman with silver hair, carrying a massive wooden staff of nature, with several leaf spirits resting happily on her shoulders. Phantom instantly drops to her knees, bowing deeply as her emotional state overflows, reporting that she has finally returned from her dangerous mission. Neva gently tells her she did incredibly well. The elder's gaze then shifts upward, her warm eyes landing on the young man standing behind her disciple. A soft, beautiful smile spreads across Neva's face as she remarks that it has been a very long time, and the great Beast King hasn't changed or aged a single bit. Kang-ho waves back with his typical, easygoing charm, jokingly telling her that she's one to talk. Neva thanks him, saying his past protection has kept her clan safe and thriving, before warmly inviting them to step inside their home. As they step through the portal, a breathtaking sight unfolds. A massive ancient treehouse city rises into the clouds, with cascading waterfalls, glowing bridges, and beautiful wooden homes built into the giant branches of the primordial forest. Seol-a trots out onto the high wooden platform, her eyes reflecting the magical glow of the sanctuary, while Kang-ho walks slowly behind her, his hands tucked casually in his pockets. Looking down at his fluffy companion, Kang-ho smiles gently, asking her what she thinks of this beautiful, hidden world. Seol-a sparkles with pure, unbridled joy, letting out a happy cheer, completely falling in love with the magical sanctuary of the Druids.